بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الصلاة والسلام على رسول الكريم أما بعد. Alhamdulillah, today we have another stream, this time on atheism. So before that, just want to introduce our guests. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Fawad, and our special guest here today will be giving the talk, Sh.Hamzah Karamali. How are you guys doing?
Alhamdulillah, very well.
You can hear us, yeah?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, that's good. Alhamdulillah. So, Sh.Hamzah, perhaps you could just give us a brief intro about yourself, because this is your first time on our panel. Really
I'm very
honored to
happy
have
be
you.
here. I am a traditionally trained theologian. I completed the equivalent of the Dars Nizami, which people would study in a Dar al-Ulum, but I study mainly with scholars from Syria in the Middle East. And I have a focus on the rational sciences of Islam, logic and rational theology, rational arguments, critical thinking, legal theory, scriptural interpretation. I worked in a think tank, Muslim think tank for a while. I've worked with philosophers and scientists. I have my own background in science as well. And I have a course and a program, teacher training program, textbook called Why Islam is True, where we teach people how to show the truth of Islam using arguments from the Qur'an. And I've trained many hundreds of teachers in about 20 different countries. And we also have a program on university campuses in the States. And I'm very happy to be here today with you.
Alhamdulillah, really honored to have you on the panel, Sheikh. MashaAllah. You mentioned a background in science. Would you want to elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, so I have a bachelor's and master's in computer engineering, computer and electrical engineering from the University of Toronto. So I've done physics, chemistry, computer science, computation theory, calculus, all of the nuts and bolts of it. So that's I think it's an important part of presenting and the Quranic arguments for the existence of God and also the truth of Islam, because a lot of the doubts that people have are now related to science. So being able to present things in the language of modern science, that's something that I try to do.
Alhamdulillah. That's not exactly, with your fellow colleagues that you might know from the Nizami background, who have gone through that kind of education. What made you choose the more rational approach using science and the Quran? Alhamdulillah.
So I think, like the Muslim scholarly tradition historically, before the pre-modern age, it was heavily based on the science of the time, which was Aristotelian science. And so our scholars, they engaged in it. It's found in tafsir. It's found in explanation of hadith, many sciences. But when we go and we study these books now, they're now outdated because Aristotle is an artifact of the past, and modern science is based on a response to him. Many of his positions, such as he thought that heavier objects fall faster than lighter objects. He had many other mistakes. The scientific method was also designed to go against his way of scientific thinking, which was based on looking at the essential natures of things. And all of those things are in our tradition. And so we need to renew our tradition by removing the aspects of pre-modern science that are now outdated and infusing our modern knowledge. And that was something that I guess my teachers encouraged me to do, and I've always had an interest in it. So I found myself doing this, and I hope to have conversations with everybody here.
It's very refreshing to know this approach is back. Basically, it's you correctly said, it is something that the Muslims used to do a lot long before, when the Europeans were still in the Dark Ages.
Yeah, they got their science from us.
Yeah. I mean, I remember the Kitab al-Tib by Ibn Sina, which was the main textbook for surgeries and other medical related operations, and even the tools that they invented. And this was used by the Europeans long before, they had their own textbooks and so on. So we
Yeah.
were indeed the pioneers this side of the world, alhamdulillah. And
You can see a lot of that actually. I live in Turkey, and there's a city here called Edirne, where they
yes,
have an Ottoman era hospital, and you can actually see the instruments that they used to use. They had mental health treatment with music, and surgeries, anesthesia. It's very impressive. People aren't aware of this, but
absolutely, yes,
inshallah,
yeah.
inshallah, it'll come back.
And yeah, I mean, lots of other, people who were known for their mathematics, astronomy. Ibn Haytham, who's got, he's actually the one who
Optics.
did
Yeah.
this, the scientific method, one of the
Yeah.
pioneers of that.
Yeah.
And alhamdulillah, they have all been mentioned in the books, but you know, there are some other agendas at play who would keep their names, like undiscovered until long time. So yeah, let's carry on with our project today. Sorry, the our live stream today. The topic is about the best argument against atheism. Perhaps you just want to summarize as to what we'll be presenting. That'll be great.
Yeah, so I think people aren't aware that the Quran actually has rational arguments. The Quran encourages us to think. There's so many times in the Quran where Allah says, "Afala taqilun," won't you use your mind? Won't you reflect? The ancient Arabians were censured for not using their minds and worshiping idols, and they couldn't respond to the arguments of the Quran. That's why they had to resort to persecution. And the Muslims, they left Mecca for Medina. So these arguments, they're explained in our classical tafsir tradition by scholars such as Baydawi, Abu Su'ud, who was the Shaykh al-Islam of the Ottoman Empire at its peak. But they're expressed in pre-modern scientific language. But what I do is I translate it into a modern idiom to show that the strength of those arguments in our times today. And I think it's important for Muslims and actually non-Muslims to be aware of this, because the strength of these arguments, it surpasses the strength of the arguments that are made in the philosophical mainstream, which, because they have Christian influences, they have there's a number of flaws in them. So I'll be there's four arguments that I normally teach. I'll be focusing on the first one, which is an argument called the argument from contingency. This argument is known in the Western philosophical tradition, but in the Quran, it has a different flavor, a different twist, a different implication. And when we look at this argument and we bring it and we place it in the middle of modern debates between atheists and Christians, then we find that it gives solutions to problems that other people aren't able to find. And I hope to show that to you today, inshallah.
Alhamdulillah. I just want to say assalamu alaikum to our brother Maurice, who's joined us.
Assalamu alaikum, brother Muris.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Assalamu alaikum, Sh.Hamzah. Assalamu alaikum.
Alhamdulillah. So yeah, I mean, as you might have heard, the Sheikh is actually in Turkey at present. Alhamdulillah, he's going to help us and basically introduce this topic of how to deal with atheists from a Quranic perspective. Inshallah, we'll all benefit from it. So do pay attention. So Sheikh Faddal, I mean, you're welcome to proceed, inshallah.
Yeah, inshallah, we'll all benefit from each other and have some good conversations and learn from each other, inshallah. So, shall I put up the slide?
Yeah, I've got it on the screen for you. Yeah.
Okay, so people, when they talk about making rational arguments, they don't realize the difference between something called a rational proof and a rational explanation. So a rational explanation is often given as a justification for religious belief. People say, for example, that zakat solves the problems of poor people. And it does. If all the wealthy people in the world, they paid zakat, which is one of the 5 pillars of Islam, poverty would be solved. And the solution to poverty, it is in paying zakat. But that's not a rational argument that proves the existence of God and proves conclusively that the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is a genuine messenger from God. That a formal argument looks slightly different. But this is a compelling thing that needs to be mentioned, but it's not a rational proof. Or if we say that salat keeps you connected to your Lord, when you pray, you feel a sense of presence with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and you have a personal experience of God. This is good, this is true. And we should mention it, we should tell people about it. It's one of the reasons why people become Muslim. Worship is not found anymore in any other religion, true worship. You prostrate yourself to God. But it's not a rational argument. Rational arguments are different. Rational arguments are like, you see it on the left-hand side of this slide. You say, Hamza is a human being. All human beings die, therefore Hamza will die. So this is, we call this a formal argument. The first two, premise number one. Premise number two is all human beings die. So we take the second part of the first statement, put it as the first part of the second, and then if somebody accepts that the first statement is true, and they accept that the second statement is true, then they have to accept that the third statement is true. The third statement, it's called a conclusion. It necessarily follows from the truth of the first two premises. And so what this does is, this way of presenting an argument logically, logic is actually a science that has been taught. It's one of the first sciences that students of the traditional Islamic sciences are supposed to study, and it's neglected in our times, unfortunately. But when we learn logic, we learn to organize and structure our thinking. And so when you structure it in this way, we say that if the first statement is true and the second statement is true, the third statement has to follow. And if you don't agree with the third statement, then you can only do that if you disagree with one of the first two premises. And this organizes my thoughts. It also organizes the discussion. Discussion doesn't go in all kinds of directions. So here's an example. This is the argument that we'll be looking at. And it's organized as fact one, fact two, therefore. The first two facts in logic, we call them premises. And the last one, we call it a conclusion. So the first fact is that everything in the universe is contingent. Don't worry about the meaning of contingent or universe just for now. I want you to look at the structure of the statements. Everything in the universe is contingent. Fact number two, everything that is contingent needs a necessary being to make it the way that it is. Therefore, everything in the universe needs a necessary being to make it the way that it is. If the first two facts are true, then the third one has to follow. And if somebody disagrees with the third statement, then they are only entitled to do so if they believe that one of the two facts are false. So if we, I'm going to unpack this a little bit, but I want us to, this is very useful. So when we train teachers to help students see this, they're students in Islamic schools, weekend madrasas, in halakas, university chaplains, prison chaplains. And so what this does is it organizes the discussion, and you don't digress because somebody says that, something tragic happened in their lives, somebody died, so how can God exist? It's unrelated to these facts. Actually strengthens the facts. Maybe we can talk about that afterwards. But whether or not there is suffering in the world is unrelated to fact one, fact two, and therefore, which means that the existence of suffering, for example, would not undermine this argument, because you're thinking in a structured way. You still need to discuss suffering, but you can make sense of it, and this argument will help you make sense of it, but you don't go off on a tangent. So that's the first thing. The first thing is that a logical, rational argument, this is what it looks like. And this is a logical, rational argument, and this is different than a rational explanation, like zakat solves the problems of poverty, or salat helps you have a sense of connection to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this is the framework that we're going to go through. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to look at the meaning of the first statement, understand it, and then look at the meaning of the second statement and understand it. And then when we do that and we see that why they're true, we're going to see that the third one necessarily follows. And we want to actually, every one of us, we want to see it ourselves. We want that aha moment. And when we get that aha moment, then our goal is, when we're talking to other people, we help them have that same experience. So using the structure of this of this. So let's start with the first fact, which is that everything in the universe is contingent. So contingent is a technical term. So whenever you study one of the sciences of Islam, so for example, you study the science of hadith, and you'll say that this hadith is sahih, it's rigorously authenticated. The word sahih is a technical term. It wasn't used by the Prophet, it wasn't used by the companions. The Muslim scholars, they invented it because they were organizing complex thoughts, and they used terms to communicate complex ideas. And so when we study the science of fiqh, Islamic law, we learn that prayer has integrals. The integral is another term. Or there's certain things that invalidate the wudu. Invalidation is another term. So in this science of critical thinking and rational arguments, the word contingent is a term. In Arabic, we say mumkin, and it's there in the Qur'an. In the Qur'an, it's under the Quranic expression of it is neediness, iftiqar, which is things are needy. So the idea here is that there's verses in the Quran that tell us to reflect on the universe. So this verse, verse 167 of Surah Al-Baqarah, is the first verse where Allah says that in the Quran that in the universe there are signs for people who reflect, and He mentions the signs. Now He mentions creation of the heavens and the earth, succession of the night and day, the ship sailing in the sea with profit for mankind, water, rain, and all of these other things. And in these things, there are signs. Now, when you have a sign, like you see a stop sign, what is the sign? I look at a stop sign. A sign is, I look at the sign, and from it, I understand something else. So these are signs, and meaning that you see them. Allah is telling us that you see them, and from them, you understand something else. So what is this other thing that you understand? In order to understand that, we need to understand what the signs are. So the stop sign is saying stop. So what are these signs in the universe? So the classical scholars of tafsir, such as Baydawi, he'll mention that one of the ways in which these things are signs is that they're contingent. He'll use the word mumkin, and it's all over our classical tafsir tradition. So let me explain what exactly contingent means. So the idea is that things in the universe are variegated. The things in the universe are variegated, meaning that when you look at people's eyes, every eye is different from every other eye. It has a different color, it has a different shape, the size of the pupil is different, the details of the iris are different, the retina is different. That's why they have retinal scans to uniquely identify people. So every eye is different. So what does that mean? It means that when I look at someone's eye, like my own eye, or Hashim's eye, or somebody else's eye, then you'll say, okay, well, his eye could have been like that, and it could have been like that. Why is it like this? What made it like this? So when things are different and variegated in the universe, then what basically what we see is that this thing that we see, it could have been like this, it could have been like this, it could have been like this, it could have been like this. And that tells us that it needs something to make it this particular way. It needs something to make it this particular way. And in other words, it's needy. So variety, it tells us that something is in need for something to make it how it is. This is everywhere in the Quran. So here's a quick verse, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for example, He says, وَفِي الْأَرْضِ قِطَعٌ مُتَجَاوِرَاتٍ. In the earth, there are different tracts of land next to each other. You'll see a piece of land that has dark earth beside land that has earth that isn't so dark. And there'll be tracts of land that are fertile beside tracts of land that aren't fertile, different tracts of land. And on these lands, the verse says, you have grapevines, you have grains, corn, and other staples that we eat, palm trees. And these palm trees, sometimes you have this beautiful palm tree that you see in these pictures of islands in the middle of the beautiful ocean with beautiful beaches. There's a single root, and there's two palm trees coming out of it. we call this sinwan in Arabic, and some stemming from the same root, and others standing alone on its own. And he says they're all irrigated with the same water, but they're different. So the variety in the universe is stunning. No two grains of sand are the same. No two snowflakes are the same. No two fingerprints are the same. No two leaves are the same. And Allah describes himself in the Qur'an as Badi'us samawati wal ard, the one who creates everything differently. But it tells us many things. One of the things it tells us is that it's Allah is saying that, well, I can do this, and 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 I can do this. And for somebody who doesn't believe in God, when you look at it, you see that, well, this could be like this, could be like this, could be like this, could be like this. So what made it this way? Water can be solid, liquid, gas. So if it's a liquid of a particular temperature, if it's cold, why is it cold? What made it cold? The phases of the moon, plants that grow and they die. And everybody knows this. Even an atheist knows this. Nobody denies the fact that the universe is contingent, because if we didn't believe that the universe is contingent, there would be no science. Science is based on the idea that when I look at the sky, I say, what made it blue? When I see the wind, I say, what makes the wind blow? When there's a storm, I say, why is there a storm? When I have eyes that are a particular color, I say, why are my eyes this color and not some other color? And they'll so the scientist agrees, or an atheist agrees with somebody who believes in God, that the things in the universe need an explanation. There needs to be something that made them the way that they are. The point of disagreement is what made it that way. So the scientist will say it's my genetics, or in the case of the weather, it's differences in air pressures. In the case of the blueness of the sky, it's related to the way that the light of the sun scatters when it enters our atmosphere. So they'll give scientific explanations. We're just going to put those scientific explanations aside for a moment and just look at the thing itself before it's explained. Both the atheist and the theist, they look at everything in the universe and they say, what made it that way? Why is it like this? It needs something to make it the way that it is. And this is, we infer it through the differences, and we can see it, we know it, and science is based on it. So even an atheist has to admit this. And that's what we mean with the first statement, which is that everything in the universe is contingent. Everything in the universe is variegated. Everything in the universe is changing. Now, with modern science, you go down at the atomic level. The electron is a wave. It's in constant flux. There's differences in variety of an unimaginable scale at the most fundamental level and the universe is expanding, which means that at every moment, between every 2 points of space, there's new space that is coming into existence. So all of these things, what they say that everything in the universe is saying, I need something to make me the way that it is. I need an explanation. And so the atheist will give an explanation, right? But his explanation is going to be a material explanation. So we're going to argue that there needs to be a different explanation. And that comes with the second premise of the argument. Second premise of the argument, it says that everything that is contingent, so if something is contingent, what does contingent mean? It means needy. It means dependent. It needs something else to make it the way that it is. The second fact says that everything that is contingent needs a necessary being to make it the way that it is. Now, this is another technical term. This is another technical term, necessary being. And this necessary being, it's an English technical term, and it's also a technical term in our own scholarly tradition. In Arabic, we say wajibul wujud. And if you open up the Qur'an and in the classical books of tafsir, what they do is that whenever there's an idea or a term that comes again and again in the Qur'an, it's explained at its first occurrence. So I just showed you verse 167. This verse here it is the first verse that talks about the things in the universe being signs. And so the most detailed explanation on how to explain what these verses mean when they say that things in the universe are signs is found in this particular place. And then everywhere else, it'll give a brief explanation. And the idea is go back to where it was first mentioned. Same with the word Allah. The word Allah, it occurs first in Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. And if we look at the tafsir there, all of the scholars, they say that the word Allah is a proper noun, a proper name that refers to Adhat al-Wajib al-Wujud, to the being that exists necessarily, a necessary being. And so this idea of a necessary being, it is a very important part of our idea of God. And this actually, it distinguishes what I mean when I say God from what a Christian means when a Christian says God, or what a Hindu means when a Hindu says God. Because a Christian doesn't believe in a necessary being, because a Christian believes that Jesus is God, but Jesus was a human being and he died. And a Hindu believes that their idols are God, or the idols are representations, of other supernatural beings that are contingent things, because they're born and they die and they change, and so all of these things. So when they say God, they actually don't mean what I mean God, and that's really important to understand, because when we look at arguments for the existence of God, the question is, what do you mean by God? And one of the things that in the Islamic conception of God, God is a being who doesn't need anything, a necessary being. Everything needs God. God doesn't need anything. And this comes so many times in the Quran. Allah says that He is ghaniyun anil alameen. He is completely free of need of everything in the universe. Everything needs Him. He doesn't need anything. Allahu Samad. In the surah that we all know, Surah Al-Ikhlas, Allah is a Samad. He is a Samad. The meaning of a Samad is He is the one on whom everything depends, and He doesn't depend on anything. He doesn't need anything. Allahu la ilaha illa huwa al-hayyul qayyum. Al-hayyul qayyum in Ayatul Kursi, qayyum is the self-sustaining one through whom everything else exists. So there's this idea of God as being somebody who everyone needs. He doesn't need anything. And this is expressed, Muslims express this when they prostrate. Because when you make a sujood to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this is the reality that you're expressing. You're expressing that, oh, Allah, I need you, and you don't need anyone. You're the only one who can help me. So help me and I worship you. So the idea of worship, it has this thing in it. And so a necessary being is something that is needed by everything else, and it doesn't need anything. And so this premise here, this is actually the key premise in the argument. It says that contingent things can only be made the way that they are by something that is non-contingent, that doesn't need anything, that's a necessary being. And getting this premise actually is the secret of getting the argument. And it can be understood very easily. I was once explaining this argument in a masjid, and there was like a 8-year-old, 9-year-old who was in the audience, who was listening. And when I said it, he said, there's like 200 people, right? And so and everybody was silent. And he said, "Oh," I'll never forget that, right? So we want to have this experience, and so the way that you see that is you look at a line of things that are leaning on each other. This is an example that I took from Mustafa Sadri, who was the Shaykh al-Islam, the last Shaykh al-Islam of the Ottoman Empire. So at the end of the fall of the Ottoman Empire, there were many scholars in Istanbul who were actually engaging with a lot of these issues. But then they were persecuted, and their knowledge was they died in exile. Mustafa Sabri died in exile, and so their philosophical knowledge was not passed on as they had hoped it would be. So Mustafa Sabri is one of these great minds, and he studied philosophy, he studied science, And he expressed this argument in this way. He said that if you have a long line of leaning people, you have one person, A, leaning on another person, B, leaning on another person, C, and you see this line and it keeps on going as far as the eye can see, and you can't even, you don't know where the line ends. And there are people leaning on each other, and they're really leaning. Like they're like, in other words, if the person before me wasn't there, I'd lie flat on the ground. So he said that if anybody looked at this, they would conclude that at the end of the line, there's something that doesn't need anything, that's not leaning on anything, in order for these people to be held up. Because if that thing wasn't there, if there wasn't something at the end of the line that doesn't need anything, that's supporting everything, a really strong man or woman or mountain or wall, or so if that thing wasn't there, then they'd all be lying on the ground. They'd all be lying on the ground. So what this tells us is that contingent things, they cannot be explained by other contingent things. Because if I say, for example, that, okay, so what makes the sun shine? So you go in your science class and you'll learn that it's nuclear fusion. You have hydrogen atoms that are through the gravitational pressure, being forced together and to make a helium atom. And then there is a loss of mass in the helium. So the mass of the helium, single helium atom or molecule, it's less than the mass of the hydrogen that was used to make it. And that mass is released as energy. And that's Einstein's famous mass energy equivalence equation, E equals mc squared. The energy that is released is equal to the mass, the loss in mass, times the speed of light squared. So, and this is why the sun shines. So we go to school, we learn this, and we say, oh, now I know why the sun shines, right? But wait a minute, look. What you've done is you've leaned one contingent thing on another contingent thing. Because what does science do? Science explains things in the universe with reference to other things in the universe. And that's what science does. And that's why you have scientific atheism. Because scientific atheism is based on the idea that the universe is a closed system and you can explain it all with reference to other things in it. And what we're saying is that that's not possible. Because if everything is contingent, then what you're doing is you lean one thing against something else, but then that thing needs something to make it the way that it is too, because it's contingent as well. And so nuclear fusion is a contingent phenomenon. And the fact that hydrogen molecules come together to make a helium molecule and there is a loss in mass, that is dependent on the atomic and subatomic properties of all of the particles and how they behave. And then you would ask, well, why do they have these properties? And then you would search for some kind of an explanation for that. And if you explained that with something else in the universe, that would be that you would ask another question. So if you just explain contingent things with other contingent things, you have a long line of people with nothing to hold them up. And if that were the case, they would all be lying on the ground, which means in our case that the things in the universe would have nothing to make them the way that they are. There would be nothing to make the sky blue. There would be nothing to make the sun shine. And if you go to the mosque here in Istanbul, I encourage everybody to come and visit. It's a beautiful city, lots of history. The most beautiful mosque in Istanbul is the Suleymaniya, built by Suleiman the Magnificent, in whose time Abu Su'ud, I cited him earlier, he was the Sheikh al-Islam in the time of Sulaiman the Magnificent, and he wrote this amazing tafsir that I just cited. And so in the Sulaimaniya, if you go in there, and there's a dome, and the dome has a verse of the Qur'an on it, and that verse says, Inna Allaha yumsiku samawati wal arda an tazula. Verily, it is Allah. What is Allah? Adhatul wajibul wujud, the necessary being that doesn't need anything. Verily, it's the necessary being that doesn't need anything that keeps the heavens and the earth in existence lest they disappear. And that is this is everywhere in the Quran. So what this means is that if it's true that everything in the universe is contingent, and if it's true that every contingent thing needs a necessary being to make it the way that it is, then structurally, formally, it has to follow that everything in the universe needs a necessary being to make it the way that it is. And you cannot, and that means that there's a necessary being that exists. There's a being that's not contingent, it's not physical, it's not made of anything in the universe, and everything in the universe needs it, and everything depends on it. And if that being did not exist, nothing would exist. So, and that is, this is the first of 4 arguments. I'm just going to focus on this one right now, but you can then show that this being has knowledge, will, and power. You can show that this being is one. You can show that this being, that the Prophet Muhammad existed, that he was sent by this being, and that the Quran is from that being. And when you do that, then you show that Islam is true. And so merely by this argument, we haven't shown the truth of Islam, but it's the first step in a process. This is what I teach in the Why Islam is True course. You can check it out online if anybody's interested. And so but this is basically how the argument works. So here in Istanbul, Maghrib just came in. So what do you think if I pray, and then you guys can collect some questions, and I can come back and answer some questions, and I can give some more details on compared to other arguments. Does that work?
Yes, inshallah. Yeah, that's going to work perfectly. Do pray your Maghrib, inshallah, and be back. We're going to open for Q&A later, but we'll discuss between ourselves before we open up for Q&A, which will be at the end of your talk, inshallah.
Okay, inshallah. So let me just pray and come back, inshallah.
Okay, inshallah. No problem. Alhamdulillah, guys. You've been listening?
Yeah, that was beautiful, mashallah.
Absolutely.
In about 10 minutes, I have to step away for a second. So Fawad, I'm gonna go first.
I was going to take you first anyway.
Oh, good.
I saw you taking
very
notes.
good.
Alhamdulillah.
So just for the record, I probably got about like a solid 3 or 4 pages of notes on that presentation.
Oh, mashallah.
And something that really struck me profound was in regards to two things really that were major. The first one was the aligning of the intention and expression of worship towards the correct deity, right? And I always reflect on our thoughts and our conversations with people that are guests. And this is what we mean by when we position that if Islam is true, everything else is false. Because the idea of worshiping anything other than that necessary being in the manner that he intended to be worshipped falls short, right? And it's a really, really, really bad thing, right? If your attention is somewhere else, to give thanks and to give gratitude to something else that is not deserving of that. So that was the first thing. And the second thing was in regards to the E = MC² equation. I really like how the Sheikh had mentioned that you're leaning one contingent thing on another contingent thing. And it reminded me of just the acceptance of what the current data is. So the acceptance of science in light of the current data and the current information without actually conclusively knowing. All that they know is how a mechanism works, but they don't know where the mechanism originated from. So these like universal constants, these universal laws of physics and the box that was created for them, right, to function, to prove that E = MC², this universal constant also had an origin. And that was really really interesting for me. thinking about that, where someone is like saying, oh, okay, I'm completely satisfied now in my scientific atheism simply because the explanation makes sense, right? But they're not hunting for the actual origin. So, and then I had a couple more, but I'll wait for the Sheikh to come back and for the Q&A session to start. But these are my two major takeaways. And to try to present these to people that believe contrary, right, is the finesse of it, so that it's palpable to them, because it's tough when you're firm on something. It's tough for somebody to be open to having a different point of view, right?
Yeah, mashallah, barakallah fiqh for those thoughts, and noting that, Brother Fawad, you think so
Yes,
far?
SubhanAllah. Not much else to say. Is just one thing that really struck a chord with me is the idea that whenever we discuss with atheists or with Christians or people from any faith, and it all comes down to what do we mean by God? And the Sheikh actually mentioned something like that, where I was actually in the middle of doing my salah and listening at the same time. But he did say that the type of attributes that we associate with him, and that's what we tell non-Muslims all the time. That just basically rules out most of the religions in the world, because a God for us, it has to be an entity that is independent. The names of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we call upon, Hayyul Qayyum, self-sustaining, and Ayatul Kursi, As-Samad. That perfectly defines God, an entity that is not dependent on anybody or anything for that matter. So that basically just rules out most of the religions, and this is exactly what our beef with Christians is, for instance. One of the other biggest religions in the world, like, how could Jesus be God when he's dependent on the Father for his existence? Even if we say it's before time, but there's a dependency relationship. God, by definition, he has to be al-Hayy al-Qayyum. He has to be self-sustaining. He has to be as-Samad. He has to be self-sustaining, basically. So that's something that really struck with me. The remaining arguments, mashallah, like, I know most of these arguments, but the way he phrased it, he comes from a very beautiful angle. So we all can learn quite a bit from it, inshallah.
Yeah, mashallah, absolutely right. Yeah. So one of the things that basically that stuck out to me was the number of times that the Quran mentions about the signs of Allah. And the Sheikh correctly said that these are the contingent things which Allah is reminding us of, like, in almost every page of the Quran. It's mashallah, that's a beautiful thing. The other thing, which is a rhetorical question that Allah asks us, is afala yatafakkarun, do you not think and reflect? Again, this has been emphasized for the disbelievers and the doubters who have doubt in the existence of God, existence of Allah. When you ask them this question, for example, you ask them, where did the universe come from? This is one of those questions you need to ask them, to reflect on this question. And most of these atheists, I would say almost 99.9% of them, will say, I don't know. Yes, imagine an atheist ask a Muslim a question, and the Muslim says, I don't know. Immediately they say, aha, gotcha, you don't know. Well, you don't know the most basic existential question of our existence and the existence of the universe as a whole. If you don't know the beginning of that, if you don't know the origin of it, and this is something that the science will never be able to answer. You know why? Because you can never see before the origin of the universe itself. It's impossible. How will you say it? Even if you have a time machine, you can't take it outside the border of the universe, because time, for them, the time started from that point. So even the time machine it'll be beyond its scope, even if there was such a thing as a time machine, because for them the time started at that point, and before that they don't know if time and space ever existed. And if it didn't exist, then how are you going to answer that question? So I think the contingency argument is pretty powerful. It does away with another important thing, they keep bringing these questions about morality, about problem of good and evil, problem of suffering. It does away with all of that because it's not contingent on any of these. So it's a beautiful argument, and there's no wiggle room. There's not much of a wiggle room for many of the atheists. They might have to tweak this argument, since I think Ibn Sina used it quite a while back, and then other philosophers also used it, and it's just been tweaked. That's all. But I don't think they've had any powerful argument against it, because the question still remains about everything being contingent. So there must be a being who is not contingent, because just like those lines, the analogy the Sheikh gave us, it shows if that lines didn't have a beginning, then we would fall into another fallacy, which is the infinite regress, and that's something which implies that we wouldn't even exist if that was the case. If there was an infinite number of lines which just kept falling and falling, basically it'll be impossible for it to be in that state, because there must be some supporting element at the end. There must be, in the case of Almighty God, he's the uncaused cause, and he's the creator, and he's the one who is the originator. He's the one who brought everything into existence. Without that, none of us will exist, and none of these questions will appear from an atheist or non-atheist. So the Sheikh is back.
Thank you for your patience.
I think you were going to explain certain terms like necessary being and universe and contingent. So maybe now would be a good time to define these terms, because many people who haven't heard these arguments might not be familiar with these terms, which comes naturally to people like you with your experience, alhamdulillah.
Yeah, so universe is so before people used to give a different definition of the universe. So when you look at our scholars, they would give a different definition of the universe. And the definition that I use now is it's we need to align it with the people that we're speaking to. So who am I speaking to? I'm speaking to a scientific materialist. And for him, the universe is everything in space, everything that's made of mass, energy, and exists in space-time. So you have mass and energy, and they're interchangeable, and they exist in this thing called space-time, which is expanding. So the galaxies and the stars and the planets and the atmosphere and all of these things within this fabric of space-time. This is what I mean by universe. Now, this universe that's made of these constituent things is contingent. What does it mean it's contingent? It means that it's needy. And why is it needy? Because it's changing and it's variegated. And so this is, every scientist has to accept that, because mass and energy, they're changing. So energy changes. We learn in science, it changes from one form into another, but it's neither created nor destroyed. But that's wrong about that. It is like, but the changing part is good. Like it changes from one form into another. Mass changes, and the atoms and molecules are all changing, and space-time is changing because it's expanding. And so this whole thing is we see change, and so this change and differences, it needs explanation. It needs something to cause that change, and that this idea of the things in the contingent universe needing something to make them the way that they are, we call this contingency. So the universe is contingent. A simple way of saying that, a non-technical, is that everything we observe, it needs an explanation. It needs something to make it. It needs a reason. That's a simple way of saying it. And then the second statement is that the reason, the thing that made it the way that it is, it cannot be like it. It can't be dependent like it, because if it were, then it wouldn't solve the problem. It would just raise another problem. So if you lean one person against somebody else, and that person is leaning himself, then he hasn't helped the situation. He's made it worse, because now you have two people that need to be supported and not just one. So every time you add something that's dependent, you're adding more things that needs to be explained. They're not really explaining anything. So so there needs to be something that doesn't need anything. And this thing that doesn't need anything, since everything in the universe needs something, it cannot resemble anything in the universe. It's something different. It's something the universe depends on. And our relation to that being is a relation of worship, because our worship, we express our neediness to him, and that's how we know him, and we have a relationship with him. So he's and that is that's what we mean by a necessary being. So it's transcendent. It's not in the universe. It doesn't pervade the universe, but everything in the universe needs it. It needs it to make it.
Barakallah feek, Shaykh. Jazakallah khair. Shall I bring up the slides?
Yeah. So does that make sense? Any
Yeah, it does. Yeah. So it
Okay.
needs an explanation. It's dependent. That's what the contingent stuff is. Yeah. Alhamdulillah.
So actually, one thing I think that I just want to illustrate before we bring up the slides, like the problem of suffering, right? So people say that there's so much suffering in the world. How can God exist? So they'll give so there's a 4-year-old child who died a painful death of cancer. He never did anything wrong. How can God exist? Right? So if you kind of look at this argument from the lens of the argument from contingency, then the question is, that cancer that the child had, was it contingent? Yeah, it does. It needs an explanation. The child's death, was it contingent? Yeah, it needs an explanation, right? So the suffering in the universe is actually evidence, just as much evidence for the existence of this necessary being as the pleasure. So that means, meaning that were it not for that being, that child would not have cancer, would not have died. That's why we say Allah is Muhyi and Mumit. He's the giver of life. He's the giver of death. He's a Nafi'. He's a Dar. He benefits, and he creates the opposite. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created this universe in which there's pleasure and pain in order to test us, because there's another life afterwards where there will be eternal pleasure. Inshallah, all of us will experience eternal pleasure. We'll all make the right choices. We'll all become Muslim. The people who are listening will all accept Islam. And this idea is the thing that gives resilience to this amazing resilience that we see in the innocent people of Palestine. Why is it that all of these things that happen, they don't doubt the existence of God? They go to God. It drives them to God. It's because this is how they see the universe. So I think this is an important kind of thing, because when people, they come and they say that they're suffering, how can God exist? In their mind, they have a different idea of God. They're not thinking of God in this way, in the Quranic way. And so it's a very powerful argument. It solves a number of problems. And if you bring up the slides, I can show you how it solves another issue as well.
Yeah, inshallah, we'll take that on. So let me bring up the slides again, inshallah. Wasn't like this. It was this one, right? Okay. This is where you left off, I think.
Yeah. So I just wanted to emphasize that this is in the Quran everywhere. So in the first verse of the Quran, in Surah Al-Fatiha, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, when we say all praise is deserved by Allah, the Rabbul Alameen. Rabbul Alameen, He's the one who makes everything the way that it is. He is the one who makes the sun shine. He is the one who makes the planets move. So in other words, all praise is deserved by Him. It's because He sustains everything. And this is an expression of this argument. And the classical Mufassirun would bring that out. Bilawi and Abu Su'ud, they both mentioned that the verse is saying that the basis of the universe's dependence on Allah is its contingency. So there's a common argument called the intelligent design argument that is used to prove the existence of God. And there is, so I want to just compare the two, compare it to the argument from contingency. So this is a formalization. So what I normally do is I take the arguments, I put them into their structure, and then we kind of look at them and you can examine them. You can examine their pros and cons and how people might object. So this is from book that I have coming out soon. I've been saying soon for the last couple of months, but inshallah this time it is soon. Where I do a comparison between various arguments, respond to all of the objections for the arguments for the truth of Islam, and so there's a section in there on the intelligent design argument, and so the intelligent design argument, it can be formalized like this. It goes like this. It says that you look at the design in the universe, like what? Like the eye, right? So you look at the eye, and the eye. It is the lens in the eye has a purpose. The light comes, it shines, the lens focuses the light on the retina. The retina has a purpose. You have rod cells and cone cells, and they convert the light into electrical impulses. There is an optic nerve, goes to the brain, so all of these parts, any biologist looks at it, they have purpose. There's design. So this design pervades the universe, not just within us, but elsewhere as well. But it's particularly strong within living things. So the argument from the design argument says that this design, it cannot be explained by natural. It cannot have a natural explanation. It cannot have come about as a result of natural causes and effects. So and then they go one of two ways. They either say that it couldn't have come out by chance, or they would say that the design in human beings couldn't have been a product of evolution. And this is why evolution enters into debates about the existence of God. And then they would say that that this design cannot be explained by any natural cause. Therefore, there's a supernatural being. And so what is being proven by this argument is not a necessary being, but a supernatural being. And a supernatural being is different. Supernatural being is something that's more powerful than the laws of nature. So a Hindu god is supernatural. A Hindu, because Hindu god is has all of these magical powers and can fly and can destroy things, and it's a supernatural being. It's not a necessary being. And I argue that in the Christian conception of God, it's also a supernatural being, because the great mistake of Christianity is they turn a human being into God. And when they turn a human being into God, they say that God is not necessary, and God can die. And then God in their mind is just a powerful thing, a powerful contingent thing. So the argument from design, it is an argument for the existence of a really powerful supernatural being, something that can overpower the laws of nature. So the idea goes is that the design in the human eye, it cannot have a natural explanation, doesn't have an evolutionary explanation, and so you need an intelligent designer to make the eye, and that intelligent designer needs to have intelligence, knowledge, and the physical world that's not knowledgeable. And so there's an intelligent being that is really powerful, that made us and made everything else. There's another, you can also go through probability, but I want to take two. I want to make a couple of observations here. So the first observation is that this argument it's not as strong as the argument from contingency, because there is a scientific a scientist will attempt to respond to it. The scientist will say that there actually is a natural explanation for the eye, and that natural explanation is evolution. And they will make a scientific argument for why the human eye is a process. It's a result of an evolutionary process. And then in response, the Christians, they will write books saying that evolution cannot explain the eye, and then they'll respond to that. And then if you kind of it's just a practical, you try to get into this debate, what you find is that in order to prove the existence of God, you need a PhD in biology. You need to study all of these complex scientific things. You need to respond to all of these. And unless you do that, you can't prove the existence of God. Whereas with the argument from contingency, you don't need that. You don't need that. And so there is a just to that evolution is true or not true. I'm just suspending. We're not taking a stance on this, but we're just looking at the argument, at the argument at its practical merits. So this is one thing. Another thing is that the intelligent design argument, it sets up a conflict between religion and science, because what happens is that what you're doing is that there's the person who's trying to prove the existence of God is trying to prove the existence of something because science cannot explain something, trying to prove that God exists because science can't explain the workings of the eye and how they came about. So what's going to happen if you put yourself in the position of the scientist will say that, well, he'll either say, well, I can't explain it, or they'll say that you have a good point, I can't explain it yet, but tomorrow I will explain it. Just let me work on it, right? And then science is always and they're going to say that if you try to stop me from working on it, you are stopping me from doing my scientific inquiry. And that's the problem with religion. It stops people from being scientists. So what will happen is, like, this is a problem that will have to be negotiated. But if you come to the argument from contingency, then what happens is that, for example, even if evolution were true, then what would it mean? It would be a series of contingent associations. Everything depends on God, and the laws of nature are patterns of divine creation. He regularly creates burning after he creates fire, regularly makes, and so since everything about it is contingent, it's whether it's true or not has nothing to do with the existence of God. And so what the argument from contingency does is it eats up science. It swallows science. And a scientist can do their science, do everything, just know that everything really depends on God, and these are associations that God has placed, and there's no conflict. Whereas the design argument, it's saying that from the perspective of the design argument, if something is not designed, like a rock, then it's explained by science. But if it's designed, now science can't explain it, now I need God, right? This is called God of the gaps. So there's a gap that science cannot explain, and then you search for those gaps to place God into it to explain something. Now I'm not. This is atheists use God of the gaps in a mocking way, and that's not what I'm doing here, right? So I think that God of the gaps arguments, they need to be investigated, and maybe we can have another session and we can talk about that. But for now, we just need to recognize, though, that what's happening is that there is that in this kind of reasoning, there's a gap that you're making in science, and you're saying that or either you're making or there is, because when you say somebody's making a gap in science, that is a rhetorical way of putting somebody down. Maybe there is a gap, maybe there is something that science can't explain, and we should be open-minded enough to accept that. And if there is, then that does suggest that there's something beyond the material universe. But just in terms of looking at the argument in its practical usage and implications, there is this phenomenon here where you're in conflict with science, but in contingency you don't. There's no conflict. Like you just eat everything. You eat everything up. So this is why the intelligent design argument is it's a probabilistic argument as well. It's not a conclusive argument because there is a scientific response, and so people will now, when they make the intelligent design argument, they're going to say that God is the best explanation. It's a superior explanation to the phenomenon of design than other things. Whereas the argument from contingency is conclusive. It's clear. And also the kind of God that's being proven here is different. And that's why this kind of argument, we don't find it in the Quran. The Quran mentions design, but the design in the Quran, it comes after contingency. So those verses that I just quoted about the creation of the heavens and the earth, alternation of the night and day, the classical mufassirun, they're going to say that all of these things are contingent and they depend on something that doesn't need anything, a necessary being. And then when we see that they're designed, then that's a sign that the necessary being has vast knowledge, has vast power, can do anything. It's as though the necessary being is saying, I can do this, and 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 I can do this. So the design there, it's not an argument for the existence of God, but it's an argument for an attribute of the necessary being. So so that's how the design. So I call this the Quranic design argument. You have the intelligent design argument, ID, and you have the Quranic design argument, QD. And then that also has like a structure, and we can go back and forth. But I wanted to draw our attention to this, and also wanted to draw our attention to another argument that's frequently made, which is moral arguments for the existence of God. And moral arguments, they have a similar structure, because they also, the way that moral arguments go is they say that objective moral truths exist, but morality, it cannot be explained. It cannot have a natural explanation. And so there needs to be God. It needs to be morality. The only source of morality has to be God. And then there's various lines of reasoning why you can't have a natural explanation. One line of reasoning is that without God, moral values always change. Now, that's actually, I think that's problematic, because even from a religious perspective, because I think that the fact that a moral value doesn't change doesn't make it good. And there are other people of other religions, who actually they hold. So in the Bible, in the book of Joshua and the book of Deuteronomy, there are commands. Moses and Joshua are commanded to wipe out every single inhabitant of a city, including the men, the women, the children, and the animals, and to leave alive nothing that breathes. And so these verses are morally highly problematic, and they were the cause for the religious wars in Christian Europe, and they were cited, and now they're being cited in our times as well, to justify, by religious extremists, to justify the slaughter of innocent Palestinian women and children, and men, and animals, although the animals aren't Palestinian, but they live in Palestinian lands. So and that's highly problematic. And so if we as Muslims use this argument, then we're committing ourselves to saying that somebody who believes in this objective moral value is like, this is somehow good, but it's not, right? So there is and this is actually the modern world is based on a realization that there are parts of the Bible that are extremely immoral, and that's why we need to be reasonable and rational. And we can't have a case where these verses are imposed upon people. So that's one line of reasoning that this moral argument goes through. Another line of reasoning that it goes through is that, is that evolution is about survival of the fittest. So, and that's like a really ruthless. In order to survive, you have to be really ruthless, and there's no room for altruism. There's no room for preferring somebody else over yourself. If you do that, you're going to die. And so the people who are going to survive are going to be highly immoral people. And so there's no evolutionary explanation for the morality that we see within us. Therefore, it must have come from God. So this is, I think, a little bit more compelling than the other one. But there is a scientific response. So scientists will say that altruism and being kind to other people, it is something that it might not benefit you as an individual, but it benefits people as groups. and people in groups, when the groups are stronger when people sacrifice for each other, and then they confer a survival advantage. And there's other ways that they would argue as well. I don't think that and I'm not convinced by their arguments, but it does, what it does is, like, strategically, in terms of making this argument, it makes it less compelling and less forceful than the argument from contingency. And also, if you just look at the higher concept of the idea of God that's being proven here, it's a similar kind of God to the intelligent design argument. It's not a necessary being. It's a God who is who's a supernatural being, who can explain something that cannot be naturally explained. And again, as with design, I think that the phenomenon of morality, it makes more sense if you put it within contingency, because what you see is that if you go through all of the arguments for the truth of Islam, then what we're only looking at the first one over here today, but if you go through all of them, then what you end up seeing is that Islam is true, and you see that my moral sense is given to me by God, and is given to me by God, and you see that the moral sense in Islam, it always corresponds to what God has commanded us to do. So we don't, there's no such thing in the Quran or Sunnah that says go to a city and kill every single inhabitant, man, woman, child, animal, leave alive nothing that breathes. This is a corruption. This is not from God. But in the Quran and Sunnah, you find a different moral standard. Just today, I was reading a hadith. I came across a hadith, and I just thought I'd just use that as an example. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he's reported to have said, he said that khairul ashabi inda Allah ta'ala khairuhum li sahibihi. The best of companions with Allah is the best of them to their friends, and the best of neighbors with Allah are the best of them to their neighbors. Meaning, the Prophet is saying, he's telling us that you have companions. So right now, Hashim's my companion, right? And Fawad is my companion, Muris is my companion, and everybody else here, you're all my companions. And the Prophet is encouraging us to be good to each other. So when I read this hadith and I am the best of us are those that are best to each other. And my neighbors, the best of neighbors are those that are best. So this is so the Prophet commands me to do this, but before the Prophet commanded me to do this, I recognize that this is beautiful. This is morally beautiful. And this moral beauty, where did it come from? It came from God. It's a contingent phenomenon. God created it. Why did he create it? He created it so that I would be motivated to obey him. It would be easy for me to obey him. I feel good when I obey him. I have that warm, fuzzy feeling in my heart when I do the things that God has told me to do. And so the purpose of morality, it's not there to prove the existence of God, but it's there to facilitate my obedience to God and living a moral life. I guess there's other things that we could also get into, but regarding morality. But maybe again, that's something we can do another time. For now, the main thing that I want to emphasize is just a quick comparison between two common arguments and the contingency argument, and why we should use the contingency argument. And so, moral argument, actually, it's also not in the Quran, right? So what the Quran says is that if you believe in the afterlife, then you will be moral, and if you don't believe in the afterlife, you will not be moral. So, it's related to, but it doesn't say that if you don't believe in God, like morality is not possible without God. So that is I guess that's a summary, and I'm happy to take questions or from my companion. And in the
Alhamdulillah. That was a good short lecture, I would say, with regards to contingency argument, the intelligent design, the moral argument. One thing I noticed at the end when you mentioned that people who don't believe in the afterlife will not be moral, but then you said that you don't need to believe in God to be moral. I thought that was kind of, contradictory in a way, or maybe you can correct me.
Yeah, no. Actually, thanks. Like, it's good. It's you're helping me be more precise. So the Quran says, "بل يريد الإنسان ليفجر أمامه يسأل أيان يوم القيامة." Human beings, they want to continue doing evil, and they say, when is the day of judgment? And the Quran, it describes the ancient pagan Arabians, because they didn't believe in the day of judgment. They killed little girls. They buried them alive because they didn't believe in the day of judgment. They oppressed the orphan. Abu Jahl, an orphan, would come to him, and he would ask him for his own money, and Abu Jahl would eat up the money and push him away. And we find this actually in our times, where our our politicians in the West, they've compromised everything because of money. Like because there's no afterlife, right? And so because the only way to stop doing this, you have to believe that if I facilitate the oppression of other people, and I'm responsible in the afterlife. I have to fear the afterlife. Even Richard Dawkins in The God Delusion, he accepts this, like, because there's an experiment that was done, right? And he doesn't like it. He says that, I don't like this, but it's true. There's an experiment that was done that people who know that they're being watched are less likely to cross a red light or do anything, disobey the law. And so it's scientifically proven, that if you don't believe,
You don't need an experiment. All you need is a speed camera.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
That's the example we can give, in the world today.
Yeah. So yeah, I would say, like, so it's not the mere existence of God, but it's the existence of God, and God saying that there is a purpose to our life, and there's judgment after death. That you need to be more.
I think it's the people fear accountability. So when they know that there is no accountability, then they will do whatever it takes, even cross the line, commit a crime, whatever. Basically, it's all about accountability. As soon as they know that they'll be held accountable for their actions, then they fear that, and then they will, because of that fear, they will try to be obviously more cautious, not fall into crimes and immoralities. But as soon as they realize that there is no one watching them, like you said correctly, there's no accountability. So it's all connected in a way. Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
I have a question, Sheikh. I think it might be beneficial for the viewers and also for us panelists if you could shed some light on the main difference between the Kalam cosmological argument and the contingency argument, because sometimes they're used interchangeably and there is a distinction. So
there is, yeah. So the Kalam cosmological argument is an argument from the existence of God, from the fact that the universe began to exist. And the contingency argument is an argument for the existence of God based on the fact that the universe is dependent on God right now. So the Kalam cosmological argument says 14 billion years ago, there was a Big Bang, the universe began to exist. It needs something to happen. The contingency argument says right now, everything in the universe is dependent. It needs something to make it the way that it is. And so the Kalam cosmological argument is actually, it wasn't, it didn't, the reason it's actually, it didn't exist in the Western tradition, because in the Western philosophical tradition, Thomas Aquinas and Maimonides, the preeminent Jewish theologian, both of them, they believed that you cannot prove that the universe began to exist on philosophical grounds. The Muslims, they disagreed. And so they made philosophical arguments for the beginning of the universe that have nothing to do with science. And so William Lane Craig, he, in 1979, he published his book called The Kalam Cosmological Argument. And he introduced a new argument into Western philosophy, because they had this argument didn't exist. And the reason why he did that was because the discovery of the Big Bang, it raised questions about the existence of God. And so he used the tools of the Muslim theologians around the beginning of the universe and its relation to the existence of God to force a conversation around this. And he brought in many new discussions like set theory, the theory of time, and quantum physics, and he had debates. And so it's the most widely debated argument for the existence of God in philosophical literature. But he makes a number of mistakes. And I actually have a series on the Basira channel called God's Cosmos, in which next one is coming out tomorrow. He's affected by the Trinity, and he does things that are not correct. But that's basically the difference between the two arguments. And in our tradition, we would say that the Kalam cosmological argument returns to the contingency argument, because and that's actually my there's a video coming out tomorrow where I'll explain that, inshallah, on the Basira channel.
Right. SubhanAllah. So would it be accurate to say that the contingency argument focuses on the dependency relationship, and the Kalam cosmological, it focuses more on the causal relationship?
So the first is correct. Contingency depends on a dependency relationship. The second one, it is the Kalam cosmological argument focuses on the fact that an actual infinite is impossible. That's the focus of it. It says that it's not possible for an infinite quantity of time to have elapsed. Therefore, the universe began to exist. And then from there, when the universe begins to exist, it passes the baton to the contingency argument, because the universe began to exist, and the thing that made it exist could not have begun to exist. The same line of reasoning.
Correct. Okay. So in contingency argument, would it be okay to grant the infinite regress? Because sometimes I see these philosophical discussions, and people get too stuck on the infinite regress. So from my perspective, contingency argument sort of like bypasses all of that. You can grant them infinite regress, and you can say regardless you have a dependency relationship. So I think it's a bit stronger argument as compared to the Kalam cosmological argument or the other arguments where people get too stuck on the, at least that's what I've actually noticed.
I agree. There's actually two kinds of infinite regress. The first kind of infinite regress is in the Kalam cosmological argument. That is an infinite regress of temporal events. So in the Kalam cosmological argument, you have time 1, time 2, time 3, time 4, time 5 times, you keep on going, and you're saying that these times you can't have an infinite quantity of time. But these moments in time, they're not related through a dependency relationship. And proving the impossibility of this is more difficult than proving the impossibility of having thing 1 depending on something else, which is what we did. And so this is an infinite regress of dependencies. But the impossibility of an infinite regress of dependencies is very simple to see. It's really intuitive, and as you observed. And so that's why I think that it's this argument that should be focused on, and not the other one is like it's fashionable because of the Big Bang, and in modern science.
Yeah, I suppose it depends on the individual you're speaking to as well. Some people find the contingency argument to be, I don't know, much more something that they can grasp easily. Some find the Kalam cosmological argument to be much easier to understand. But they do work, both work, I've applied them both in the field, and alhamdulillah, they both work with different audiences, maybe different. But yeah, the contingency arguments kind of, it's pretty good, I would say, alhamdulillah. Right, shall we open up for the Q&A if you guys are ready?
Sure.
Okay, so brothers and sisters and our guests who are viewing this live right now, we're going to put up the link for you to come to the panel and ask your questions, inshallah. Do bear in mind we're going to give preference to the atheists, as this is a topic for the atheists mainly, and it's something that will benefit everyone, the Q&A, inshallah. But we will call the theists and the Muslims and the non-Muslims once we have, the atheists have had the opportunity to ask the questions, inshallah. So I'm just going to pin the link. Yeah, it's been pinned now. So if there are any atheists in the live stream, please do join using the link that has been pinned to the live chat. Yeah, I mean, is there anything else you want to ask Brother Fawad in the meantime while the guests are joining?
No, subhanallah, I think the Sheikh did a fantastic job.
Yeah. Do you, Sheikh, if somebody asks you about the pros and cons of this argument, what would you say?
Of the contingency argument?
Yeah.
I don't believe there's a con. It just has pros. I think that it's just.
It's a very solid argument, to be honest with you, and like what Brother Hashim was saying, it all depends on who you're talking to. And yes, I have felt that people find it difficult to grasp when you actually talk to them about the contingency argument. It takes a moment to sink in, especially if you're using the terms contingent and necessary.
Yeah.
So sometimes I use dependent and independent. Think of it like that.
That's a good strategy.
But even that is short of the actual definition. Like the Sheikh said, it's something that requires an explanation. Now,
Yes.
I wouldn't consider dependent coming under that definition. You see what I mean? So maybe you can use both. Make them say contingency could be that requires explanation and that is dependent. Perhaps that's a better way. Maybe it covers both.
But sometimes because of the terminology, it makes it difficult for them to follow the concept.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. How are you, Brother Mansur?
Alhamdulillah.
Welcome.
Good to see Sh.Hamzah and of course our Brother Fawad.
Welcome, Brother Mansur. Yeah, I don't know if you were listening, Mansur. We just finished the slides.
I just quickly scanned through before I joined just to see what you presented, mashallah. Contingency argument. So are you if I may ask very quickly, Sh.Hamzah, so is it the contingency argument which seems to be the best argument to use from the Quranic perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. I think it's present in many verses. It's the first of like you do contingency first, and then you do design after that, and to show God's agency and knowledge and power. And then there's a couple of other arguments that come from that, but it has to come first because it's like a reset of the way that we view the world. It's like complete tawheed. Everything needs Allah. Allah doesn't need anything, and nothing else gets to that idea as quickly.
Understood. Barakallah.
All right. So if there are any atheists in the back studio, can you please let us know in the private chat? That'll be great. And if there are any Muslims, please come later when we call the Muslims. Thank you very much. Right. So I'm just going to take this guy here. No. Right. Don't know how to say your name. Is it Provitnikov?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Yeah. Are you an atheist?
Yes, I'm an atheist.
Okay. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from London. I guess you could tell from the accent.
Right,
Am I the one not able to hear properly, Brother Fawad? Do you think?
I also can't hear him properly. Yeah, he needs to speak up a little bit or get closer to the microphone, brother.
Yeah, bring the microphone closer to you, or you get closer to the microphone, depending on your microphone.
Is it better now?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's a bit muffled, but we can hear you. Go ahead. Yeah. What's your question?
Sorry. So I'm sorry that you can't hear me very well. But my question is basically, I've been reading the Quran and just sort of trying to understand it and study it. But in the Quran, it talks about the fallibility.
Right, sorry, before you go further, do you know what the topic is about today?
Sorry, I just joined. I got a notification on YouTube that you were live, so I joined. Not to.
Yeah. So today we are discussing the best argument against atheism. So it's about the contingency argument that's mainly been discussed. Do you know anything about the contingency argument?
No, I don't have an argument from that. So maybe it's best to move on.
Okay. So why do you? What's your best argument that God doesn't exist? Because you're an atheist, right?
Yes, although I basically had another question.
We want to stick to the topic, otherwise we'll be all over the place, brother. So give us your best argument that God doesn't exist. How about that?
Or your reasons why you consider God doesn't exist, or why you consider there is no enough evidence for God's existence. It could be any of those, formulations in which you have your worldview.
More than I'm an atheist.
Yeah, you want to define what this means?
So I believe that religious institutions are there to oppress and are there as a tool of oppression, and are there as a tool of farming mankind or using mankind for individual for persons that are in control of these institutions for their own benefits.
Okay, so if these institutions didn't exist, would you then believe in God?
I can't answer that question because they do exist, but theoretically, I can't imagine what those what the world.
If your main argument is that if your main the objection is against the institutions of these religious institutions, then the question would obviously come to mind that if they didn't exist, would you then believe in God?
It really just depends on, I can't really answer that, to be honest with you.
That's not your main objection then. What is your main objection for the non-existence of God in your worldview?
So really in my worldview, the way I see it, the history of religions, the history of all these institutions and all they've been for controlling of mankind. Mm-hmm. But obviously, as far as you go back, there's always been many religions, polytheistic religions, as you call them, pagan religions. And in my opinion, they've all been there to control mankind. That's my opinion.
Okay, I didn't ask you about your opinion about the different religious worldviews, what they did. I know from history, people like Chairman Mao, who was an atheist, who killed millions of people. Does that prove
it's human nature for sure?
Yeah.
So it's
I think we've got your argument. I think we've got your argument and your reason. Let's hear Sheikh Hamza to give some feedback on your argument that you think, that gives you the basis of your non-belief in God. Yeah.
Okay. What was your name again? I forgot.
Provitnikov.
Provitnikov. Okay, so first of all, welcome. Thank you for joining, and thank you for having the courage to join us and ask a question and have a conversation with us. So I agree. I'll just start with points of agreement, because I think I agree with you that for the history of mankind, there have been a large part of the religious experience of human beings has been corrupt religious institutions that use religion for personal gain to oppress other people, and the modern world is based on a response to the corruption of the Catholic Church, and secularism, separation of church and state, all comes from this idea. And unfortunately, in our times, we have a resurgence of religious extremism in places like India and also in places like Israel, which are doing exactly this thing. So I sympathize with you, and I agree with you on that. And so I think that the confusion is that we have to separate the idea of I think that the idea in many people's minds is that if I believe in God, then I commit myself to a particular way of behavior, religious behavior. So I think a more fruitful way to proceed is to just put a pause on religious commitments, and just to say that so you don't have to that your believing in the existence of God is independent of being a Hindu or a Christian or a Jew or a Muslim. but it's a philosophical question, right? That is there a being is beyond the universe on whom everything depends or not, and that is unrelated to the fact that that there are religious institutions that use the idea of God for their own personal interests. Maybe the conclusion that I guess, like, initially as we proceed along this line, we said maybe the conclusion that we'll come to is that God exists and all these religions are wrong, or maybe we'll come to some other conclusion. But we have to take things step by step, and we have to separate the idea of God from the idea of these corrupt religious institutions. So when we do that, and the argument that I presented, I hope that you'll maybe, if you, I'll give a summary now. I'd love to hear your feedback, and then and if you can review like the detailed presentation afterwards as well, and be in touch with me. I'd love to be in touch with you. The idea is that the things in the universe, everything in the universe, it needs to be it needs something else to make it the way that it is, and everybody agrees with this. Even an atheist will agree with this. So the atheist will look at the sky and say, what made the sky blue? He'll look at the winds and say, what made the winds blow? And then we find explanations for it, and our explanations are scientific explanations. But the problem is that when we think of scientific explanations as, a closed universe, and then what we're doing is we're just explaining one thing that needs to be explained with another thing, and then that with another thing, and that with another thing. And when you do that, you haven't really explained anything at all. And that's analogous to having a line of leaning people that are all leaning on each other with nothing to lean on. They would be lying flat on the ground. And so when I look at the universe and I see that the sky is actually blue, then I see that there needs to be something that doesn't need anything, that made it that way, and that we call that an independent being. And I think that this conclusion follows, and it's independent of a particular religious belief, and it's independent of religious institutions, and then it can lead us down another line of inquiry that we can take. But this is like the first step. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. You can think about it afterwards as well. You don't have to come to a conclusion right now.
No, for sure. I guess the first thing I'll say is that I do believe that, like you say, things are connected. The world, the universe, everything is connected, even to the smallest quark and electron. They all have some kind of consciousness, in my opinion. But also, this is a similar line of reasoning that I read in the Quran, actually. So I thought that was quite interesting. But yeah, I think for me, right, where I am in my, I guess you might call it a spiritual journey, but my, I guess, understanding, I just find it hard to differentiate religion and the institutions of religion and what they are pushing, and the narratives that they are pushing, really the religions that they are trying to push on people. That's, I guess, what I find hard to differentiate, but maybe it's something for me, and maybe not something that I can find an answer for quickly, I suppose.
Yeah, okay. We can, if you'd like to kind of continue, I'd love to continue from here. Is that like, I don't so if we agree that there is, I wouldn't call it a consciousness. I think consciousness is also contingent. So its consciousness is a phenomenon that exists in the universe. It's something that cannot be explained materially, because in the material worldview of science, it's an immaterial phenomenon, and that's where we get the problem of consciousness from. But the fact that something doesn't belong to the material universe doesn't mean that it doesn't need to be explained. Consciousness is also a dependent thing, needs to be explained. So I think that what the whole thing shows is that there is something on which things depend that doesn't need anything. Then the way that I would proceed from here is I would say that there's a couple of arguments that I'm skipping just for the sake of brevity, but I would say that there was a man named Muhammad who did exist, a real man, and we know, and he claimed to be a messenger from this being, and that messenger confirmed his claim, and he confirmed his claim through miracles that were manifest to him. Among them are there's aspects of that miraculous nature in the Qur'an that we can see, but there's other physical miracles as well that can be proven historically. And through these miracles, God claimed the one who runs the universe, on whom everything depends, confirmed the claim by manifesting things that don't normally happen. And when we see somebody claiming to be a messenger from that being, and that being doing something that doesn't normally happen, then we understand that as sign language, that that being is confirming this person to be speaking on his behalf. And so he spoke on his behalf, and that's where the Quran comes from. And he didn't come to establish an institution, but he came. There's no priesthood in Islam, unlike the Catholic Church, unlike other temples. Everybody
I
has
agree
their
with
own
this.
independent relationship with God, and it's a way to live a moral life. So that would.
I agree with a lot of what you just said. And it was interesting. I hadn't heard that view that, one, that there is no priesthood in Islam, but also that, I guess the Prophet Muhammad didn't come to I don't know, I can't remember the exact term, but the idea that I had was he didn't come to actually push a religion, but to push a following of a one God. But this is where I genuinely have the struggle with Islam. It's that when I read about the history of Islam, and I read about the what happened after the Prophet's death, and firstly, for instance, all of the hadiths, and how the hadiths, there were maybe hundreds of thousands of hadiths over the time, and different Islamic states were pushing different hadiths, and then there were so many splits in the religion. And then when I read the Quran talks about the fallibility of man, and now so much of Islamic belief is passed down through man. And if the Quran is talking about the fallibility of man, then I find some of these very hard to reconcile. But I know I'm straying far from the topic, but I'm just talking about my views and the anti-theism and how I sort of got to where I am, and basically my journey really.
MashaAllah. So the hadith is I think, like, so I've studied the science of hadith. I teach it as well, and the hadith is there's people present that phenomenon in different ways. So I'll just describe to you the way that I would present the phenomenon that it was taught to me, and then if you like, we can discuss it further. But essentially, it's this idea that when the Prophet he left this world, he left guidance for people, and his followers, they understood that that in order for them to succeed in their life after death, they have to live their life according to his guidance. They have to deal with other people according to his guidance. They have to worship God according to his guidance. And so, because that was so important to their lives, they went and they learned from people who had met the Prophet, eyewitnesses. And in his last farewell pilgrimage that he made, there were about 100,000 companions who made his final pilgrimage with him. They watched everything, and so he filled the Arabian Peninsula with people who had seen and heard things from him. And these people, in the succeeding generations, they wanted to learn about him, so they learned it from a very large number of different people. And then in the next generation, they wanted to learn, and they learned, but they didn't just learn in the way, for example, the Gospel of Matthew, right? So the Gospel of Matthew, we don't know. We find a manuscript somewhere, and it says Gospel according to Matthew, and we find another manuscript. We don't know who wrote it. we'd compare, and we do like a comparison, textual criticism, and even if we can come to some kind of a confidence regarding the original copy, we don't know who Matthew was. We don't know who he studied with, who he learned with. But what we find in the Islamic tradition, the Hadith tradition, is that the people, there's a very large number of people in every generation that are learning from eyewitnesses, a very large number of eyewitnesses in the previous generation, who are transmitting from a very large number of eyewitnesses in the previous generation. And that's where the Hadith literature comes from. So in the Hadith literature, when we open it up, you find a chain of transmission from the author of that book, and there's chains of transmission from that author. Actually, it's mass transmitted. There's so many people, you don't even need a chain of transmission. And the identities of these people are known, their birth dates are known, their death dates are known, their mistakes are known, and there's contradictions between the Hadith and that you mentioned. And for us, that's a good thing, because what it shows is that when the scholars who wrote down these Hadiths, they presented the way that they were transmitted, and they said that here are the people, here are their identities, here are the various things. You work out like who made a mistake, who didn't make a mistake. And there are some things that have been very clearly transmitted, and there's other things that haven't been as clearly transmitted, and that leads to disagreements regarding the historical what really happened in history. Hadith is actually, it was never the result of a state enterprise. Most scholars of Hadith, they were against the state. So one of the most famous scholars of Hadith, his name is Ahmad ibn Hanbal, and he was imprisoned and beaten for his positions. And so the Hadith movement is a popular movement of people who were unpaid. They were not hired by anyone. They actually, like all of these thousands of these scholars, when we read about their biographies, they gave up, they traveled large distances, they sold all their belongings, they live in poverty. There's a famous story that I often tell my students about. There's somebody who was writing a hadith, because what they would do is they would go and they would meet somebody in person. So hadith is never transmitted as like, I found a book, but you have to meet somebody and you have to hear from him. You have to write it down, and there's a comparison process, and then there's hundreds of other people who are doing this. There's books that are written on traveling, al-rihla fi ilm al-hadith, traveling. So it's actually a very unique historical phenomenon that is not present in any other religious tradition. So the Muslims, they like to say that the isnad system, isnad is like the chain of testimonial eyewitnesses, is a unique phenomenon of Islam, and it's a sign that the religion has been preserved. So I can recommend a book for you to read as well, if you'd like to find out more about this. And I'd love to be in further contact with you as well. My email address is hamza@basiraeducation.org, and you can email me or email info@basiraeducation as well, and we can be in touch as well. So can I recommend a book for you?
Definitely. Thank you very much. I won't take up any more of your time, but I appreciate all of your thoughts and your views, and I'll definitely reach out to you, Hamza. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for joining.
Sheikh, what was the book that you wanted to recommend?
It's called Hadith Literature by Muhammad Zubair Siddiqui, and it's there's a version of it that's published by Islamic Text Society that has been edited. It's a really good book. It's a really good introduction. So
yeah. Jazakallah khairan.
Yeah.
They're not audible. Am I audible?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. Yeah. What's your name?
Logical Philosopher.
Okay. And where are you calling from?
India.
India. You're an atheist?
Yeah, agnostic atheist.
Okay. Go ahead. You got a question?
Yeah, so I wanted to know about the proof of God.
You've been listening to the stream?
Yeah, I was listening to this stream. Not
Right.
whole stream, but I have listened and gone through one argument which was presented, which was around the contingency argument, that
And
everything in universe is contingent, everything that is contingent need a necessary being, that one. Yeah.
okay, for some reason your audio seems to like come and go. I don't know if the mic is okay or you're close to the mic. So what are your thoughts based on what Sh.Hamzah Karamali mentioned about the contingency argument? What are your thoughts so far?
Yeah. So I have few. I want to understand about few things. Uh, uh,
Sorry, we can barely
so
hear you. You need to fix your microphone.
Brother, you're cutting in and out. Can you check your microphone?
I think it's a connection. There's a
yeah,
connection
am I
issue.
audible? Am I audible?
Yeah, it's still got a connection issue.
We can hear you, but it's not very clear. So it's coming, voice comes and goes. So it's not very clear. It's going to be difficult for us to follow what you were saying. So do you want to just rejoin perhaps, or fix your audio setup?
Yeah, sure. Let me. Okay, cool. Let me try to read it.
Okay.
Are you on your phone? Oh, he's left. Okay. All right. We got Prassun here, our regular Hindu viewer.
Hi.
Hi, Prassun. How are you doing?
Hi. How are you? How's everyone?
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks. You're sleeping already. What's the time?
I'm not sleeping, but yeah, nowadays I talk to you guys just before going to sleep. So
Okay.
yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
I know you come from a Hindu background. You believe in God, so I don't know if this
Sure.
topic is something in line with. But go ahead. Yeah. What do you wanted to ask or
No, sure,
comment?
sure.
Perhaps?
Of course. I did listen to Hamza. I mean, I didn't listen to all of it, but I think the major difference in how in Islam you reach to the idea of divinity, and in how in Hinduism we reach to the idea of divinity, that is a major difference that we have, and that's how the various belief systems, we have the difference in the belief systems. And yeah. Can you? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's how the different belief systems have evolved, and whereas in Islam, I think it's a historic event that defines the belief in divinity, the arrival of the prophet, and those sequences. Whereas for us, it's more of a philosophical inquiry, and the search or the inquiry into the nature of reality, which we kind of try to give a certain form, give certain write it down in a certain way and manner, which forms up the thesis as to how we achieve our idea of divinity. So that's the two contradicting, or rather the two the two different perspectives that we have of divinity.
But the Hindus
So
believe in
as far as
you believe in the coming of people who want to bring in morality, like the avatar of Ram and Krishna and so on.
yeah, so the avatars theory and so on and so forth comes only after once you establish the idea of divinity. So there's the story part,
linked.
the Quranic part.
Are they not linked?
The
Because
story part.
the avatars will tell you about the divine nature and so on.
The avatars are supposed to re-establish the ideas of dharma, because the dharma is already defined. Dharma is already, we're clear what the dharma is.
How is it
But
defined?
the avatars,
Either from a scripture or from the avatars.
there are multiple ways.
Yeah.
So there are multiple ways. One of them is, of course, the the philosophical idea of the dharma, which is embodied in the Vedas, right? So the Vedas tell us, they give us a certain perspective as to why there is a cause and effect relation in the world. So that's the philosophical part. Other than that, there's the Shastriya definition, the Shastras, which are the ritual part. So all the rituals that we have, those tell us on how we can carry out dharma in our day-to-day lives. And these shastras are again, the Quranic stories that we have. They explain as to why the shastras must be followed. So that's a 3-step method. Other than that, there are certain people who are.
It's still similar.
Sorry?
Look, if you consider the Vedas, and we would
Yeah.
consider the Quran as the
Right.
primary book in Islam. So
Right.
it's not very different.
Do you have a question though? I'm just wondering, so I don't agree with the distinction, but do you have a question? Like, what's your question?
I mean, but if you could, if you could tell me how you don't agree with the distinction, so that'll still be a good. Tell me. Oh, so if you could tell me yeah.
So I would the first thing is I would contend that that our idea of God also it is, we believe in God not because the Prophet told us to believe in God. The Prophet reminded us of God. He reminded us of the existence of God, and it was already known. So when he came to Mecca, then Mecca was a polytheistic society, much like Hinduism, and people they had an idea of God, and there were among them also people who were monotheistic, and they used their minds to come to the conclusion of monotheism. Just like within Hinduism, there will be a monotheistic tradition. But he said that, so he corrected rationally their idea of God, and he said that the other, that you can come to an idea of God using the mind, but after that, the things that you do based on that, like your dharma or the moral code and all of those things, they also needs to be taught to you by God. And so you have to have a way of knowing that the person who is telling you something from God is really genuinely from God, and he hasn't made it up. So I think that in Hinduism, a priest or a yogi or whoever it is, like he claims to have mystical experience. He might claim to be an avatar, but how do you verify that what he is saying is really from him and that he's not making it up in order to gain followers or so we have to be open-minded. So we have to be open to that possibility.
I'm here to, and of course, I'm here to discuss that. So the Vedas. So there is dharma. There's dharma, which is it's self-evident, and then there are the Vedas, which are the. Sorry.
So how is the dharma self-evident?
Dharma is anything that would have to be anything that the definition of dharma itself is that which leads that which is the natural order of things. Okay, so we're not defining dharma for.
I guess historically, like the caste system was part of the dharma. Like there was wrongs that happened through it, right? So, and I think like we'd all agree like that was like that was problematic.
So we'll come to that. Yeah. So dharma is self-evident, right? Like everything has a dharma. Like sun has a dharma, the animals have a dharma, insects have a dharma, rain has a dharma, sea has a dharma, planets, gravity has a dharma, cosmos has a dharma. So that's the self-evident thing that that the order of things that which exists beforehand. But when it comes to human dharma, we are rishis. They tapped into these codes of the world, the patterns of the world, and they have presented to us these ideas in the Vedas, which are philosophical ideas. Of course, when I say philosophical idea, it means that this is a perspective that they've put across. Other than that, you're welcome to agree to it, and also you're welcome to not agree to it. For example, the Buddhist method or the Jain method, or there are other shamanic methods, Ajivika methods. These are other methods of dharma which are equally valid. But because I'll stick to the Vedic school because I come from the Vedic school of thought, and therefore I'll stick to it. And of course, there are.
Hold on, Prassun, bro. Brother Prassun, pay attention to his question. Yeah. His question was how did you verify it? You're giving us a history lesson, which is appreciated, but he said, how did you verify it?
Right.
How did you verify the guru's claims?
Yeah. So yeah, of course. verify it by how it stands by our philosophy, how it stands by our philosophical ideas. Let's say when I put forward my Vedic philosophical idea, do these practices and these stories, do they comply with our Vedic philosophy? Okay, that's as simple as that. If anything, so for that matter, let's say a tribe which is not even Hindu, or which is not even in India, or maybe some remote tribe within India, if its practices are in alignment with the Vedic idea, it is still valid for us. It's so that's why there are many tribes which actually are remote tribes, but are still nowadays they consider themselves Hindu, or they have joined Hinduism, because philosophically they have they are already in alignment with the Hindu ideology or the Vedic ideology.
Yeah, but the question is,
whereas,
the thing is, in Hindu philosophy, you can also be an atheist and be Hindu, right?
as long as you are within the Vedic framework.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a valid
exactly.
path to moksha, to basically be not believing in
no.
God.
So atheism, okay. In Hinduism, we do not have a concept of atheism, because atheism is nirishwarvad, which is disbelief in creator.
No, atheism in Hinduism is those people who reject the Vedas.
Sorry, okay.
Atheism within Hinduism are those people who reject the teachings of the Vedas.
Yeah, Gnostics.
For example, I'll give you one example. Buddha, who basically Buddhism don't believe in God as such. They believe in enlightenment of the self. However, many Hindus would consider Buddha to be the 9th avatar of Vishnu.
There's a confusion over there. There's a major confusion.
I know, that's what I'm saying, but it is a valid
because
view.
The Hindus, the Buddha that we consider God is different from Gautam Buddha. Buddha is only a state of being, and the Hinduism.
I'm talking about the 9th avatar.
Yeah, so 9th avatar of Vishnu, the 9th avatar of Vishnu is different from Gautam Buddha. So the Gautam
so who is
Buddha
the 9th avatar? Who is that
Buddha? He's a different Buddha. Is the Buddha avatar, Bhagwan Buddha. There's difference.
Yeah, but they call him Bhagwan. It's the same Buddha.
No, it's not the same Buddha.
It is.
Buddha
you
is
ask
only
many of the Hindu philosophers and scholars, they'll say we are so inclusive that we include even Buddha, because he had such beautiful teachings.
A lot of people are missing this. Missing. And in fact, a lot of even historians mess up this point, because Bhagwan Buddha and Gautam Buddha are two different people. Bhagwan Buddha was born in a Brahmin family. Gautam Buddha was born in a Kshatriya family. Bhagwan Buddha was born in Bihar. Gautam Buddha was born in Nepal. There are a whole lot of differences that we have. I mean, they're given in the Puranas. So we do respect Gautam Buddha also, but as a saint or as a philosopher. But Bhagwan Buddha is as a Buddha avatar is part of the Quranic lineage. So
I mean, this is the first time I'm hearing from you, but most of them, they say that it's the same Buddha.
I mean, of course, you can research on this. I mean,
but anyway, look, the topic today is about atheism. So if someone, for example, if I were to ask you, Prassun, based on your philosophy, based on your ideology, who is the ultimate God for you?
Right. So this is what I initially wanted to talk about. Today I didn't want to get into the Quranic aspect. Today I'll skip the Quranic aspect just for the explanation of the philosophical part of the Vedic philosophy part, right? So today we'll not talk about stories. Today we'll not talk about.
No, we are talking about the ultimate God. I mean, whoever that is.
Yeah, we'll only talk about
Who is the ultimate God for you, based on your worldview?
Yeah. So the ultimate reality is Brahma. The Brahma is the ultimate reality,
and ultimate God,
everything that we. Sorry,
there's a difference. Ultimate God and ultimate reality are two different.
So God, I'll tell you, because God comes much later in our theology. God comes much later, because first we establish truth and the nature of truth, and the nature of truth, as we say, is Brahma, and eventually
how do you establish it? Like, I'm curious. Like, how do you establish?
Right.
So, how do you establish it, and what does it mean?
Yeah, exactly. So basically, when we look at the world, we scrape back the underlying reality. When we see the world is made up of a certain physical reality, and then the physical reality is, of course, only one layer of reality. There's a much wider spectrum of reality that exists. So what we do is we look at more subtle levels of existence, and what we say is that this multiplicity in the world, that the diversity, can only be born from much more simpler and simpler causes, because every effect has a cause, and therefore when you start peeling back causes, ultimately you reach to a point of zero, right? Which because every complexity, let's say something that exists in something that exists in force can with something that exists with 4 factors can be caused with something with less than, can arise only out of an interaction of less than 4 factors. It cannot be arising out of more than 4 factors. Are you getting me with that? Are you getting me with that? What I mean over there? Let's say a larger number of causes. A larger number of causes cannot create a lower number of effects. A larger number of effects can only be caused by a lower number of causes. So therefore, we go on simplifying the nature of reality. Ultimately, when we reach zero, that zero is the Brahma that we talk about, which means that it's the encapsulation of everything that exists in the world. And in that Brahm state, you and I are not different. We are the same, and we are just one. We are all part of that one single Brahma. And of course, the moment we acknowledge that,
okay,
next
I think
comes.
Prassun, sorry, we are going to digress from the topic. I'm going to
Yeah.
bring the other logical philosopher. Is it okay if I put you in the back studio for now?
Sure. In fact, if I think that I leave it for today, then
Can I respond just a little bit before we bring some?
Yeah,
I
sure,
just want to I just want to. So I think that what the contingency argument that I showed at the beginning, there are some similarities between what you said and this contingency argument. I believe that that Hinduism, the origin of it, there was a prophet that was sent to the people of India, just like the Prophet Muhammad was sent to the people of Mecca, but his message was forgotten, and there were remnants of reasoning that remained. And let me just describe my perspective. You can
Sure.
and so then and then those remnants of reasoning, that's the result of the similarities that we see. So one of the similarities that we see is that you believe in a being that is beyond the physical world, and so we also believe in a being that is beyond the physical world, right? So that's a similarity, but the way that we arrive at that is different. So the way that I described was that we reflect on the things in the universe, and we don't do like a reduction of causes, but what we actually see is that the things in the universe, that when the sun is shining, it is actually the being on whom everything depends that is directly making the sun shine. It's not something else and then something else and gradual reduction. So we call that that's an example of what we call that's a sign of polytheism. That's shirk. That there's some kind of strength that is ascribed to things in the universe that's not there. And when you reflect on the contingency argument, you can see that. And so the things in the universe are zeros, and God is the only one, and everything depends directly on Him. So I think like that would be like the main. And then there's and the other thing is that the thing that you describe, it's something that would be a mystical claim that is made by a guru. He'd say that I did this, I experienced this, and so you do this and you should experience it too, but you don't know whether he experienced it. And I think, in my opinion, like most people who follow him, they've never experienced anything. They're just like imagining they're following this and it sounds really nice, and it could just be a big wild goose chase, So the way to figure out that we have to use our minds to see that God exists, and then we need to be able to evaluate the claim of somebody to be speaking on behalf of God. And that is that's the role of prophets and messengers. They're sent by God, and so we don't need to do like we don't need to do this philosophy that is actually just imaginations. It's not so when you say, for example, of course it's self-evident. Well, it's to the vast majority of people in the world, it's not self-evident. And when the reason why you're saying it's self-evident is because you're saying you're skipping the idea that it needs to be proven. And so there's a whole bunch of assumptions that are being taken without proof. And so it's what we need to do is to prove the existence of God and then evaluate the Prophet ﷺ as being a genuine messenger. And then now we know that everything that we're receiving is actually from him. And so I think these are the salient differences. and then if Hashim, you want to take someone else, you can.
Yeah, I was going
actually
to
I
take
have
the
to,
other guy who lost his connection or who had a poor connection. I was
Is
going to say,
he
Prassun,
I have
maybe
to
we
go
can-
in like 5 minutes, so
Okay.
I will, but it's a really like I'm going very reluctantly.
Oh,
but
okay. So
Inshallah, next time we'll
yeah.
continue.
everybody is. So will he be coming in? Will the other person be coming in, or do I have some time before that?
I'm going to, because he was here earlier, he had a poor connection, so we told him
see.
to rejoin. So you
Is
can stay in the back studio. If there's time, inshallah, we'll
Okay,
discuss
fine.
with you.
I'll yeah.
Yeah?
Fine.
Okay. Logical Philosopher. Hope your connection's okay now.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, you are. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So the argument which is presented perhaps seems appealing, but I think that it is fundamentally flawed and failed to establish its conclusion. So first of all, it is presented like fact one, that everything in the universe is contingent. Firstly, labeling this fact is questionable. It's a broad philosophical assertion. While many things within universe certainly appear contingent, like ourselves, but we definitely say everything is. This is questionable. So what do you say about the fundamental laws of physics or total energy within the universe, which
What is
science
not
tells us is
contingent?
conserved?
I think you need to point out to us specifically what universe is not contingent.
Yeah, so let me actually
So-
like if I could like just take that. So this is a so two things. So first of all, in order for the argument to work, all that you need is one contingent thing, because even if theoretically, like if so Hashim's point is taken that you actually that you should show one non-contingent thing. I'll talk about the laws of nature in a second, but all you need is one contingent thing, and then you can see that contingent thing needs a necessary being to make it exist. So the claim of everything is not needed to prove the argument. However, the person who I'm speaking to might have a different background than you. The person I'm speaking to is a materialist, a scientific materialist. So a scientific materialist, he actually believes that the physical universe is everything that exists. So he makes a positive claim about everything in the universe. And he says that everything in the universe consists of mass, energy, and space-time. And if that's true, if it's true that everything in the universe consists of mass, energy, and space-time, then mass, energy, and space-time are all contingent phenomena, and they're changing, and they're so that actually you can make the claim in that context that everything in the universe is contingent. As for the laws of nature, the laws of nature are descriptions, they're patterns, they're mathematical patterns, and people they make a mistake. So for example, F equals ma, right? The force that is required to accelerate an object is proportional to its mass. So this is a mathematical equation, F equals ma. So people look at the mathematical equation, they say, oh, like that means it's necessary, it's not contingent. But that's not true, because the mathematical equation is a description of contingent phenomena. So Galileo, he called mathematics the language of science. So it just so happens that we can mathematically describe things that are contingent. So if you look at the things that are contingent, the mass and the energy and the forces, all of those things, they are contingent. The only thing is that it happens to be like a mathematical description, but that's a pattern. It's a pattern. And actually, with modern quantum physics, the universe is indeterministic, where the contingency has become even more plain for people to see. And Newtonian mathematical descriptions of the universe are no longer believed to really apply to the universe when you look at it at a small scale. And so that's actually that's why most scientists they don't believe that anymore. But that would be like my response to that thing. And I think like everything in the universe, so there are contingent things, and I believe everything is contingent. And but you don't have to believe that everything is contingent. But if you believe in science, then you are committed to that view. And if you think that there's something non-contingent, then you can point it out. But maybe the thing that you're imagining is God, and so then case closed, and we've already reached our conclusion.
You know, Sheikh, I wanted to add something to that. This is all with the assumption of universal constants in order to test these contingent things with the descriptors, right? So like the equation that you brought to the table while you were away praying Maghrib, one of the things that caught my attention during your lecture was in regards to these descriptors like E equals MC squared, relying on universal constants, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to calculate this stuff out anyway. But even those universal constants indeed are contingent, because the laws that where did they come from? Where did the actual box come from so that we can standardize in order to conduct the calculation? Is this a sound way of viewing things?
I think, yeah, I'm not sure. But I think that constants are just relations. They're relations between the contingent things in the universe. And the laws of nature are descriptions of the behavior of contingent things. So there's actually no such thing as a law of nature. Like, it's not like, you know, I can say that, well, there's the sun and there's the moon and there's this. And where's the law of nature? I can't point at it. It's just, law of nature is just my description of how these contingent things, they relate to each other. And even constants are descriptions of relations. So
I think that's the other side of the equation. At least for me, that's how my brain is linking the two together. And I think what's happening with many of our atheist friends is they skip that point, and then they just accept the descriptor to be the actual cause when it's not the cause, right? So it's and again, logical philosopher, this may not be the case with you, but if you're just skipping a step, it's critical to a comprehensive understanding, brother. So like, I'll pass the mic back over to Logical so he can give you a reply.
Yeah. So you have assumed. So do you have any proof that fundamental fabric of universe, matter, energy, space, time, or fundamental laws must be contingent? Do you have any specific proof for this?
So I think that scientists, I'm working with what the scientists say. So scientists believe that the universe consists of mass, energy, and space-time.
Do you have any specific study or peer-reviewed paper which says that matter, space-time, and fundamental laws must be contingent?
I think the question is
it's a self-evident fact. So because space-time is expanding, it's part of the Big Bang theory that space-time is expanding, and anything that's expanding is changing. It's contingent, and mass and energy are constantly changing forms. So we study like a basic, like, secondary school education. You'll learn that energy changes from one form to another. These aren't things that you need a peer-reviewed paper to prove. Like, these are things that are basic facts that anybody with a science education knows, that mass changes, energy changes, atoms, there's chemical reactions. What's a chemical reaction? A chemical reaction is a change in mass, you know, in the matter of the universe. So the atoms and molecules are constantly changing. If you go down at the quantum level, the very electron, it's a wave that is in constant flux. So change and difference is at the very, it's in the fabric of the universe. And for someone to say you need a peer-reviewed paper to prove it means that they don't understand anything about science. I mean, like, this is like a basic self-evident fact, and nobody disagrees with this. Like, there's no, like, I can't imagine how somebody could disagree with the fact that the things in the universe are contingent. It's not even a point of contention. Science becomes impossible. What does it mean for the universe not to be contingent? It means everything is brute fact. It means you look at the sky, you say that there's no reason why the sky is blue, it's just blue. It means you look at wind is blowing, there's no reason why it's just blowing. Like, it's an absurd way to look at the universe. Like, this first fact, it's so self-evident, like, I can't even, like, explain it. Like, you know, like, there's no basis to say this. Like, it's not even a, you know, like a.
So I think you're doing the begging the question of fallacy. You're assuming anything that change must be contingent, but that's exactly what you are supposed to prove, not assume.
So what is your definition? Logical. Just one
So
second. What
you
is your
must
definition
know
of
why change or expansion logically rule out metaphysical necessity here. How we
what is,
can rule out
when
that.
when something changes, it needs something to make it change, and that is what it means for it to be contingent.
I want to know what's logical's definition of contingent. Logical, can you give us a logical definition of what is contingent according to your worldview?
Hello.
Yeah, did you hear the question?
What's your definition of
Can you repeat those?
contingency? Yeah, what is your definition of contingency? What is contingent in your understanding? How would you define it?
So from the theistic world of view, something that does not have basically contingent means something that does not have to exist, but it could have been different or not existed at all.
What? Something that does not have to
the
exist.
way that we define contingent was,
So-
it means
so-
that something, it could have been, it needs something to make it how it is.
So, my definition of normal contingent, it could have been existed or it could not have been existed, but
That's not the way in which I'm using the term. It's not about how it could have been. It's about how it is.
Mhm.
So when I look at the things in the universe, I see that they need something to make them the way that they are, and it's an immediate metaphysical perception that I have. I see that the sun needs something to make it shine. The sky needs something to make it blue, and that neediness, that's what I mean by contingency. And that is something that everybody admits, even the scientist. So I'm not talking about like logical possibilities and all of those things.
Yeah. Well, logical, where did you get your definition from?
So-
That something that doesn't exist can also be contingent. Where did you get this?
It is articulated in that by some people who make the contingency argument. It's not the correct way to articulate it. Like
Yeah, but the Sheikh is saying that he gave you a definition. If you're going to refute it from his perspective, the way how he defines it.
Okay, sure. So is it possible, or is there any logical contradiction in saying that something existed necessarily while also having dynamic properties or undergoing change? Is there any logical contradiction in that?
Yes, there is. Yeah, there
What is
is,
that?
because when we say that something is, what we mean by something being necessary, it means that it doesn't need anything to make it the way that it is. Meaning that it's not caused by anything else. But if something is changing, then it needs something to change it, to make it the way that it is. So something that is undergoing a dynamic process is contingent. It's in need of explanation. So the necessary being is something that is not in need of explanation. It doesn't depend on anything.
So basically, so these are two different statements. So we are saying that necessity, what's necessity say? It is about whether something exists, or like it is about it should exist. But why we are confusing it with the state? Basically, it's why it should be fixed in a fixed state. It could have dynamically, fundamentally changing itself also, right? Why we are saying that it should be fixed in a fixed state?
We are looking at the changing things in the universe, and we're seeing that they need something to make them the way that they are. And then we see that the thing that made them the way that they are cannot be something that needs anything. And so if it doesn't need anything,
Can you show
it
me
cannot undergo change.
logical contradiction step by step in my sentence? What was the logical contradiction in that? I still didn't able to understand actually.
Tell me the statement that a necessary being undergoes a dynamic process. Is that the statement?
So what I said, that is it possible that there is a necessary being which is having a dynamic properties, or it can undergo changes. It can have some dynamic properties. It can fundamentally changing itself also.
Right.
What is the contradiction in this?
Yeah. Okay. So the contradiction is, so this is a statement that is a contradiction in terms, meaning that you're saying A is not A. So a necessary being is a being that does not need, that's not in need of anything. Whereas something that undergoes a dynamic process and changes is in need of something. So, so saying that something that doesn't need anything, that is in need of something, is a contradiction in terms, and that's where the contradiction arises.
Still, you're confusing. So necessary existence is whether something exists or not, and its immutable nature or properties whether they can. So this is not following.
So
It is not
I guess
coming
like
in
maybe the
any
confusion
logic.
is like you're using the term necessity in a different way than I am, just like you were using contingency in a different way than I am.
What is your definition of necessity then? Can you please explain?
So, something that is that is necessary is something that it doesn't depend on anything else. It doesn't need to be made how it is by anything else, by anything. It doesn't need anything. It's independent. And something that is contingent is something that needs something. It needs an explanation, and so it's dependent. And so you have to. So I think that there's been a the way that the contingency argument is articulated now. It goes into the possible worlds, semantics, logical possibilities. I think that's flawed. And so if your objections are coming from that, then I would probably agree with your objections. But you have to define the terms in this way. If they're defined in this way, then it's a sound argument, and the statement becomes contradictory.
So what I am thinking here is, you can correct me. What I'm thinking, you're assuming, or you can present me any fact that you're assuming that changing is equals to dependent. Is it?
I'm not assuming, but I am perceiving that if something changes, it needs something
perceiving
to make it. It needs something.
So
if something
your
changes,
statements were fact. Your statements were fact. How you can prove that something changing is equals to dependent? Can you, how you can prove this?
There's
really quickly, if I may.
There's two kinds of knowledge. There's one kind of knowledge that requires argument to be proven, and there's other kinds of knowledge that does not require an argument. It's self-evident. And if there weren't self-evident knowledge, then we could never know anything. So my claim is that the fact that something changes, we know without needing an argument, we perceive that it needs something to make it change. Just as when I look at the sun that's shining, you say to me, prove to me that the sun is shining. I say, I can see it. And so you say, no, prove to me. I say, no, I don't need to prove it to you. I can see it. So I can. So my claim is that, and so if somebody disagrees with that, then I guess like we disagree. but
Sheikh, if I may, to help him, because here's what he's doing. He's actually not picking a position, and he's making you argue yourself. So rather than that, why don't you give us an alternative, logical philosopher? What's the alternative if something is not causing it to change? You only have a couple choices.
Can you repeat your question? I didn't understood.
Yes, what you're doing is you're applying rhetoric, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward the Sheikh's patience, but you're forcing the Sheikh to argue against himself and strengthen your own position because you're not picking a position. So pick a position. What is your explanation?
I'm not doing it. I am not doing any positive claim.
Yes, you did. You're saying that there is no creator is a positive claim. Okay. So
when did I say there is no creator?
That's why I'm asking you, what is your position? So we stop going around in circles. If the change is not being made by something, then what is your position, sir?
Yeah, so let me explain. So there was a claim presented by Hamza sir that something which is changing should be dependent. So what I am saying that, prove me this. You're assuming this. I don't know whether this is true or not. So I am an agnostic atheist. What my position is, I have not seen any evidence of God yet, so I lack belief in God. So this is what my position is. So
No
this
problem,
is what my
sir.
position is.
What would you consider as evidence, sir? What's your criteria for evidence?
So it depends upon what are the properties of your God. If you are saying my God is metaphysical, then I will be okay with the logical and rational proof. If you are saying it has some effects on universe and it interacts within universe, then you need to show me some effects which can be needed, which should need some scientific facts also, or scientific proofs also.
Okay, sir. So this is another contradiction in terms. You said you want scientific facts for the interaction of a metaphysical being. So again, this is why the Sheikh had told you, sir. This is why the Sheikh had told you that you need to get a proper definition of terms, including the basics of fundamental truths that are self-evident. So this is what he presented to you. Now he had to properly define contingency. He had to properly define self-evidence to you. So I think what's going on is, and I mean this with all due respect, is that you believe that you're actually conducting some form of philosophical thought, but you're doing this pseudo-philosophical thing where you're just passing the buck back to the person that actually has the knowledge. And while he's trying to educate you on it, you're not accepting anything that he's saying. You're saying, I want peer-reviewed papers for self-evident truths. This is an absurdity, sir. This is absolutely
No, this
absurd.
is not absurd. If someone is claiming something, I can ask for proofs.
That's fine. I think I can help out to speed along the process since the Sheikh has to actually go. From what I understood, look, the way we defined, or the way the Sheikh defined contingent things are things that need explanation from outside for why they are or how they are, correct? Necessary is the complete opposite side of the coin. What you are doing is you created a third category. At least that's what you're proposing, right? You're saying that what if there's a necessary existence that goes through change and that is responsible for its own change? Am I correct? Did I steelman you correctly?
Okay. Yeah,
I'm asking.
You can present your case. You can present your case.
No, he doesn't want to straw man you. He wants to steel man you. So he's asking, does everything that he's saying, is everything that he said sound?
Yeah, okay.
Not just okay. So you're agreeing with everything that he's putting forth, yes?
So can you repeat it again?
Okay. So Sheikh, I think what he's trying to do is, to summarize, you basically created a third category where you're terming this thing, okay, a necessary existence, but you're saying it could go through change. However, it does not need an outside explanation for it. It could be its own explanation for going through that change, correct?
Okay. Let me explain it again.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, Sheikh presented that something which is changing should be dependent. What I'm saying is, can you prove me this is true? This is a fact. I am not sure about this is fact or not. I'm asking him whether you have any proof or not for this.
Sir, the Sheikh had told you that it is a self-evident truth. You cannot provide evidence to the contrary. Therefore, this is begging
the
question fallacy. You're assuming.
So if you see something changing, like, don't you, like, for example, like if you were to see like the wind is blowing, or that the cup of tea became cold, then are you saying that you would say that it doesn't need any explanation? Is that what you're claiming? Or
So you are saying that everything which we are seeing around us is necessarily should be basically you are saying that this is a fact. It is applied everywhere in the universe. You are saying this. For this we need a proof. Your induction.
That's why I asked you at the beginning, logical. That's the reason I asked you at the very beginning. Can you show me a single thing that is not contingent in the universe that we know of so far?
So this is So this you are putting burden of proof on me.
No. You're making the claim.
there's-
You're the one making the claim.
He's showing
The
you.
burden of proof is on you. So
The-
show us a single thing. You said, look, everything we see, then there must be one thing that is not contingent. But the thing is, the reality,
Okay.
certain things are axiomatic. They don't need explanation, which are basically proven by what we see already. For example, if I were to tell you 1 + 1 is always equal to 2, and then you're asking the question, but can it be 3? But you have to bring the proof. That is the kind of question you're asking.
No. You're doing fallacy.
Okay, so show me something that is contingent, and that will settle the matter. Go on. The ball is in your court.
Then it's a
So-
self-evident truth. If you
Yeah.
cannot, then it's a self-evident truth.
Absolutely,
You understand?
yes. That's how science works, actually. It's based on observation. The observation that we see, which is actually empirical evidence that we have so far of everything,
okay.
is contingent.
So okay,
I have to.
okay. Let me tell you,
I
which
have
is
to,
coming
I
in
have
my
to
mind.
actually, I have to actually leave.
But
I have to leave.
No problem.
But however, like I want to kind of just leave us with one thought. Like I think that maybe like you can take away with you, and that thought is that this discussion, it's not just an armchair discussion about some kind of a philosophical idea, but there are other things that come from it. And one of the things that comes from it is that we have been created with a purpose. We'll be resurrected after we die, and we'll be called to judgment by this being who created us. So and there's a paradise and there's a hellfire. So what I think that should do is that should change the way in which we investigate things, and we should be concerned that maybe if this is true, my eternal fate depends on it. And when I investigate things in this way, then I'm not I think like there's an extreme skepticism that comes from not realizing like what's happening. Like, I mean, if somebody came to you and said that a hurricane is about to strike your house and you're going to die in 5 minutes, and then you don't have the luxury of saying that, can you prove something that's not self-evident? So there's a major kind of thing that depends on this. So I'd urge you, and I'd urge myself and everybody else to reflect on that and let that set the tone for our investigation. And I'll leave you with that, and I'll seek your permission, and I'd love to, inshallah, engage you at a future date, inshallah.
yeah, can you guys give me
just one sec,
one
Logical,
point to add?
just 1 second, Sheikh, I know you have to leave. You mentioned your email earlier, is this correct, which is on the screen?
Yeah, but actually if you do info, that'd be better, info@Basir Education, because then that'll be ticketed and it won't be lost. So
Okay, no problem. It's
change
just
it to
what you
info@Basir
mentioned earlier.
Education.
I was going by
Yeah,
stuff.
this is
So it's
Info-
either hamza@basiraeducation.org or info@basiraeducation.org.
info@inshallah.
Inshallah. And Jazakallah khair for your time. Really appreciate it. There is one Muslim brother in the back studio who's saying that he has an issue with this contingency argument. Would you have a couple of minutes to take his question?
Okay, sure, inshallah.
Yeah, no pressure. If you cannot, just you're more than
Yeah, okay,
welcome to
yeah,
speak.
inshallah.
Yeah, inshallah. Brother Hakim, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
How are you doing? Okay, all right?
Alhamdulillah.
Okay. Go ahead, ask a question, because the Sheikh doesn't have much time.
I know you don't have much time, and we can pick this up another time if you need to go for something important. It essentially, it's just that for me, even if you take a step back, any sort of logical argument for God essentially then makes your resulting faith contingent upon that logic, whereas faith in Allah comes first. So I always have this kind of issue where arguments for the existence sort of building up a foundation, and then that sits on top. Then it's nothing should be contingent on it. Like, faith in Allah comes first. And for me, I think it's important to understand that as a former atheist, when I was atheist, it's a fallacy to think that logic is what gets you around. Really, what's happening is your logical faculties are impaired, and you need to be able to free the fitra to be able to see what's being said. This is a thing I think that's often not really necessarily appreciated enough in the dialogues, particularly with atheists, is that, you know, until the fitra is free to be able to see what's being said, it doesn't matter how clear it is, may I say, possibly with the previous brother, what you're trying to say. And atheists will simply not be able to see it. Like inside that bubble, you cannot see your own contradictions. You just, it's subhanAllah, I can't really describe to you how it works. And unless Allah pulls you out of that, there's no way out of it.
So I think a better way to look at it is to see that our mind is a gift that is given to us by God, that if we use, we will discover him. And when you look at it in this way, it's not something that is and some kind of an independent objective thing that we are using to get to God and avoiding, but it's just we're using what God has given us. So that's like the first part of you. So your thing. And so people often say that they'll say that, you know, is there some kind of like a metaphysical, logical reality that we're appealing to in order that's competing with the idea of God? It's not like that, right? So it's that what it is, like our minds and everything, it depends on God, right? But we only discover that after the fact, meaning that if there's somebody who hasn't come to that discovery, then we say to them that listen, let's just use what you have and see where it takes you, and maybe it'll take you to a good place, right? And so I think that there are like different experiences that people have. So you've come through your own experience, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and you're like people like you are a shining light for the world. Like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala chose you and to make to bring you to guidance. And I hope that you'll pray for me and pray for all of us, inshallah. But I think like my experiences have been that I've used rational arguments to prove the truth of Islam. I've never come across any objection that anyone can that can't be answered. And I've trained like hundreds of teachers. They've taught thousands of students all over the world. It's never been the case. And I think that this is something that is part of our scholarly tradition that our scholars taught that people aren't aware of. And so when people aren't aware of that, they encounter situations that they cannot solve. And so what they do is they want to believe in God. It's a great thing. And so they come to faith, and that's how they guard their faith. And that's a good thing. I'm not going that, but what I'm suggesting is that if you can actually see how to think properly, then you can actually very openly do this. And so I have a course called Why Islam is True, and if you message me, I can set you up, and we can actually see it very, very easily, inshallah.
Inshallah. Sounds very interesting. Of course, you have so much experience in this. I think if I may just possibly clarify the position, I'm certainly, I would say my belief is rational, and I think these arguments for are valid in a certain sense. I think what I'm saying is, for example, as a former atheist, if I put my old hat on for a minute, then when someone says, well, everything is contingent except this non-contingent thing, it allows my brain to sort of go and stand in opposition, and so you might present that to someone and they accept it, and then great, you can walk forward. But if they don't accept it and start fighting against it, then it's often better to pivot, because for me, it's more the logic and rationality helps to settle the mind in connection with the heart and so on. But you can't force it through. Like only Allah can guide, right? So if it's not working, then pivot in another direction.
We're on the same page.
That's why there's a prerequisite that you have to want to believe. You can wake up in the morning and choose, I don't want to believe, and it doesn't matter what anybody tells you. And actually, this is the sincerity that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is looking for.
It's interesting to say that, because I didn't, when I was studying theoretical physics, and I was having a lot of very deep discussions with a Muslim brother that I was studying with, and I really did not want to believe. I won't go into details why, but I hated the concept of it. I was fighting against it very strongly. And when it became shown to me, proved to me, clear to me, I was quite upset. It took me quite a long time.
I know. That's swallowing of the ego, brother. That's the whole idea, is when that thing unplugs, you can never go back, and you realize, what, man, I just sucked a big pill down because it's an ego thing.
Yeah, exactly. Because the ego is really this thing that's, oh my God, my freedom's going to go, and all this kind of stuff.
It's not only the ego, it's also you not being sincere to yourself. Like Allah says in the Quran that He does not guide the ones who are oppressors and liars. So if you're not sincere to yourself, you continue lying to yourself, even though when the proof is in front of you and it's clear, you're just not being sincere. And then the guidance is not there from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You know, this is in chapter 40 of the Quran, where Allah says, La yahdi man huwa musrifun kadhab. And this is clearly Allah is saying that Allah does not guide one who is a transgressor and a liar. Yeah. And throughout the Quran, Allah will tell you, you know, afala yatafakkarun, which is basically is asking you to use your intellect. Yes. Do you not think? Do you not ponder? It is a rhetorical question, and Allah is constantly asking you. But the condition is you need to be sincere in your search. What are you seeking for? Otherwise, you're not going to get guidance from Allah. And this is the pivotal point throughout the Quran, if you see where it is. Like Allah tells you that I've shown you my signs beyond the horizon and within yourself. Surah Al-Fussilat, chapter 41, verse 53. Why is he showing you the signs throughout the universe? It's like this gentleman here, we told him to show us a single non-contingent thing. You won't be able to show it, because this is something which is clear. Everything is dependent. The only one who does not depend on anyone or anything and that he's self-sufficient is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Right.
But to get to that stage, you need to be sincere.
We'll let the Sheikh go.
Islam Hakim.
Jazakallah khairan for attending. It was a pleasure having you.
I was actually just, maybe last thing, if I conclude this, I was just yesterday I was speaking to a wonderful couple from Wales, and they were very good people, mashallah. They're not Muslim yet, and inshallah I pray that they she was a lady and she served her parents. She said that God gave me the honor of serving my parents and taking care of my mother. And I'd never, it was very, I was so, and she was a very merciful person, and she said that that maybe Islam will help me become a better Presbyterian, but maybe inshallah she'll become Muslim, and I think, like all of you, mashallah, may Allah reward you, and you as well, brother Islam, and you're taking this knowledge to people who need it the most, and this is one of the greatest good deeds that we can do. And I hope that may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept it all from you, and please make dua for me. And you guys are doing a great job, and inshallah I hope to be back, inshallah, again with you guys.
Barakallah feek, Sheikh. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Those people who want to reach out to the Sheikh and his organization, there's the email address on the screen. It's info@basiraeducation.org. And also the website, basiraeducation.org. Or you can go to the Sheikh's website as well, which is basically hisname.com. Yeah. Right. Where were we? So, Brother Islam, yeah, what are your thoughts so far?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with so much of what was said, and I think the Sheikh presented things very well. I think there was a few things I wanted to clarify regarding this issue of sort of ego and presenting logic and things like that, because really I think it's better to think of it as kind of therapy. Atheists typically don't actually understand their belief system particularly well, right? I watch time and again, and I hear them at Speaker's Corner and so on. People use science stuff in their argument. They say I believe in science, but they don't really understand what that proof is based on. They've read it in a popular science book, or they've got it, from a certain level of education. And the amount to which they actually, their belief system is really an appeal to authority, but they don't necessarily realize that. They just, assume that a proof is out there or so on. So very often, I think it's certainly the case was for me was to be guided to understand my own hypocrisies and my own contradictions in my beliefs and the way they were structured. But to do so, it really takes a very, very sort of delicate hand, a very delicate, loving hand. So the brother who spoke to me, mashallah, his manners were wonderful, and he spent a lot of time. He had a lot of patience with me. When he asked me to apply the same standard to thing, he was very, very kind with the ways he gave me the reflections to me and so on. Because when things are presented in a very sort of harsh way, you're being illogical, you're being insincere. I mean, because I knew this was one of the things that gets me quite often is I always felt I was being sincere, but now I'm outside of that bubble, right? looking in and looking like, how can anyone think this guy's sincere? You know, he's just left, right, and center. Can't you remember he just said that 2 sentences ago, and so on and so forth? But in my heart, I was
something called cognitive dissonance, isn't it?
There are a lot of people that are not sincere, genuinely, right?
No, he's absolutely right. You know, because you're in that bubble, so you're thinking you're always right. You cannot see from the perspective of other people. You have always been in that echo chamber, so because everyone's agreeing with you, there's a confirmation bias, and then you're thinking you're right, they're wrong.
It's part of how the atheist bubble is constructed specifically. Inside it, it looks like this amazing intellectual landscape that's so deep and wide and everything, and outside it looks like just a squalid mess. Like, how could I have ever done that? But I think one of the things I wanted to say on this was just be very careful when you think you know someone's being insincere, because you see clear hypocrisy. You see you've contradicted yourself time and again. Like, can't you say you just said this? Can't you realize you're not allowing me one axiom, but you've got 10 axioms, all this kind of stuff, you know? But no, they can't see. They really can't, you know, and unless Allah pulls them out of that, you know, the shaitan has them. And I know what it's like to be someone who's sincere in that bubble, but has no idea how blatantly insincere they appear.
Yeah.
So,
by the way,
be very careful not to try and sort of think you know when someone is being sincere or not, even though we know many people are not being sincere.
Still give them the benefit of the doubt. Yeah,
absolutely. Logical is still here. I think I don't know if he's understood the argument so far, but it'll be best if you speak to him. So Logical, you want to unmute yourself and maybe ask the questions if you have any?
Yeah, I'm still trying to understand. So you were saying that there is a logical contradiction in what I said. So I'm still trying to understand where is the logical contradiction in saying that something which is something which is necessary can be changing. How there is a logical contradiction in that? I'm still trying to understand that.
Right. I think we've already explained it to you, but if you look, you know, you believe in science, is that right?
I believe in science. What does that mean?
It means you believe in empirical evidence only, nothing else.
No, I doesn't say that. I only believe in empirical evidence.
Okay. What other form of evidence would you accept as being valid?
For what? That
anything
depends.
anything I'm asking you, what types of evidences would be acceptable in your worldview? So one I can say is, yes, you accept empirical evidence. What other forms of evidence would you accept?
Okay, so it depends upon the kind of claim which is given to me. So I can accept scientific proof also. I can accept logical and rational proof also. I can accept testimony as a proof also. But that depends what is the claim which is given to me. What kind of claim is that?
So if I were to ask you, or if I were to say to you that everything in the universe is contingent, what sort of evidence would you require to ascertain this statement is true?
Can you give me any? So you can. Okay, I would be happy if you can give me any logical and rational proof also.
Why would you not accept empirical evidence in this case?
No, I'm ready to accept empirical evidence. I'm just saying that if you cannot present any empirical evidence, then I'm ready to accept.
The empirical evidence. The empirical evidence is there. Everything in the universe is contingent. Now, this is a statement which is axiomatic.
No, yes.
Wait a minute. This is a statement which is axiomatic.
You need to prove this.
No. I don't have to look. If you can disprove the statement, yes, which I'm making, is a claim I'm making, that's fine. Okay, because everything based on the empirical evidence that we see today, whether it's the stars or the galaxies or yourself or anything else, everything is dependent on something. It has a cause for its existence, for example. Yes, even the universe itself, it didn't create itself, did it?
So we have some kind of hypothetical models which say that universe can be cyclical.
No. This is these are
universe can be out of
these are
quantum
hypotheses.
fluctuation. So
Listen to me.
yes,
These are
so
hypotheses.
these are
Which,
possibilities.
wait a
These are
minute.
possibilities.
Listen, there's a difference between a hypothesis and a theory. It hasn't even reached the status of a theory. So if you understood science, you wouldn't accept all. There are hypothetical models out there which say the universe came from UFOs. Does that mean I have to accept it? No.
So I'm not saying
basically
I'm
just
accepting that.
in the
I'm
language
saying
of
that
science. Listen, just a minute. Let me finish, and then I'll let you speak. In the language of science, these are basically just opinions of people. Okay? So it doesn't mean that every opinion is something which is true. People can give millions of opinions. But you see, the reason scientific validation, they go through a peer-reviewed process, is to root out all these false claims. So then they can actually raise it to a standard of a theory, at least from a hypothesis. So you're bringing in hypotheses which are opinion. Even the scientists haven't proved this. So bring me something that the scientists have proven, which is at least peer reviewed. But I'm telling you, this is something that people see. They see there's empirical evidence out there to show us that everything is dependent in the universe. You're saying no, it is a possibility that certain things are not dependent. Then the onus lies on you to provide that evidence, not me.
Okay, sir. Let me rephrase my position. So what I'm saying is, there can be another answers also. There can be other possibility. You're claiming a positive thing. You're doing a positive claim that it should be this way only. So what I'm asking is, do you have any proof for that?
Everything is a proof. That is what I'm saying. I'm saying everything that you see in the universe, that is a proof, that is dependent, that is contingent. You're saying there's another possibility. So you tell us, what is this other possibility? Until then, what I'm saying is axiomatic. I think Brother Islam wants to come in here. Maybe he can help you understand the situation.
Inshallah, I want to try perhaps a different approach, just because logical philosopher seems to be looking for a sort of pure logic basis. Now, if we were to say definition of the universe, let's just be clear, there's two major definitions: the mathematical definition, which is everything without exception, and then there's the physics definition of everything in the visible universe or observable universe. I'm not quite sure which one you're using, but either one of them this works from is anything that exists, where existence implies in the universe, is by definition in the universe. Part of its definition is being in the universe, and therefore it is contingent upon at least the universe.
Okay, yeah, I can accept that.
Okay.
That was quick, mashallah.
That was very quick. Okay, we've been saying the same thing, but mashallah, the brother just worded it in a different way.
Yeah. It's importantly different because it doesn't depend upon the empirical drive. The difference is in the empirical approach, where you say, look around you, everything. There could always be things we haven't yet seen. So this is why it was a top-down logical approach.
Yeah, a relational basis is excellent. So now, on that note, right? Logical, would you believe that this agent, which we call God and that you have not accepted yet, is inside of this universe or outside of it?
Okay, let me rephrase it. I accepted. So what Islam presented, as per the way he presented, I accepted that whatever within universe should be contingent on universe, because if universe is not there, nothing should exist. But what
inside the
my
universe,
other question is, what my other question is universe in itself contingent or not? That is, I don't have any proof for that.
Right.
How you can prove that?
Because it had a beginning.
No, wait. Let's ask him. So where did the universe come from? Don't give us hypothesis. Give us positive proof that is peer reviewed from the scientists. Okay? Because you'll go the same thing, cyclic universe, all these things, which are basically just opinions of people. That's all. You have to give us peer reviewed evidence from scientists to posit your case that the universe did not have a beginning. Because we are saying it did, based on even the scientists have even given an age like 13.8 billion years ago. when basically you're talking about the age of the universe. If anything has an age, it cannot be eternal. It has a starting point.
What exactly that 13.8 years is that beginning of universe?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think
what
it
is
is?
the meaning of beginning?
Means it
I'm
has a
trying to
start,
understand
has a
from
Time is
starting
equal to
point.
0. Time is
It
equal
had
to
a
0,
starting
and it
point.
went to 2 plus 1.
Time is equals to 0 at the time of beginning, is it?
No, hold on. You're talking about the Planck time and all that. If you're going to go into technicality, even the singularity which you're talking about.
I'm trying to understand, bro. I'm just trying to
Bro, I'm
understand.
telling you, if
that
anything has
whatever-
a starting point, do you think the universe had a starting point? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay, so what is it you're basing on what is your argument here?
Yes, let me present my argument. So
Yeah.
science says that 13.8 years ago, Big Bang started.
Not 13.8
which-
years, 13.8 billion years ago.
Okay, sorry, for 13.8 billion years.
Because I'm sure you're older than the
Before
universe
that,
otherwise.
and before that, there was cosmic inflation. And before that, our laws of physics breaks. We don't know what happened before that. We don't know whether universe.
Yeah, you're talking about the
universe.
you're talking about the singularity
Yeah,
now.
Yes, yeah. I'm
Are you
talking,
saying?
we don't
Wait,
know
wait.
what happened
Does
there.
any scientist say the singularity is eternal?
I'm not saying that never they say that it is not.
No,
one says
wait.
this.
You can't. No. They do say it had a beginning.
Perhaps
Let
this is more
Let me pass it to maybe Brother Islam as a better way of explaining than me. Go on, Islam.
just
Tell him
thought
about the
because,
beginning.
as I say, I studied theoretical physics and cosmology and things, and I know conformal cyclic cosmology and all these other sort of theories where, you know, they refute even the inflationary model, and it is a model. You know, it's not an actual fact. It's just the best model we have. But I think all of this really is to go back to your question of, is the universe itself contingent, or could the universe be non-contingent? Is that correct?
Yeah,
Yes,
correct.
Correct. Okay. So at this point, then we say, essentially, you've now arrived at a dichotomy. And I think it's a strict dichotomy where either the universe is itself non-contingent, or the universe is itself contingent upon outside of itself, something, some entity, some essence outside of itself. Would you agree that's a dichotomy, or do you think that's a third way?
I don't know.
You don't know if that's
man.
a dichotomy.
You can't be like that, dude. You can't be like a wet noodle.
Okay,
hold on. Hold on, Logical. Just take a moment, think about it, reflect, and ask yourself: is there any possible way? Either it's not contingent, or either it is contingent.
Okay. You know, I know you guys doesn't believe in evolution, but before, if someone
evolution,
this has got nothing to do with evolution.
Yeah, dude. We're talking about the origin
he
of
just
everything,
throws in any argument.
I am trying to present one analogy, if you can allow me. I was just trying to present an analogy which can give us the third way. So what I'm saying is, if earlier there was a question, which come first, egg came first or the chicken came first? We didn't know. This was kind of paradox. But then from the evolution, we came to know it was not like that. Something evolved some being. So it was not like that. Our answers was not in a binary sense.
The third way is that the universe evolved from something else.
I'm saying maybe. I don't know.
Okay, so then that means it's contingent.
Yeah.
That means it's contingent on the evolution of something else.
Yeah, correct.
You understand? It fits categorically into something. And it's a really poor analogy, bro. That's why we told you. Stop for a second.
No. What I'm saying is, maybe, I'm not claiming anything. And maybe it is possible that in some sense or some form, the fundamental realities of the world, which is energy, time, space, was present in some state, and it is continuously changing, or it is maybe it can be cyclical or something.
Look, this is not science. Maybe if this is not science. What you're doing is just speculating. You're far away from science. You're like one of those superstitious guys. Oh, if I don't rub my head 3 times, I will have bad luck.
Yeah, you're in hype. You're in the
maybe, but this is not science at all.
Yeah. You're not
this,
thinking
this is
logically or
most
rationally anymore.
honest.
You're
This
just-
this,
you're just
this
being
is
It's not
most
honest.
honest
It's just
position.
speculation. Since when did speculation
I
become
don't know,
honesty?
if
If you
I
don't know,
don't
say I
know
don't
about
know.
anything,
Simple as that. No need to
I'm
speculate.
saying I don't know.
Yeah, so say like
Just
that.
leave
What you're
it.
doing
Just-
right
just
now
say it like that,
is
dude.
speculating.
Just
So
say
if
I
we
don't
can go
know,
back to this-
and go on a
Yeah.
spectrum now. And Brother Islam can give you the so now you're going to go based off of plausibility, probability, and then you're going to make deductive and inductive the choices to come to a conclusion, right? So probabilistically speaking, what's more probable for something to evolve the universe into existence? Is it more probable for it to be non-contingent, meaning that it itself came from itself? What's more probable?
Okay. Before that, can I ask one question?
Go ahead, bro.
Can premises be established on unfounded grounds?
That's exactly what you're doing.
Speculation.
You are
I'm
doing
not
that.
doing. You're
You
speculating.
100% are, bro. Our premise is established.
Your premises, your
No,
premises are
our-
not founded on. Your
No,
premises
we
are
gave you
unfounded
some-
ground. We are
Fall
talking
back
about
is
from
possibilities.
self-evident truths.
and go back to the point where we had said that it can be contingent or non-contingent, and logical philosopher wasn't sure which
First-
one.
Go ahead, Islam. Ask him
Uh,
the question. Wait a minute. Logic. Just listen to what he's asking.
So
What he's
we
saying.
had
yes,
arrived.
sir, please.
So we had arrived at the point where you agreed that everything in the universe is by definition contingent upon at least the universe. And then you asked the question about, is the universe itself potentially contingent? And I first of all wanted to get your position on whether there is another option other than it being contingent or non-contingent. From my perspective, that's a strict dichotomy. And I wasn't sure when you said, I don't know, if you were saying that there could be a third option and that is not a strict dichotomy, or if you're saying, I don't know which of those two is the correct answer. Can you clarify, please?
Let me again clarify. I don't know whether there could be a third possibilities or not. I'm not aware of what. So something outside space and time, I don't even able to imagine. Can you imagine something which is outside space and time? No, nobody can imagine. I don't know what is there.
Lots of things.
Whether there is something which is outside space or time, or is it even a something, or it is just a abstract phenomena? We don't know.
Can I ask you why the question of whether contingent and non-contingent is a dichotomy? Why does that suddenly change when we get outside of the universe? It's logical. It's independent of anything we've spoken about so far. It's simply a matter of logical definition, right?
So again, what I'm trying to say is something outside space and time. How contingency work there, and because we have seen things inside space and time within our universe. How things work outside, I don't know. How I can say that it should work or not work, I don't know. Basically, something which is unfounded, which I'm not able to assert. How I would be able to know about what is there not.
Okay, but we didn't refer to space and time when we established that things in the universe are at least contingent upon the universe.
I didn't understand what exactly you're saying.
When we earlier discussed that things in the universe, part of being
yes,
if they are defined as a thing that is in the universe, then that part of the definition, which refers to being in the universe, makes it by definition contingent. We didn't use space and time during that, right?
Okay, so at that time, what my understanding of universe is the fundamental reality, space, time, energy, which is there. I was thinking it as, I'm saying the other things are contingent upon these things, space, time, energy, this whole thing as a fundamental realities of this world. This is what my thinking was.
So, under this rubric, then, would you not have to agree that the existence of the universe itself is, by that definition, supernatural?
Supernatural, what does that mean? I didn't understand. What is the definition?
Beyond nature as is understood on the inside, the internals of the universe. You've made a distinction between the workings in the universe and beyond the universe. Would you say that beyond the universe is then supernatural? So natural in and supernatural out? Is that what you're describing?
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. So is it? Let's.
But space-time,
for sure, he
space,
has
time, and energy. No, he
bless
mentioned
you,
the three elements: space, time, and energy. They are dependent on the universe still, are they not?
So this is what my assumption. You can say it an assumption. What I thought of. So what my thinking was, maybe in some shape or form or some way, these were present. Or what I'm saying is, other things are contingent on this. This is the fundamental realities of universe.
These three things cannot be imagined without the universe, can they? So they are dependent on the universe itself.
These three things, what? Can you come again?
I'm saying space, time, and energy. Can you perceive them without the universe?
Can I perceive them? So I cannot perceive anything outside of space-time, which I'm saying.
No.
That is correct.
Yeah, so basically they are contingent on the universe then.
So what I'm saying, so what you are saying is, what I am saying is, this is something which is part of universe. I'm not stating that this
exactly,
is
and that's why they're
universe is something
contingent.
else.
That's the reason they're contingent upon the universe. But you know, you mentioned
something fundamental property of something. If you consider that if you consider that as contingent, then
I think right now
you can say this.
Right now, what you need to show us is that if the universe itself is contingent or not. For it to be contingent, it needs again dependency. It needs to be shown that it's dependent, at least on time. Would you say that is valid?
Okay, so what? Let me state my position again. I don't know whether universe is contingent upon something or not. But what I'm saying, it is also possible that the fundamental realities, universe, matter, space-time, are properties or the fundamental realities which actually is universe, which could have existed in some other forms earlier.
So you've walked yourself into an interesting position here, because if it's not contingent on anything else, then it would just always be and always was, right? And if
I'm saying maybe this is also an possibility. Yeah.
Right. But in which case this thing has somehow changed its nature, changed its way of being, which is contrary to the necessary aspect of immutability, which comes with something which is non-contingent.
It goes again that only which I was earlier trying to understand, that what is the logical contradiction in saying that something which is necessary is dynamic also. How that cannot be dynamic? I'm just trying to understand that.
Straightforward one. Yeah. So essentially, anything which is contingent on nothing else whatsoever is necessarily immutable. And the reason for this would be any change whatsoever. In order to have some kind of change, there needs to be some kind of metric to that, some way you are saying this is now in a different state, right? Would you follow me so far?
So we can say that the overall. So one thing. My still here is a disagreement. Is it possible that? So you are saying that it is not possible that something which is necessarily is changing. It is not possible. This is what you are saying.
Sorry, to clarify, am I saying something that is necessary?
What
that is changing.
Its state, it's changing. Yeah, it is not possible.
Its nature is immutable, which means not changing.
Now you are adding. Now you are adding one more. Property.
No, it's the same thing. He just used a technical term.
Giving you a definition. He's using specific terms. These are basic philosophic terms, man.
It's okay, Muris.
You need to show me
logical
contradiction.
I think we are going in circles here.
Let me just try one more thing.
I'm still trying to understand what is the logical contradiction in saying that something which is a necessity
No
dynamic
problem. Hopefully this will help
properties.
you. You said one of the possibilities is that the universe itself is dependent on itself, right? That was one of your possibilities.
Dependent on itself. What was
Yeah.
that? I'm saying it can be brute fact. What I was saying.
No, it's not.
No,
But
can be
it's
not.
your speculation.
That's your
not a brute
speculation
fact.
because yeah.
Can we
So-
can we
so-
take this? Can we take this option from him? Logical. I have some points to make here very quickly. Right. So the alternative options that you are presenting is the universe as it is. It could be the brute fact that it's necessary, but within that necessary properties, there are dynamic changes that can happen. Right. That's your position. Now, let me ask you some questions. If something is necessary, and it means it necessarily exists, it couldn't not exist. It has to exist. And if something exists now, something has to always exist anyway, right? So if you exist and if I exist, there has to be something that exists always. You cannot have non-existence or nothingness in the past. So what are the essential properties of a necessary existence? What are the qualities? Because I can give you 3 essential qualities, but I want you to tell us, what have you arrived at? The necessary qualities of a necessary thing, like the universe. Because if you have transformation happening in this universe, transformation to happen, you need some preconditions for it to happen. Let me give you an example. If I want to make some samosa, you know what a samosa is, because you were saying matla. I know what a samosa is, right? Biryani, right? You know, these are food stuff. Samosa and biryani, you know, food stuff, right? In my kitchen next door. Now, if I am not conscious or any kind of agency programmed to make samosa or a biryani, like I'm dead, I'm totally under sedation, would I be able to make it? The answer is no. If I was conscious or I was programmed to make samosa or biryani, but I did not have the will to make it, the intention or the volition to make it, right? So I'm just sitting here talking to you and I have nothing in my program or in my mind to make samosa or biryani. It will never be made in my kitchen next door. So what I need is intention or a volition. The next thing is, even if I was conscious or I was programmed to do something like that, and I had the intention to do it, but if I didn't have the ability, like imagine I was tied on the chair, right? Fully glued. I won't be able to go to the kitchen to make it. I have to have the ability to make it. So any transformation that has happened in our universe, and then we know so much transformation has happened because of universe is expanding and lots of galaxies are forming and so on and so forth. Stars are dying. So these transformations, the physical laws exerting its effect in reality, these requires these 3 essential qualities for this necessarily existing thing that exists eternally without a beginning. So are you actually giving this universe the qualities of consciousness, the qualities of volition, and the qualities of ability?
Okay, so first of all, you said that something which is changing require intention. Is I understood correctly?
Any transformation to happen, I gave you 3 essential qualities or characteristics or precondition necessary. And I gave you an example with the biryani and samosa to illustrate my point. I'm sure you've understood it.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying it again. What you are
You
saying
don't need to
is
say it again. I've explained to you. Have you understood my analogy? My analogy is illustrative of, indicative of what I'm talking about in terms of preconditions necessary for any transformation to happen. Any transformation.
Okay, no, so yeah. So let me try to tell you something and you can explain me. You know, snowflakes. Snowflakes happened. So someone created that intentionally.
Snowflakes happens because of laws governing in our universe set by a lawmaker.
Yes.
So that means you already have. Wait, 1 second.
You need to prove this. Set by a lawmaker,
1 second. 1 second. 1 second. If you're going to be examples of wildfire, forest fire, snowflakes, and things like this, ultimately all of these, they are actually happening because of a set law. The law makes these things operate in this way. The law comes from a lawgiver. The laws themselves cannot operate and exert any physical effects. The physical laws operating in our universe themselves are not conscious. They cannot do anything. They cannot make anything. So what I'm saying is very clearly, I'm saying is your example of a snowflake still falls under my preconditions. Essentially, it has to go back to a lawmaker who has to be conscious.
Okay, let me explain it again, sir. You are saying that there is someone who created these laws, right?
I am saying this is the inference. It has to be, you're a logical philosopher, you should understand this is the only necessary logical inference. Any transformation to happen, you have to have these conditions met. Otherwise, you cannot have any transformation. If you disagree with me, 1 second. If you disagree with what I said, give me examples. If give me snowflakes, I say it falls under the preconditions. Give me anything from our visible universe in which these preconditions, 3 preconditions, are not necessary for any transformation.
Let me, what you are saying that these laws were made by someone. Is it what you are saying?
Nope, I'm not going into that at all. I'm saying, okay, let's talk about laws. Physical laws, are they conscious?
What, sir, come again? I didn't understood.
Are the physical laws of our universe, the laws of gravity, the laws of electromagnetism, the strong force, the weak force, right? Are these laws themselves conscious?
Are these laws themselves conscious? What I understood, they are not.
You are a conscious agency, right? You are a conscious agency. You have consciousness. You have self-awareness. You know you exist.
Laws are not conscious. This is what I'm saying.
Right. If the laws are not conscious themselves, how do they exert their effect in the material world?
This is what we are seeing here. This is the
I'm asking you, give me a logical, coherent explanation how unconscious laws of physics exert their effect in the physical world. You need to give me a logical, rational, coherent explanation that has explanatory power.
So, okay, let me understood. You are saying that how laws of physics, which are unconscious, how they can exert. This is what your question is.
How do unconscious laws exert their effect? Because laws, for example, if I say laws of gravity, what does it describe? It describes the relationship between 2 objects. The heavier object tends to pull something that is lighter than that. So you have this force going there, right? So this is what this law describes. There are other laws of electromagnetism, for example. Right. So now, how do these laws exert their effect?
Okay, sir. Okay, I think you are thinking as these as something tools that need to be used. So what I am thinking, as per my understanding, these are not something which require a conscious agent. They are descriptions of how reality behaves naturally, with or without a mind. So this is what these laws are.
Now that's your belief, right? Your belief is these laws. Wait, one moment. Your belief is these laws, without a mind, they exert their effect. Let me give you an example again, right? Can you see my paper here? Says switch on the TV. Imagine this is a law. That law, that piece of information, can it switch on the TV? Can the TV be switched on by that? Imagine that was the law. This thing is not conscious. I've just written it themselves. But if it describes a law, that statement itself cannot switch on the TV.
So law of physics are not entities, are tools. They are descriptive
Wait.
The
laws. Why do we call them laws? Why do we call them physical laws?
So in physics, we don't say that gravity uses anything to it is not that.
Why do we
don't say
call
that
them
they have to
laws
say
in the
anything
first
to
place?
make up.
Why do we call the laws of gravity the law of gravity? Why is it a law? Why is it a rule?
Which I
Why is it a
explained.
law? Why?
Okay. So let me explain. The laws of physics are human description of what consistently happens. They are not commands given by a mind.
Logic, try to understand something. We have discovered this behavior between things, between atoms and between quarks, between material things, between energy, within space-time. We have discovered how they interact between themselves. These interactions are not random. They are precise. They follow a particular pattern. They follow a particular law. These laws, we have just discovered them. It's there, operational. So laws themselves cannot just pop into existence. Since they are there, we need two answers: how and why they exist, and how do they exert their effect, being a law. You have to have an explanation. You are simply accepting this as brute fact without trying even to explain it. That's your blind belief. But when we look at it critically, with critical thinking and rationality, we know that this needs an explanation. And the only explanation that makes sense is that the existence of these precision laws, like the physical constants, they come from a lawmaker. Just like a highway code. When you drive in India, you have to have a license. To get a license, you have to go through this whole highway code, how to understand the rules of the road, how to drive a car. What does it mean, the green signal or the red signal? These are laws codified in a book. But these laws themselves in a highway code cannot just come into existence by itself, because they are not conscious and they're not eternal. They are codified by other agencies like human beings, possessor of mind. Secondly, these laws in a highway code themselves cannot say red light means stop. They don't even know what it means. This is just scribbles or dots, on a piece of paper. So when we compare our universe with physical laws within it, you have to understand that this requires an explanation. The only explanation that makes sense rationally. That's why we are rational and atheists are irrational. Rationally is that these laws comes from a lawmaker necessarily. So that means our universe, if you now say this universe always existed while it possessed those three characteristics, I would say then you are giving the universe the qualities and the characteristics of a deity, a god, an agency, which is self-aware, which has intention and volition, and which has the ability to do the transformation. You are only making the universe God, but you don't want to be subservient to this God because it doesn't ask you to do anything. But you don't want to be subservient to the real originator, real God, because the real God has created you for a reason and demands something from you which you don't want. That's the difference. We submit by rational thinking to this originator, to this creator, what is required of us, and that's why we are called the one who has submitted themselves to the will of the creator, and you are not a submitter. This is the difference fundamentally between us, rational position and irrational position. It's up to you what you take, but you have to have a rational explanation, which I've provided for a believer, a theist, a Muslim.
A logical, mashallah, Ustad Mansur. Can I just ask you a direct question, bro? You can hear me, yes? Logical. Hello? Are you here, bro? We can't hear you if you're talking. I can't hear him. I don't know if you guys can hear him or not. I can't hear him.
No, I can't hear him.
Logical, maybe try. I can see that you're muting and unmuting yourself, but we can't hear your voice.
Logical, we cannot hear you if you're speaking.
He said 1 second in the chat, so let's give him a minute.
Am I audible now?
Oh, now
Yeah, you're audible. Okay. So here's the question. And you might want to close the YouTube tab because I hear an echo.
Mansur sir presented multiple analogies here. Okay.
Yeah, I understand. I'm going to cut to the chase. I'm going to cut to the chase because we got to move on to the next guest, bro. Why do I sound like that? He's definitely using a voice changer. I know I don't sound like Terminator 2000, dude, for sure. Like
maybe you have a cold.
No, I have a cold for sure, but it's like Terminator cold, bro. It's like I definitely don't sound like that, you know.
Logical. Can you close your YouTube tab? Logical. Okay, he disappeared again.
I have hello.
No problem.
Yes.
No problem.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, brother Morris. Let's have him close his YouTube tab first. Logical. Can you close your YouTube tab because we hear an echo?
My AirPods are dead. I'm using my my laptop's mic. I think that's why it's somehow
no problem. No problem. We got to move on to the next guest, but I just have a very quick question for you. Do you want God to exist or not?
Yeah, is that a possibility? He spoke about a lot of possibilities.
No. Honest, genuine question, bro. Do you want God to exist or not?
I want. Want is not something I can say that there can be a possibility.
Great question.
There
Do
can
you
be a
want God to
possibility
exist or not?
I don't know about want. I'm saying that there is a possibility.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Until you figure out what you want, and you take a position.
You need to switch off your close your tab, man. Close the YouTube tab. We are listening to ourselves. Has he got a tab open somewhere?
No, his headphones died, and now he's got a microphone on his laptop.
I see. All right, next time, Logical.
Anyway, next time, Logical, bro. We'll let you
but
go,
there's one question you haven't answered. Is the universe dependent on space and time? Because if that's the case, then it is contingent.
May I like item?
I mean, bro. I mean, we want the best for him, but if he's not willing to. If he's saying, I don't know if I want him to exist or not, to me, somebody that says, I don't want God to exist, that basically means I don't want hope.
Okay.
I don't want
Remember what I said before, though,
bro,
when I was atheist,
what you
I
said.
didn't want it.
No, but it's different. It's different between what you said, right? And you were looking at it from one angle. But when somebody tells me that they don't want God to exist, that means they don't stand for justice.
No, but he didn't say that, did he?
He says he doesn't know. So that's
but that's at least he's trying to not say that, like most atheists, that no, I definitely deny the existence of God. He's more like an agnostic atheist from what he said to us at the beginning.
Yeah, he said
so that. He was, look, to give him credit, he was respectful. He did not mock or did not belittle anything or any one of us, which is a good sign, for a person. But at least, I would suggest to him, don't go based on speculations. If you're going to consistently look for logical evidence and something that is empirical and even testimonies, all of those are available for Almighty God. But yet you're still dabbling on speculations, which has got nothing to do with logic or even empirical evidence or even testimonies. So you're going against your own principles. That's all I'm saying. Remember, I told you, be truthful to yourself. If you're looking for guidance from Almighty God, don't forget, one day we're all going to die, whether you believe in God or not. Yeah. And when you die and you realize the truth that there is God and there are angels and there is heaven and there is going to be hell, then you're taking a huge risk by being hyper skeptical about everything and anything. Okay. Anyway, thanks for your time. Hopefully next time we can catch up. There are other guests. We want to bring them in. You want to say something before you go?
My AirPods kind of died, but okay, let me try. So yeah, I enjoyed our conversation. I would like to have a conversation next time also. So I will think about all the points which we discussed, and then next time I will try to position myself, even try to better and so that we can have better conversation. Okay, thanks everyone.
Great. No problem. Thank you. Right. May Allah give him hidayah. May Allah give him guidance. Who is next here? So there's another atheist in the background. Desert Flower. I think it's a she or he. I don't know.
Hello, can you
Oh,
hear
it's a
me?
he. Yeah, we can. Yeah. Where are you calling from?
Assalam. I'm calling from India.
Okay. You're a
Yeah,
Muslim?
first, no, not really. But I used to be a Muslim. I used to be a very practicing, God-loving, and God-fearing Muslim.
Okay.
And first of all, I want to say Assalamu alaikum to all of you
Walaikum.
because
Yeah.
I
What made
feel
you
this is
leave?
one.
What made you leave Islam? If you were a practicing Muslim.
To be honest, I have seen. Let me give a brief 10-second background of myself. I am a student of anthropology, and while going through all my studies, I found many of the things which were inconsistent with the practicing scientific things. So that made me question, and I researched, and then I came to know that I am no longer a practicing Muslim. Yeah.
So
But
when you say you were a practicing Muslim, did you like pray 5 times a day, read the Quran?
yes, sir. I used to pray 5 times namaz. I used to do siyam. I used to like pray.
So
These were
you're
all
still
the
a Muslim, but not practicing, right?
I am not practicing Islam, as well as I have clashes with the
Yeah, but
Islamic.
do you still believe in Allah? Do you still believe in Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam?
Let me answer that. I patiently listen to Logical Philosopher, and what his worldview is. I am slightly uh, a bit deviated from his worldview. My worldview is that there is something, there is a necessary being in the universe. There is some energy which was responsible for this whole creation. I do believe in it, but my thought is that it can't be the Islam cannot be the explanation of it. There may be some other things, but surely Islam cannot be the explanation of the whole creation. Yeah, because of thinking there are many inconsistencies in scientific problems in Quran.
Yeah.
Can science be right or wrong? Can science be wrong?
Science can be wrong, but I'm not saying
Why don't you leave
all
science?
the.
Based on the same principle you left Islam, why don't you leave
Okay,
science?
yes, that's a very good question, but let me give you the answer of it. There's a verse in Quran, Surah Bakr 187 ayah, which is about how to
Read it in Arabic. Go on. Read it. You were a practicing Muslim. Read it in Arabic.
I don't have the Quran right now.
I'll bring it on the screen. Will you read it in Arabic?
No, I'll tell you what happened.
No.
I have
Why
read
don't you read it in
Arabic on the screen? Go ahead.
Yeah, if you're a practicing Muslim, that's the least you should know.
Okay, in Islam there is a mandatory thing to
answer the question.
learn
Why do you not
Arabic,
read
but
it in
I don't
Arabic?
know. No, I
Which-
don't.
Which
I don't.
surah number 2? Which ayah was it?
187.
Bring the.
I can read a little bit. I can read a little
Only
bit.
little bit?
I
No.
can.
We
Yeah,
want you
only
to
a
read
little
it,
bit.
and then we will hear it. Hold on a second. Hashim's going to now show you on the screen, and then read it, and then tell us exactly what you have to say from it.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is it?
But
185?
first, 187. But still, I will say in most of the subcontinent, in Pakistan, in India,
everyone reads
people,
Arabic. If they don't understand
No,
it, they
no.
still read. Especially practicing Muslims. They can read Arabic, but they might not be able to understand it.
In my
Hashim, just bring it on the screen, and Desert Flower. Just hold on.
Okay, I have read in the English explanation. Okay.
Let's bring it. Then you read it, and then you have to say what you have to say. Okay?
Yeah.
Every ex-Muslim have to go through some kind of test, and this is just one of them, right? Okay.
Let me try.
Go on.
It's
This is
small.
also
I can't.
it is the Indo-Pakistani font as well. I made it easy for you. You are looking for the transliteration.
Ahilla
Trust me,
lakum.
you will fail.
No.
Oh, he's reading it. That's fine. Go ahead.
Uhilla lakum layala siyamir rafasu illa nisaikum hunna libasun lakum wa annatum libasun
It's not libas.
lahunna
Just stop
alay.
there, man.
Let him finish reading. Go on.
No, but he's making a mockery of the Quran. You're reading a lot of things completely wrong. You don't even recognize the letters. There is no
That's what
libasun.
I'm
Where's the libasun?
wa antum libasun
Where?
No, it's there. Libas.
lakum.
Oh yeah, hunna libasun.
Okay. Libasun libasun
Are you reading from a
lahun.
transliteration?
No, sir. No. How can I?
You can read from translation. Why not? What do you mean no?
No, but I don't know how to read from a translator. I'm just reading from your screen. That's why I am not able to. I can read, but I can read very.
Scientifically
read.
wrong with this ayah anyway.
Libasun lahunna alimallahu annakum kuntum taqtanuna anfusakum fataba alaykum
That's fine.
You're reading from a transliteration.
wa'afa
It's okay. That's fine.
I'm
ankum.
pretty sure he's reading from a transliteration.
No, it's okay.
No, you're
It's fine.
wrong, sir. Then you're wrong, sir.
Okay,
You
so
cannot prove.
if you were reading
Okay,
Salah
okay, fine. If you can
that's
you
okay.
give me
Fine,
5
listen.
seconds? Can you give me
No,
5
it's
seconds?
okay.
to
You've read
speak,
it.
please?
You've read it. I can see that you are reading it, right? Because normally to pronounce those letters, you have to know how to read it. So you're okay. So what's your question based on that?
My the question was like I was saying that I was not able to reconcile the Islamic viewpoint of creation and the what we see from the scientific. For example, in this ayah, we have been mandated that you have to the Muslims have to fast from the dawn to the dusk. It clearly shows jab subah ki. I don't know if you can know Urdu. It says
Just
that when
say it in
the
English.
white thread of the gets separated from the black thread, that means that dawn and the dusk, till the dawn to the dusk you have to fast. But you said that can science be wrong? Okay, this is the answer of it. For example, in the summer solstice in the Arctic region, there is this phenomena called midnight
Let
sun.
me make it
Where
shortcut. Let me make it even shorter. If I'm on
I
the
did
moon,
not finish, sir.
I am helping you out here. If I'm on the moon, right? If I'm on the moon, when do I fast and when do I break my fast?
We don't know.
No. Is that scientific a problem for a Muslim?
Yes.
That's the problem that you don't understand. You study anthropology. That means you know the basics of how to go about studying, doing research, and yet you can't understand how does a Muslim who is on the moon, for example, an astronaut, how does he pray? How does he fast? Okay. If I was on Mars, would I follow the 24-hour clock to pray? Islam has a solution for all of these things, but you think, oh, because all of
What
these
is the
things.
solution?
One second. Islam has a solution. Were you aware of those solutions?
That's what I'm saying. Please guide me. If you can guide me,
Were you aware?
I will say la ilaha illallah right now.
My friend, were you aware? Before you throw the baby with the bath water, did you even know that there was a baby with the bath water in the bath? You just throw the water, not realizing there's a baby in there. So let me ask you this question, right?
Okay.
Very, very clearly.
Yeah, sure.
Were you aware of a solution Islam provides in situations like the examples I've provided.
Okay, can I answer?
The answer is I was aware or I was not aware. That's the two binary answers, possible answers you've got. Which one?
Yes, I was aware.
Right. And what
The answer is I was aware. There is nothing. There is no answer.
Bro. So
right. So,
yeah,
yeah, please guide me then.
So now basically you did not know what the solution was, and based on your ignorance, you simply said Islam is incompatible. Imagine I did the same thing with science, and I said, how can it be? How can hydrogen and helium have conversions, and how can the energy come from there? I mean, what is hydrogen anyway? It sounds like, hydrogen. What is it? Is it some kind of food? Or is it a clothes that we wear? If I was ignorant about something, that doesn't make my ignorance somehow make the science wrong. Your ignorance about Islam and its solutions doesn't make Islam incompatible with science. Do you understand that distinction?
Yes. So
right.
I want to say one thing.
You left practicing Islam based on your ignorance of Islam. Is that what you're telling us?
Okay. Give me 5 seconds, okay, please. So my purpose here was you people are dawah you give. So I want to give this question so that I can get an explanation so that I can be a Muslim. Because
I don't want to answer. You've already made up your decision, your worldview. You've changed yourself from a practicing Muslim to a non-practicing individual who is maybe
if I get an explanation, I can go back to Islam.
One moment. You've already, prior to coming to us, you are already in a position of a worldview in which you are not a Muslim, not a practicing one, but some kind of a deist, believing in some kind of deity or some kind of maybe spiritualist. There's some energy there, something. So you've made your change already. The changes that you've made, is it based on information and knowledge, or is it based on ignorance and misguidance? What we have established from your own mouth, it's based on ignorance. So basically your whole approach to your life and how you conduct your changes in your life, how you change your behavior, your belief, is based purely on ignorance. Is this a good way to change our belief? Is this a good way to change our ideology, to change our worldview based on ignorance?
No.
Then go and learn.
Alhamdulillah.
I want to ask him.
Then that's what I'm saying. If you have the information, please tell me.
No, but
you've changed already. You've changed already.
So that's
I put a link
a person can, sir.
There's a flaw.
With due respect to
before
all
you
the
ask
people.
these questions, have you actually looked at any of the tafsirs?
Yes.
Do you know what is a tafsir?
Yes, I know what is a tafsir.
Okay, have you actually consulted any tafsir at all?
No, it does not have to be a tafsir because it's the literal translation of it.
Who told you? Even the Arabs, when they read the Quran, they also need to be told through a tafsir what the context is, what is actually, the description or the particular time when it was revealed. All of these things play an important factor in understanding the Quran. So have you consulted any tafsir to understand this ayah of the Quran, chapter 2 of the Quran, which you were trying to read? Verse 187.
Fine. Even if I have
answer the question.
No, I have not. No, I have not gone to the tafsir. I have read
you give up.
I have read the translation.
It is basically like you saying, I read a word in English, I did not understand its meaning. And
no, it does not mean that.
What does it mean if you didn't even make an effort?
No, I strongly object this, sir.
Why would you not make an effort to look at the tafsir? That's a question.
Because we can simply see it's not inconsistent with what we can see from our eyes.
Based on your worldview, based on your knowledge.
No,
that's
it's
what
not. It's from
trying to explain to you. It's your ignorance and your ego. Actually, I just realized that as well. Because if
it's not my ego. I am really.
You would be the first one to go and look at a tafsir and say, okay, let me see what the scholars say about this verse. But you didn't do that.
If you
automatically assume that it is wrong. Am I right?
It's not only about one thing. There are many other things, sir.
No, but why would you not look at the tafsir? That is the main thing. Why would you not?
The tafsir only gives the context. The tafsir only gives the context. For example, Ibn Kathir is Yeah, but it will still. What is the literal meaning of that? That will not
But
change.
that's the thing, you know, sometimes what you might think literal, okay,
All right,
might be,
if you know, okay, sir.
might have a contextual meaning to it. So the context is very important. Anyone in the right mind, you know, you don't need to be a religious person to understand how important context is.
Okay, sir.
Okay? For example, you know, Allah says in the Quran, woe be to unto those people who pray, and you stop there. Then literal meaning of that, Allah is cursing the people who pray. But if you look at the context and you look at the full verse, it'll speak.
No, in the next ayah, there may be something else.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why context is very important.
Okay, fine. Listen, sir.
Hold on.
With due respect, I want to say something.
Do you acknowledge that context is important?
Yeah, context is important, but I don't
then
think
why did
it
you
will
not
have.
consult the tafsirs, the exegesis, the commentaries of these ayats? Because the ayah actually tells you, if you know, go to Islam.
If you know, you can guide me.
No. Why would we spoon feed you when you had the ability in this age of information? For example, go to Quran.com and look at that particular verse.
One question. Okay.
Chapter 2, 187.
Okay,
it
fine.
Actually gives you for every ayah. It has a.
Why don't you let me speak for 5 seconds?
Because if you need to listen to me to understand where you failed miserably, which is basically did not even make an effort to look what the scholars are saying about this ayah, which you had a doubt about.
Sir, your argument was best argument against atheism. So if I have a question, you did not answer me that question. You are telling me you read upon that, but you did not answer this.
Sincerity. It is not for you to come on the panel here and then say, okay, give me the explanation of this, that, when you have it already present in front of you.
That's why you have the best argument against atheism. You have come there to say this.
Are you an atheist? You're not an atheist, right?
No, I'm not an atheist.
Exactly.
No.
So why would we give you the
I'm
best
an agnostic
argument?
So you are giving the Islamic point of view.
When we have a title like best argument against agnostic, then yeah, you say you have a valid question in that case.
Okay.
Right
okay,
now,
I have one more question.
I want you to know something. When
okay,
you say you're
I
an
will read that up. See, that's I will read my friend.
You should have done that before you came to the panel and asked.
Okay, but I don't think that will still say the thing, because there is a scientific error. That's what I'm saying.
No,
anyways,
brother, not a scientific error.
Scientific error. So you've come here with the audacity to show that in Islam there's a scientific error. You haven't even read the responses of Muslims, our Islamic scholarship, and you are now calling there's a scientific error. These ex-Muslims, you are like an ex-Muslim. The audacity that you present with no substance. Science, what do you understand by science in the first place? Science changes every day. You don't know that. Anthropology that you're studying of what? Human beings and their beginnings and what their cultures and so on and so forth in the past. We uncover a lot of things every day with our research. So based on your flawed paradigm of knowledge, which is ever-changing aspects of knowledge, science or history, you are going to judge something that is absolute, which is the Quran. Quran, for people like yourself, gives you a falsification test to remove you away of your cognitive dissonance. It tells you, if you really think this Quran is from God, giving you absolute knowledge of things, then this is what you have to do. 1, 2, 3, falsification test. Go and find your friends and ask them to produce a chapter like in the Quran, number 1. That's one falsification test. Or 10 chapters, or the whole book like the Quran. Number 2.
So there were many. Okay, I have the answer of it.
Oh, you have an answer. What is your answer?
Yeah. So there were many different versions of Quran. The Quran had many versions, and it was like in 1924 it was then right now the Quran which we have
I doubt you were ever a Muslim, honestly.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it, Hashim.
That is your
second what you're saying. For example,
I did not quite know what you said. 1924. Sorry, what happened? What happened in 1924?
The many versions of the Quran is the Cairo version of the Cairo version of Islam. In 1924 it was
there were many versions. Let me ask you a question.
And you also know this, sir.
Let me ask you a question. What is the difference between 1923 Quran copy and 1924. Give me at least one difference. I'm not asking for 100, one.
So there were many Qiraat differences.
Give me
and
one difference between a 1923.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
No, example.
You can.
I want to give
same Qiraat. Let's say.
Give me an example between a 1923. Hashim.
There were
1923 Cairo Mus'haf. Yeah.
Okay.
And 1924.
The present version of the present Quran was in Uthman times. There is a hadith that the Uthman had.
Did you hear my question? Give me an example of a difference between a 1923 copy of the Quran, which you can find on the internet. On the internet, PDF copies of a manuscript dating before 1924. Give me an example difference between a 1923 and 1924. One example.
So I just told you there were many qira'ats, there were many different.
Give me an example, my friend. An example. An example.
Give an example. How can? What is, for example, of what?
In chapter 2
no,
will be different from verse number. The same verse in a different version according to you. Bring such an example. Go on.
How can I bring that example?
You're
That is written
You're making the claim.
Okay. That is in your history, sir. The Usman standardized the Quran, and
history that you have talking about. You have no knowledge of it. You are
letting me speak.
Spewing out. Hear me out. You are spewing out garbage from Christian missionaries that we debate every single week in Speaker's Corner. The garbage that comes out from the mouth of Christian missionaries every single week in the past, which we refuted them, you are recycling those garbage. That's why I'm challenging you right now. Give me one example. Imagine now, Surah Al-Fatiha says, Bismillahir Rahmanir Alim, rather than Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Give me an example from 1923 version of the Quran that you claim, and 1924 that you consider what our versions are from 1924. J. Smith garbage. So now tell me, give me one example.
Okay, do you know the fatwa was issued against Tariq Mansur because he said,
I'm not interested in your fatwa. I'm not interested in what Gabriel Reynolds Said said. Garbage. We've debunked them all.
I'm not raising my voice, sir.
I am raising a voice because of people like yourself. They leave Islam based on absolute ignorance and garbage. If this is the level of your critical thinking, then Islam doesn't need you. That's why Islam is not in you anymore. It's not you need Islam. Islam is independent and doesn't need you and people like yourself. You deserve what you are in your place because you have chosen a path based on absolute ignorance and misguidance, not on critical thinking, not on understanding, not on knowledge. That's why I'm challenging you again. One last chance before we give you an opportunity to speak. If you are not, we're going to go to the next guest. One example from the 1923 and beyond in the past where it's different from 1924. Because I have on my laptop, if I find it, a manuscript of the Hafs reading, which you considered to be canonized in 1924, but I have one before that in the Middle Ages. So when you have someone changing
how many pages? How many pages manuscript you have?
Full, complete copy.
100%.
Full, complete copy of the reading of Hafs from the Middle Ages. Now I have asked you repeatedly one example. You
have not answered my question. One example. I told you the Quran had many different versions. Everybody can see. It was canonized in 1924. This is history. Just a simple Google search everybody can do and see.
Bring it then if you can bring from Google search.
People who spew out this garbage, I refuted them myself. So now I'm asking you, tell me.
You put forth the Quran verse and told me to read. You can put forth the screen and you can search it.
You were reading from
desert flower. You are really prone in the critical thinking. So what I'm asking you, I'm going to call you.
Okay,
Desert
before you
flower.
leave me, I have one more question. Then you can,
No,
if you
you're
can
not.
leave me, leave.
No, you leave by yourself. I don't want to kick you out. I want you to leave by yourself. Go ahead. Leave,
Okay, I
please.
will just five
No.
seconds. I will
No.
pose one
Just
question and
leave.
then I'll leave.
Just
I
leave
thought
without
you were
us
aware
kicking
of
you
it,
for being someone in a shamble in a belief system.
Oh my God!
May I give them advice just before this
You-
happens?
Please
Desert
do, brother.
Flower.
People are,
Please do.
sir,
Perhaps if I may
Mansur
just
brother,
give
you are
one
just.
piece of advice.
No, I'm not your brother. I'm not your brother.
If I may
Yeah,
give
go
you
ahead,
some
Islam
advice, Desert
Hakim.
Flower. You've come and made very strong, emphatic claims of truth of something, but you haven't come prepared with the evidence for it. You can tell people to Google, and indeed they can Google and they can find flat Earth, they can find all sorts of things, you know. But you know, you can't take someone like Mansur, who has tackled these and done so much research, and just tell him, "You're wrong. Here's my fact." You really, like, you didn't do the research even to find the astronaut who went into the ISS space station and learn how to pray Ramadan, how to fast during Ramadan. You know, the level of research that you would need to do to sort of match how emphatically you make your claims is something you should really think about changing. And I think if you consider yourself to have left Islam, you've left for some really, really weak evidence. And so you should really do some internal checking inside yourself. Why is it that such a weak evidence, such weak research took you away from what you were on before? That's something for you to work on internally, inshallah.
I just have one thing to add. You know, nothing much else to add. You guys already tackled all the points. But what critical scholarship have you studied on the compilation of the Quran? Can you name one book? Desert Flower, it's a question for you.
You need to unmute yourself.
How can I answer this? Just muting. So the answer
you're
of it is,
unmuted right now. So can you answer that question? Have you
So
studied any critical scholarship on the Quran? Yes or no?
I have read the translations.
Critical scholarship. I'm not talking about the Quran itself.
That's the answer. I have read the translations.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No wonder you're in a state like that. And you ask him, you're not here to ask for guidance.
Let me ask you something.
Some people are saying in the comments, he's asked for guidance. You're not here for guidance. You have chosen misguidance for yourself based on your ignorance, based on your faulty methodology, and you're here.
Brother Mansur, you're just personally attacking me. I have never.
I'm not attacking you. I'm simply saying you thought you're gonna get an easy ride in here. Look, if you were sincere, you would have asked.
Give me the explanation of Surah Baqarah 187. How can a person who is in Arctic do
Who did you
Ramadan
ask?
and how?
Who did you ask from a
There's no explanation simple as
the
that.
answer is in the commentary. Go and look at it.
Give me the explanation of it.
Go read the tafsir.
Does it wait. Let
Yeah.
me just ask you a simple
Read the
question.
tafsir.
Wait a minute. You go and do the
Yes,
tafsir.
sir.
It's very easy to find this. Okay. The fact that you haven't done it yet proves to me that you're not looking for the truth at all. You're just looking for arguments. You said there is a possibility of a necessary being. Is that right at the beginning?
Yes. There is a possibility.
What are the qualities of a necessary being in your worldview?
I don't know. A human mind
How did you
does
come
not
to the
have that
conclusion
much
that there has to be a
cognition.
necessary being?
Qualities, bro. Qualities. You don't have to know
A
them.
human brain does not have the cognition to know qualities of
I
it.
didn't ask you for all the qualities. I'm just asking
The
you for the
quality
basic
is
one.
okay.
For example,
the
look,
quality,
I'll give you some. Okay.
Yes.
It needs to have at least will. Right?
How do you know?
Can
Who
someone
is the
without will do
authority to
anything?
tell me?
Can someone without a will do anything?
The basic thing is there should be one
No,
person,
this is a
one
basic
thing.
thing. Can
I don't know.
someone without a will
Rest
do
is
anything at
the
all? Can they even stand up or sit down or create or do anything like that? Anything at all?
will. Yeah, sure, maybe yes.
Okay. What else? What else is necessary?
Again, I'm saying human cognition does not have the power to
Bro, it's such a
understand
lazy
this. What
cop
are
out. We're
the
not asking you to give us the full detail of things.
Okay.
We're asking you to list
Can
qualities.
this necessary being communicate to us if he wanted to?
sure if he has the powers? Yes, sure.
Okay. Would you actually rule out this entity as a necessary being if it became weak, for example?
Weak in what sense?
In every sense.
A necessary power have the all-encompassing power. Yes.
So it's all powerful, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so if this
Yeah,
all powerful became weak, then would you reject it?
It depends on him what he wants to do. How can he be weak
Why did
if
you
he
assume it was
wants
a he?
to?
Why did you assume it was a he?
I'm not saying he.
You just said what
I'm
he
saying
wants
if
to do.
if he or she, I don't know, he, she. That's what I'm
Why did
saying.
you
It's
assume even a gender? Why did you
that
assume?
is exactly. That's why I said that human brain cannot comprehend. We tend to quantify it in terms of our small IQ and small human cognition.
Isn't that what you
But the
tried to do when
necessary.
you read the Quran? Because the Quran could be a revelation from this
So
necessary being, a communication, and you with your small IQ and brain tried to say it has a
no,
fault. That's
please
exactly
don't
what
make
you're
any
doing right
personal
now.
attacks.
You know, you went against your very own principle.
How?
I will let you figure that out. You
So-
said the necessary being can communicate to us. In what form would it communicate to us?
I don't know.
Okay,
It depends on him.
Could it be in the form of a language that you understand?
Sure, if he wants.
Okay, so could the Quran be the revelation from Allah?
Oh, could be, could not be. I don't think.
Okay,
But
so if Allah reveals something, then with your small IQ, will you be able to decipher what's in the Quran, all of it by yourself?
you said yourself, I am not able to understand Arabic. Then why he only put the language of Arabic? There were many other languages. Everybody should read that language. There should be a
Okay,
one
so it doesn't
encompassing.
matter what language it comes in, somebody will not understand that language. So you'll have the same problem. So that's not really a point you really want to bring up.
So why doesn't he, like in the human cognition itself, feed when a baby is born? So that's what
Why
I'm
does he
saying.
not
These are
feed?
all. These
So
are all
you
our
want
human.
everyone to be basically be all knowing like God. Is that what you want?
Hashim, do you mind sharing that screen for some reason here? Okay.
Yeah.
So now
Right.
this is from sunnah.com, obviously a website which has the hadith. I want to read something for the audience who are thinking this will give him the evidence. Spoon feeding is not something that we should be doing for people who leave Islam based on their ignorance and faulty methodology. This is about Dajjal. So Dajjal, what,
I was about to.
Yeah. So Rasulullah
Subhanallah, I had the same hadith open.
Yeah. So we asked, O Messenger of Allah, how long will he stay on the earth? Right? He said 40 days. For 40 days. One day will be like a year, one day like a month, one day like a week, and the rest of the days will be like your days. We said, O Messenger of Allah, will one day's prayer suffice for the prayer salat of that day, which would be equal to 1 year? Thereupon he said, no, but you must make an estimate of time and then offer salat. Based on this particular hadith, and of course others, the scholarship of Islam said, here is a precedent from the Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, says you can estimate your time of prayer when the prayer days do not remain exactly like 24-hour days, like your normal days, sunrise and sunset, because here it's like going to be for years. So in 1 year, you don't just pray one salah. The Rasulullah said you estimate. So the legal scholarship, the people with legal knowledge, they derive laws from evidence like this and say you can estimate your prayer. You don't have to rely on sunrise and sunset, because there are places where the sun really doesn't set, sun really doesn't rise. There might be 6 months, like in Norway and Scandinavian countries. So because you have not bothered to check and ask Islamic scholars on how this can be, rather than you went to your belief in science and say, oh, science here contradicts, so I'm going to leave Islam. Your vulnerability, the reason why you're vulnerable, because your ignorance of Islam in the first place, and then continuous ignorance of Islam. You have left Islam. You should have rather said, look, why am I going to leave Islam? Let me ask the people of knowledge on this issue. Did you do that? The brother asked, which book that you have read on compilation of the Quran from, for example, a critical scholar. You don't even know what is meant by the question. I have read a translation. That is the problem. The problem is not with Islam. The problem is with people's approach, the mentality, your ignorance. We cannot stop you from apostatizing. We here at DawahWise, with other platforms like some brothers are, we cannot stop the young people from becoming a murtad. It's your own making. If you want to behave that way, that's your consequence, that's your choice. We can only encourage people to say, look, before you make drastic steps, do you know what you are actually adopting and what you're leaving? Are you actually making the right choice? If you want to now become a tree and say, look, I want to chop off my hands and my head and my legs, and I'm going to try growing, leaf on my body. Some people do that. I'm not talking about transgenderism. I'm talking about becoming like a tree, an oak tree or an apple tree. If you want to make drastic changes like that, you need to know exactly what you're doing, what were you aiming for. So when you had questions about Islam, you should have asked the Muslim scholarship. Instead of doing that, you went with the hype, it contradicts. And that's what we see the culture today in people's TikTok and this, by the large numbers. Oh, I'm convinced by this ex-Muslim. The ex-Muslim community are going to brainwash you anyway. Do you not understand that you are brain dead rather than brainwashed? People like yourself. And you ask us, oh, DawahWise and Dawah teams, they're not doing anything. We can't spoon feed you. You have to decide for your own self. When you cross the road, do you say, oh, did my parent teach me exactly? Now what do I do? You have learned in various ways how to cross the road safely. You can't blame by saying, you know what, I'm going to choose my own way. Red means green to me, green means red. So when it's green, cars going, I'm going to walk in the road because I think the world is under my interpretation, the way I want to interpret. That is the problem. The youth is suffering from this kind of problem of self-aggrandizement, self-delusion, like I know it all. No one knows better than me. Islam, all this scholarship for 1,400 years are all wrong. They didn't have any solutions for anything. I know better than them. This ego is the problem. So youth, if you're listening, the reason why I'm angry at you is because your approach is totally wrong. You need to wake up and say, look, how do I address these issues?
So guide us, that's what I'm saying. Islam, Arabic is the language which we don't know.
Bro, dude, man, everything that you study, you're not going to know, bro. Hold on, stop talking. Did you know the language of anthropology, but when you picked up the first book? No, you had to learn terms. You had to learn the language of mathematics. You had to learn the language of anthropology. Stop for a second, man. This is really, Ustad Mansur really, he's highlighting something I completely agree with, dude. What a pathetic state of existence to just throw your hands up in the air and say, this is the hill I'm willing to fall on. Just because I don't understand something, meaning nobody understood it, and I found a scientific contradiction now, supposedly. Really, bro? Really? You didn't want to take 10, 15 minutes just to put it into the search engine of Google and say, what did the scholars say about this? It's not like we're making you physically walk over the library to my 3,000 pounds of books. No, you can just use the internet, dude. We're not going to be here to save you, man. You need to be there to save yourself.
Desert flower.
You know what I'm saying?
So you have had some... Look, one second, brother. I promise I'll let you talk. You've had some tough love. Now you're gonna get some love, okay, from me. So look, brother, what we're trying to tell you, okay? Even
go easy on the bromance. Eh?
Yeah, bromance. Okay. What I'm going to do is this. Okay, you came up with a question, right? It has a scholarly explanation. All of these things. This is not something new, something brilliant that you came up with. This has been an issue. I myself actually personally know of a person that actually lives in Norway. He actually had this issue where he was not able to, where he was fasting, and he asked scholars regarding that. We've had explanations for these things. This is what the brothers are telling you. This should not be the reason why you should leave Islam. We have ijtihad, we have qiyas. I don't know if you actually know these terms, right? And Islam actually gives you a framework where scholars, they can resolve these issues, right? And in the future, there will be new things that will come up, right? That
So
we
I know the
don't have a
solution of it. What?
clear-cut explanation for in the Quran
Yeah.
and Sunnah, right? So once you exhaust all of the information that you have in the Quran and Sunnah, and you're not able to derive a ruling for that, right? Then we turn to the scholars. And this framework has been laid down, from the beginning, right? Because that same Prophet, peace upon him, tells you that the scholars are the inheritors of the prophets. So look, the Quran tells you, if you don't know, ask the ones that know. And there's a systematic way how they derive these rulings. So we actually do have, like the brother told you, subhanAllah, I had the same hadith opened up, right? Regarding Dajjal, right? That when he actually comes back, the time will be distorted, right? So there's an explanation how, scholars derive from that you can apply that, and they derive an analogical principle, right? Which we refer to as qiyas, and we apply it to other matters. So what the brothers are basically telling you is, did you approach a scholar and ask them? If you went to one mufti, let's say one Maulana or something, right? That's what you mentioned. If he didn't have answer, that doesn't mean Islam doesn't have answer, brother. Then walk up to another scholar. And the day of,
I have been to 2-3 scholars.
But you never picked a book of commentary. That's where your problem was.
And
you have the internet, you could have easily done that.
Exactly.
In the
Look,
internet,
you're
there is also
educated,
no
you seem
explanation.
young. One second. I'm just last thing. I'll let you speak. You could have Googled this. Akhi, this is actually, brother, this is actually available on the internet. This is available on the internet. Islam Q&A has the answer
the
to
ayah where he actually was reading from on the same page, Quran.com.
So can I answer your brother? Can I answer your question?
I just want to show you something. Look,
sure.
The brother will show you
in English.
You can come back. Yeah.
Plus, it has, for every one sentence, it has a footnote or explanation. You could have easily read this without any Maulana or anything at all, and you could have got the answer very easily. Okay?
Yeah.
But you didn't even make an effort. Right, go on.
Okay.
What do you want to say?
Yeah.
Okay. So the Fawad brother said that you could have gone to internet, you could have gone to the scholars and these things. Okay. The answer to this, I have gone to 2-3 scholars, and their explanation was that whatever is written in the Quran, you should face value it and take it what is written. One. Second, in the brother again mentioned that if there is some problem.
Who told you this?
Can I finish my point then?
I want to know who told you that you can take everything at face value. Who told you this?
In face value, he is saying whatever is written in Quran, you should accept it.
Who is this? Who is this individual?
Is this wrong? He is saying truth.
I'm asking you, whom did you consult?
My imam.
Your imam, and he told you can take everything in the Quran at face value?
Yes.
So you asked him regarding this particular hadith, and you asked him that what would
this
people
is not
in Norway
hadith.
do where it's only daylight, and he told you
the Quranic ayah.
He told you whatever is written in Quran, you should accept it.
Okay.
That's it.
Now
that's different now. You see, you change the wording now. You change the wording.
Second.
But anyway, scholars actually, to sum it up,
of course, as a Muslim,
face value means whatever is written in Quran, you should accept it.
No, there's a difference between obey what's in the Quran and take it at face value. Because many people will take things at face value as literal translation. But it could be a metaphoric term. Okay, for example, many atheists and non-Muslims and Islamophobes talk about Surah Al-Kahf, where they say this murky sun sets in a murky water. You take that at face value and you become an atheist like yourself. So that is not the correct way of interpreting the Quran. The context is always important.
Okay. In muddy water, what that means is just it goes and sets. So
yeah, you take that literally?
No, what is it?
Okay, does the sun
muddy water?
Let me ask you this. We talk in terms of sunrise and sunset. Does the sun really set?
No, it does not set.
Why? Why did you interpret it like that?
Because that is what written in Quran.
No. Sunrise and sunset is not just in the Quran. Every newspaper has a time for sunrise and sunset.
Brother, can I go to my actual?
No, but do you understand the logic I'm trying to portray here?
Yeah, I got it. What you're
Okay,
saying, you
so
should
do
not.
you literally believe the sun rises and sets?
No, it does not, because sun is there. Then
Exactly.
if you
But
know this,
why do the
then
papers
you're
wait a minute? Why do
why
the
you
papers
haven't
write
let me
sunrise
speak?
time and sunset time? Why do they write it like that?
Then why is your then why
Answer
in
the
Quran
question.
you
Why are you not answering the question? Why does no one
sun does not
object to them writing this sunrise and
sun does
sunset?
not set.
Not
The
even
sun
yourself.
does not set.
Why do you not
Sun
object
does
to them writing this and taking it literally? Why is that? Because you, as a person, will realize that this is a figure of
because
speech.
that
This
is
is a
figure
figure
of
of
speech.
speech, and the world has accepted
Yeah.
as a figure of speech. Why would
Yes.
you not give Zulkarnain the same courtesy of him using this as a figure of speech?
Figure of speech in that you should not, that the white
You should
thread
not take it
you are,
literally.
what you
That's
are
what a figure
speaking
of
is of
speech is.
Ayah 187 you are referring to?
No, I'm talking about
Because
Zulkarnain. Do you know? Have you heard of Zulkarnain?
no, I have not heard of Zulkarnain.
You cannot be a practicing Muslim if you don't even know the Quran, man.
You
How much of the
I'm
Quran
sorry
have you
to,
actually read and understood?
I'm sorry to say you are not the giver of certificate that
I
you
don't need
are
to
a
give certificate. I'm
practicing
going
Muslim
based
or
on
not.
what you are telling us. Okay, your
Listen,
own testimony
I
goes against you, someone who
no,
said
it
I'm a
does not.
practicing Muslim. No, honestly,
Yes, I am.
how many times have you
Can I?
actually tried to understand the Quran?
What does that mean? Try to, how many
Which
times?
part
What?
of that you
How
don't
can I say?
understand?
How can I say how many
Have
times
you
I
read
have?
the Quran in its
Have you
entirety?
ever made even
Yes,
once in
yes.
your life to understand the Quran, at least one full chapter?
I have read the Quran. Yes.
That wasn't my question. Have you tried to
Yes.
understand it?
Yes. Yes. I have read the translations.
Okay, give
The
me one chapter that
English
you understand. The smallest chapter
English
in the Quran has
translation.
only 3 lines, only 3 verses. Do you know which one that is?
Kul hu Allahu ahad, Allahu samad, lam yalid
No,
walam yulad walam
Yeah.
yakul lahu
more.
kufuwan ahad.
Okay, what does it mean? What does Allahu Samad mean?
Allahu samad. I don't know
Yeah,
what is the meaning of samad.
exactly
No,
my
I don't
point.
know.
Even the most shortest of ayats, you don't even know what the meanings are. So I doubt very much you were actually a practicing Muslim in that
This
sense.
is wrong. You are giving me certificates who is a Muslim or
I
not.
don't know.
That
I
is
think
wrong.
I
You
will be
just
the
have
last one
to
to give you any
if
certificate.
Brother,
okay.
this is a little child when they're taught one of the first surahs of the
Okay, the
Quran that we
second
have to recite 5 times a day. Besides Surah Fatiha, Surah Ikhlas is one of them. And even little child knows the meaning of it. And
What do you say
actually,
before? Let's see if he was praying 5 times a day. What you come from India, you're most likely are your parents still Muslim?
yes.
They are, yeah. So you most likely studied how to pray, right?
Yes.
What do you say before Surah Al-Fatiha in the Salah?
We do sana.
Yeah, say it. Are you Googling it? Because you could have
No,
started
no,
by
no.
now. Say it, go on.
It was a long time before. I have to remember it.
Okay, starts with Subhanaka.
Subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdika wa tabarak kasmuka wa ta'ala jadduka wa la ilaha ghairuka.
Okay, good. Do you remember what it means?
No, I don't remember
So
because
you have never
it is in
made
Arabic.
any effort in your
No,
life to
that
even understand
even if I have read
Islam.
one thing, it should test if Islam is the true religion. It
Oh,
should
you're just
Many
a
people
should
robot.
be a
look.
touchstone.
You're just a
Not even
robot.
one
You're no
ayat should
different
be
than a
wrong.
robot. That's what we're trying to tell
Now
you.
I have had enough.
Okay,
I want
I'll
to
tell you
say
what.
something for 5 minutes.
Let me
That's
just
it.
leave you with this because we have other guests that we want to get to.
Exactly,
So
yeah.
go to the beginning of this presentation, go to the beginning of this live stream, and you'll see where the Sheikh talks about how intentionality needs to match up with the motions that you're doing and why you're praying. So go to the beginning, listen to the lecture.
So I did not get the answer of one Surah 187 ayat
You
of
copy
Surah
Yeah,
the
I
answer
Baqarah.
gave you
from
the
me.
reference. You know the
No,
same
man.
I am trying to get
Quran.com.
the answer of
It
it.
is
There
the
is
answer is
nothing.
there in the footnotes if you read it. So go and we
Okay,
don't want
the
to spoon
brother
feed
also
you.
said
We
about
want you to
that all
do
the
the
physics
research
laws
yourself.
should be. I want to say one thing. You in the previous discussion, logical philosopher, you were discussing that the physical laws should be it has a creator who has created these laws, and in Islamic worldview, all these laws should be in
Brother,
continuity in
you
line
barely
with
read
the.
anything. I'm not about to get into philosophical discussion with
No,
you.
I'm not talking about
No
this
way.
philosophy.
There's
I'm
no way.
talking
I'm not
about
going to put myself or
science.
anybody else on this panel through that, dude.
Have you heard about Hardy-Weinberg law?
No, I mean,
So
I'm completely ignorant
Hardy-Weinberg
on it, and I
law
have no
is
interest in it.
against the principles of Islam,
No, I don't
How
care.
old,
I'll
and
take
that's
this.
a
Desert
law.
Flower,
Go on.
how old
Go
are
on.
you? I want to know. I really want to know. How old are you?
I'm 20.
You're 20 years old, and
got brother Islam to laugh.
you haven't made the effort to understand the Sana or even the meaning of a Samad. And you know these laws.
I read Sana to
It
you.
means your interest is somewhere else, not Islam. I'm pretty sure. For someone of your age, you know, if you're going based on science only, let me ask you this. You know, from
So
all the
science should be in continuity with Islam then.
not
It is.
necessarily.
There's no contradiction.
Not necessarily.
Yes, it should be.
That
Yes,
Weinberg
Why
law
should
in
it
has to be.
theology, I can
The
take that.
scientific
It has to be.
methodology was developed by the Muslims. Did you
Yes.
know that?
Oh wow.
Wow, what? That
Did you
learned
know
something
that?
else?
I don't think you knew
Did
it.
you know
there
it?
may be some
uh,
maybe some scholars in Muslims were had given contributions.
Do you know what the scientific methodology is?
Very methodology, experimentation,
So we cannot-
observation.
No, don't tell him,
feasibility.
Mansur. Ask him
every-
what it is. What is the scientific methodology?
So every scientific methodology is also not given by Muslims.
I didn't say every. What is it in the first
So
place?
he is
What is the
saying
scientific
that's what
methodology?
I'm saying. I'm also saying some Muslims may have contributed. Yes, I'm agreeing.
It's not some Muslims contributing. The very field
You are
of
saying all.
the scientific
all the-
methodology. Now, what books and scholarship have you read about the scientific methodology and its development?
I have read about anthropology. That's what I'm.
Right. So
But nothing
again and
about
again,
evolution that I have studied. You can talk me about evolution.
you
I've
know about
studied
evolution. Let me ask you a
Yeah,
question
yeah.
about evolution.
Yeah,
Let me ask you a question about evolution. Right.
Sure.
So tell me about the transcription and the role of ribosomes.
Okay. First of all, there's a DNA. Okay. You are talking about transcription or translation. I didn't hear properly. Transcription, I presume, if I heard. So transcription is a process in which a DNA gets transferred and mRNA is formed. All the adenine, thymine, guanine, and cytosine gets changed into the other nucleotide base pairs that and an mRNA is formed.
Good.
Process is called.
You know about it. Very good. Now tell me, how do they retain their 3D structure? The adenine, guanine, cytosine, thymine that you mentioned, how do they retain their 3D structure?
There's a sugar phosphate backbone.
No, how do they retain it? What law? Who made that law?
Chemistry, this basic chemistry. You can't say
Basic
hydrogen.
chemistry, laws of chemistry. They're not conscious. Now you tell me, how
is it
does an unconscious unconscious laws of chemistry exert its effect on matter, chemicals? They're not conscious.
Everything?
The laws are not conscious. Chemical laws, they're not conscious. So now you tell me how.
Related to evolution. The first question was related to evolution.
This is all about evolution. Evolution deals with these things. Evolution deals with what? Transformation from something that is simple. Hang on. Something that is simple to something that is complex. Over the years, by a mechanism of a blind natural selection and other processes, blind processes. I have a problem with the blind processes.
No, these are not blind processes, my dear.
So they are conscious processes, right?
So these are natural selection is based on population dynamics.
Is it based on blind processes or conscious processes?
These are pure luck based.
Luck.
Okay. Yes.
Is mutation random? Is mutation random or governed?
Yes, it's random. Mutations are random.
Okay, that's why you need to update your knowledge. That's why you need to update your knowledge.
In Great Britain,
look. These kind of textbook example of black pepper moth. Black pepper moth becoming black and white. This was textbook example of evolution. They are all thrown away by the evolutionists themselves.
No, sir. This is wrong. You are saying
utterly wrong. This is a wrong assumption. This is a well-established fact that
No,
mutations
this
are
was
random,
now.
and
Next, you're
after
gonna tell
those
me.
mutations
Next, you're
are
gonna tell me the
selected, those
giraffe has long neck because it
no, I
wanted to
strongly
reach right higher up.
this is false news. This is false. You are saying false.
Desert Flower,
Let me
Okay.
tell
how
you
do
what.
you propose that anybody proved that the mutations are random? I'm curious, and I have background in theoretical
Mutations
physics.
are not random, my
Okay, let me
brother.
give you an example. Let me give you an
Mutations are not
example.
random. Have you
Okay,
read the
that's a very
papers
good
recently
question.
published?
Islam
One
said,
second.
let me give you
One
an
second.
answer.
Desert Flower. Have you read the recent
So
papers within the last 10
Islam has
years?
given a very good question. Let me answer.
Desert Flower, I'm asking you, I'm
Yeah.
challenging you on your question of mutational random. This
Okay.
was
Yes, it's
the
random.
belief of evolutionists. Mutations are random. Do you know that there are now challenges concept? Evidence are coming through that mutations are not random. How many papers have you read on
So,
that?
no, there are no. This is well-established fact.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. You're only a
That is
kid.
fake news.
You need to
This is
start
a fake
learning
news.
more. Look,
I
you
have
need to
learned,
start
sir.
learning more. You are without
If I
ego.
ask
You think
2-3 questions about evolution,
one second. You are
will
only 20 years old. Your ego is playing. I'm simply saying now, from now on, because you've heard me saying it, that random mutation, this kind of belief is a blind belief of the past. Scientists have published papers questioning this very thing, that mutations are random. Obviously, you haven't heard about it because you go by blind belief of the scientist. So you believe in the dogmatism of science by blindly, without even looking at the evidence. And this is not even recently. Few years ago, they published this paper, and you have no knowledge about it because you are not interested in science and knowledge and its development. You're interested in blind belief because that makes you happy with taking the acceptance of the model of evolution, because that moves away from believing in a creator. That's the alternative that you're happy with. So I'm going to challenge you next time, come on our platform, reading that article, that paper published on peer-reviewed
I accept
scientific
your
journal.
challenge.
Go ahead, and then tell me that mutations are still random. Okay, this is a challenge
I
to you.
accept your challenge, but I have one
That's
question.
it.
If I
No
prove you,
more
what will
questions.
we do?
No more questions. In the meantime, you go and
Read
learn.
Hardy-Weinberg law, sir.
I have
Okay,
no
I think we
idea.
gave you enough time
I
now.
said the
Mutations are
Hardy-Weinberg law or
Come back when we
Hardy-Weinberg law.
discuss evolution, maybe. Okay.
Yeah.
Right now,
Okay.
you
all the
have
peace
to.
to you. It was
It's about the
lovely,
frequency of
lovely.
phenotypes and phenotypes. And what?
Take care of yourself, bro.
All right.
Take
Okay.
care, all of you, especially Mansur. Thank you for your kind words. I pray good
I
health to
didn't
you,
say
all of
kind
you.
words.
Thank
I
you.
said harsh words. So if you are not
He's
moved by
being
my harsh
sarcastic,
words,
I think.
I can't say anything.
Still, sir. Still, Mansur, sir.
You
Thank you very
still have
much.
the audacity to come up with sarcasm. You
Yes.
should be really ashamed of yourself. I was so
I was
harsh
not
to make you
sarcastic.
wake up, and still you are
I was.
sleeping.
All right. I think we don't want to waste any more
Seriously.
time with this guy.
Ever, bro.
It's just a kid who needs to learn manners. Okay, we're going to bring in the Muslims now. If there are any Muslims who want to join, you can ask your questions, inshallah. So yeah, Abu Bakr, you were in the line first. You want to keep your camera on? It's entirely up to you. All right, I guess he does. Yeah, what's your question, Abu Bakr?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum assalam.
Where are you calling from?
Arizona.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. What's your question?
What do we do when like non-Muslims like don't? I'm trying to pray, but they listen to like music and they just stuff like that. I mean, I do listen to Quran verses and the tafsir and the hadith too, and like there's
Oh, do you know what the topic of the discussion today is?
yeah, a little bit, but I'm just trying to get my head in.
We're talking about the best argument against atheism, not about rulings of music. And we are not a fatwa body, and none of us are scholars and muftis here.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Sorry to disappoint
You
you.
got any other question related to the topic, maybe?
Is drawing like eyes not allowed in Islam? Like this is like drawing paintings and stuff like that, or
Again, same thing. You're asking a fatwa. We don't give fatwas here.
fatwa. Oh, right.
Take a look online, though, bud. You can get a scholarly consensus on that. It's a very
Islam Q&A, by the way, has an article on it, and you can look it up. Okay.
Alright, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala keep us on the sunnah of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Right. Okay, we got a sister in the background. Sister, you want to switch off your camera? It's up to you. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Just gonna share some gems now, inshallah. Once again.
Late Eid Mubarak to you all, but it's I don't have a question, but I just have like something I wanted to say regarding what the Desert Rose was talking about, and the idea of I think problem of having a little knowledge about what the contribution of Islam and the contribution of the idea of calculation that brought Muslims to enhance the amount of economical.
I think you're having some connection issues.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Right, yeah. You broke up for a bit.
Okay, sorry about that. Actually, it was really interesting to see that in the museum of Cairo Islamic Museum, and the amount of apparatuses and things that Muslims came up with in order to be able to calculate and to see exactly the time and the hour of and the location for the Qibla, and how this enhanced science and the amount of technology, and how I also know about how Asr, the calculation of Asr, is one of the theories that NASA up till this day uses in its calculations. There is a lot of things that this idea of measurement that Allah puts in us, because Islam does, or Allah enhances our faculty of knowledge when He brings us to faith. It's not about a faith that is actually blind. No, it's a faith that puts us in a place where we always have to investigate. We always have to look up the place, the location, the timing for everything. And it's something, I mean, like in Surah Ar-Rahman, Allah says that He علم البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان. This is something that He makes us calculate the time. He makes us in everything. So it's important, I mean, to see our historical knowledge as Muslims in civilization, as Brother Mansur was talking about, because we lack this, and many people unfortunately get fascinated with whatever they have from theories that many of them are stolen, and it's a pity. And regarding also the Arabic part, which is the interesting thing that's related to some kind of research that I'm working on, how Arabic is one of the very, like, I think, keys in decoding and seeing ancient Egyptian and ancient Egyptian language, and it kind of proves that it is, in a way, how Abraham and how the story all started with really a pure tongue, as Allah mentions in Surah Al-Shu'ara on the prayer of on Ibrahim alayhi salam, وَجْعَلْ لِي لِسَانَ صِدْقٍ فِي الْآخِرِينَ. So the Arabic, unfortunately, we have so much little appreciation on the amount of, I mean, it is a key. It is a key of bayan. It is a key to clarify so many things. And I think there are so many things about that. I don't want to take a lot of, this is not the place or the forum for it, but I just wanted to come up with this because I was really irritated when I was listening to these kind of comments. And so thank you so much, and thank you for having this opportunity. Always a pleasure. And assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I think that's an excellent point, sister. And actually, something I really wanted to raise with Desert Flower was a lot of people aren't aware that Al-Jahiz came up with a much more comprehensive view on evolution theory 850, 900 years or so before Darwin. It was even more advanced than when Darwin came. It's another one of those things that didn't transfer across so well for various reasons, or it did transfer and just the credit wasn't given. But it's unfortunate that we don't have really as much knowledge of really the amount to which the Islamic way of thought contributed. But moreover, one very quick point to make is look at the difference in the Islamic world. There's no superiority of an Arab over a non-Arab. There's no superiority of a white over a black. And so when evolution theory came along, it became part of how Allah has ordered things. Whereas in the European mindset, when Darwin came along, they were like, we're different races. Oh, now we're in a Mexican standoff. Now it's the end. And it really precipitated something, a totally different dynamic. So it really is worth looking at these historical points and doing these comparisons. Thank you for raising that.
I would like to also add that the one who actually decoded the ancient Egyptian language was an Iraqi scholar, and I can't recall his name now, but there's so much we have lost in the time. Like I think, but on purpose, they like the Western civilization did not give enough credits on what they stole from us, and that left the Islamic civilization in a way in obscurity and. We lack that because of so much of colonization and problems like that. So, yeah, Jazakumullah khair. Thank you so much.
Well, yeah, there's a lot more research to be done on that as well. One of the favorites that I'd really like to look at is Joseph Fourier of Fourier series fame. It's absolutely essential to modern physics. It's essential to signal processing and so on. Now, he had written absolutely no papers on anything like this whatsoever. And then he went across into Egypt to support, Napoleon's colonialism over there. And there was a particular institute he worked in for 3 years. And then he went back and suddenly published all this stuff, which just so happens to be based upon the Tusi couples and how essentially the Arab astronomers had found you can make an arbitrary curve in the sky with enough sort of added couples together. Al-Shafi was someone who worked on Al-Tusi's work afterwards. All of this is stuff that there's just no research in. A huge amount of the underlying information, was annihilated at the time, and we really should do more work if we can as an ummah to try and not rewrite history, but to correct history.
Yeah, we got a guest who is only 14-year-old. I don't think we're going to take him. So, Norman, if you want to ask your question, you can do so in the private chat. I think that'll be best and safest for everyone. Okay. Ahmad Niazi, you're next.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Where
are you calling from, brother?
I have another question, but I can't speak very good English. I want to say, Assalamu alaikum. I love my brothers. I see your videos, and I love Mansur brother. I love him, and inshallah, I wanna English. I wanna learn to English, and I wanna play dawah.
Inshallah, brother. Jazakallah. Where are you calling from?
I'm from Germany. I can speak German, but I cannot very good English.
Yeah, we don't speak German, sorry.
From Afghanistan.
Kann ein bisschen Deutsch, vielleicht.
From Afghanistan.
Okay, no problem. You just want to say salams to us? No problem. Walaikum salam.
Yes. Inshallah, I come every day here, inshallah, in your life.
Yeah, keep us in your du'as, brother. Okay? Assalamu alaikum.
Inshallah. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. I love you.
Right. So there are some people who haven't connected their microphone. Can you please do so? I think it's Imran Hassan. Kaleem Mustafa, you're next.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Where are you calling from, Kaleem?
I'm from Indian occupied Kashmir.
Okay. Good to have you on board. You got any questions for us?
Yeah, I have a question. First of all, you guys are doing so much good for Islam, and may Allah Subhanahu wa Taala give you this in the Jannah, and you guys are doing so good. I'm so happy for you guys. And my question is
Thank you.
Allah Subhanahu wa Taala challenged in the Quran that if you are truthful, then bring surah like this. In the Surah Al-Baqarah, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala says, but does this challenge still apply today? Nowadays, with the use of AI, various things, including Arabic texts and literature, are generated. Clearly, can AI generate an ayah like the Quran? And if someone makes such a claim, what should our response be? Like, how can we respond to him?
Mansur?
The AI was almost becoming a Muslim when I was conversing with the AI at one point, right? So the AI cannot generate something like the Quran, because the Quran is such way it's constructed. The AI with that preconditions, it's not going to be able to do it. That's the limitations of human beings, of any AI. So there's a video you can search. If you say the Quran ChatGPT, and if you put my name on it, the video I made will come up, and you can watch that to understand why AI would not be able to.
Yeah, I have tried with ChatGPT myself. And it first says that I cannot generate the ayah like Quran. It is the words of the Almighty. I can't generate. Then I texted it again if you do it, and how can you do? So it at the end it creates an ayah. But
Yeah, but the problem is you don't know what conditions the Quran, the stylistics it needs to imitate. If you don't tell what it should imitate with or by, then of course it's going to just write something in Arabic, and you think, oh, it's written it, because it seems like it's rhyming, seems like there's some rhythm in there. It needs to imitate the Quranic stylistics. So you need to feed the data of the Quranic stylistics first for it to understand it. Yeah. So watch the video that I made, going in detail, feeding the AI the conditions, the actual, the constructions on the stylistics necessary to imitate, and then you will see what the AI is to come up with. Yeah.
Yeah,
AI
brother.
fundamentally
A lot of
isn't able to generate new information, new insight. So all it could ever do is to make a mishmash of what's already there, and that would not pass the test. So even in principle, even given an arbitrarily large computer and as much time as you like, there's still no way that AI can meet that test.
By the way, using ChatGPT, you have to be really careful, brother. I mean, nowadays everybody uses ChatGPT thinking every information they get from it, it's accurate. No, it makes a lot of mistakes. Never get quotations from it. As a matter of fact, not long ago, we were talking to this one Christian, and we were, grilling him on a church father quotation to get us a quotation. And he just put it in ChatGPT, gave him wrong quotation. So you have to be really careful, because if you push it enough, it will give you an answer, but that answer by itself, it doesn't necessarily have to be correct. A lot of AIs, they actually give you this disclaimer, by the way, nowadays on the top or at the bottom. They can actually make mistakes, so go verify that information. That's just a side point, by the way.
Yeah, have a watch of this particular video. So its title is, as you can see on the screen, it's ChatGPT imitating the Quran ? Okay, it's on DawahWise channel, on our channel, and it will answer your question, inshallah. Right, I'll take the next call if you don't have any more questions. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, right, Imran Hassan.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Salam.
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Canada.
Okay, you got a question for us?
Yes, I do have a question for you guys. You guys
Is that what
spoke about
Adamic
this issue a little
exceptionalism?
bit. Yes, yes. You guys had a conversation with brother Shuaib, I believe his name was. Really interesting
Shoaib, yeah.
conversation. Yeah. I took his works as well. I watched a couple of his other videos, and it was kind of very confusing in terms of our beliefs with Islam, but also the evolution, trying to grapple with that. Because, as he said in one of his talks, he said, you know, if you can disprove evolution, you'd win a Nobel Peace Prize, which is, I mean, makes sense. 'Cause it's very, it's a theory, of course, but some of the strongest theories ever with their genetics and certain things that they have. And so I just wanted to see what you guys had in terms of that, what pushback we have, because we don't have much works Islamically. We have like a lot of creationist work with Christians. So I just wanted to see what you guys had and what you guys think of that.
So if you remember, the streams that we had was a
Yes,
series of evolution stream, right? So we brought different
yes,
perspectives.
I watched that.
So Dr. Shoaib Malik brought
Yes,
a specific perspective where he could actually tell you, like, you can take any of these four, or not any of these four, some of those four options within what he presented. We brought Sabur to come up, some another perspective, and we brought Dr. Yad Qunaybi. Okay, so
yes,
a position that you want to take is something that what you feel comfortable, because we presented what's out there from traditional understanding of what we consider to be what it is, how it conflicts with the Quran or not. And there are some brothers or some scholars who are trying to reconcile evolution with the Islamic text. So you have those as well. So you just choose whatever you feel comfortable. You're not bound to adopt any just because you feel like, because it's a scientific oriented and it doesn't clash with this. You don't have to. If you want to take the Qunaybi's view, fine, stick to it, because you have the reasons why you should take that view. He gives you ample reasons, and he has a whole series like Rihlat al-Yaqeen or something like this, Silsila. It's like a whole journey to certainty in English that comes up various points, and he critiques evolution also with examples. So you can use that. But I say evolution is something that has nothing to do with the existence of God or not. Because if you're talking to people who subscribe to evolution, they are necessarily the people who are like atheists, right? Because have you found an atheist who doesn't believe in evolution but believes in creationism? For example, it's not going to work like that, because an atheist will have to come up with some kind of explanation about this universe, and they find evolution to have explained without a creator, right? So it's a position of a worldview in which there is no creator. So you should start with that, origin of matter rather than origin of life. Okay, because that's their comfort zone. Take them away from their comfort zone and talk about the origin of matter instead, origin of the cosmos instead, rather than certain transformation that happen in the biological life much later in the evolution of the universe. Okay, so that's what I would say. Evolution is a very established model within the scientific field. So if you're going to argue about it, you really need to have very good knowledge on this field. Otherwise, they will say like you're just a dogmatic religionist who don't know anything about science and evolution, and you have come here to argue against evolution. Unless you are someone who studies genetics, someone who studied science to the level where you've studied all these responses or arguments in the peer-reviewed publication, I wouldn't argue, recommend anyone to argue with an evolutionist. Only if you have that knowledge and resource at your disposal, then yes, go ahead, by all means, discuss with them on a scientific, perspective, equally on par, on the subject matter.
Yeah. If I just would add
Thank
one
you so
thing,
much for that. Go ahead.
Yeah, Brother Islam,
sorry.
yes, please add if you want
I
to.
was going to quickly add that proving the structural inheritance and so on and so forth is one thing, but they'll often try and sneak in the claim that randomness is somehow proved, and it really isn't. And there's absolutely no methodology they've really got for that. If they were to try and apply the methodology they have, you couldn't do the experiments. You just can't generate enough fruit flies, to really go through and try and prove that randomness. So that was one point to say. And the other was, there is a sort of in-betweeny space between this existence of matter and evolution, which is about the emergence of complexity. And often people will say, oh, chaos theory has shown that order can emerge from chaos and emergence and things like this. It's a complete misunderstanding of how this stuff works. So the question I would encourage to ask there is, where did the information come from? And if that question stuns them or they're not sure, you've got to learn a bit about thermodynamics, information theory, and have that discussion with them. But this question of where did the information come from will necessarily floor anyone who thinks it's randomly generated.
Well, thank you so much, brothers. I was more coming from my own perspective. I wasn't really talking about debate, but I realized the topic is arguing with the atheists. It was more for just myself. But yeah, it's just we don't. It's very strange. I feel like, because we don't have a lot of our own papers out there for the Islamic perspectives, and I was just going for my own researches and own possibilities. But yeah, you're right. Like I definitely could look into all their other viewpoints and take my own. So I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you very much, brother.
Okay, assalamu alaikum.
Jazakallah khair. You guys have a great day.
Walaikum salam. Right, we got an atheist.
Hello, how are you, brother?
Very well. Where are you calling from, Jabbar?
Yeah, I'm fine, Mansur. I was trying to reach out to you for a long time, and
there you go.
I don't have your email address where I can just set up a time to have a debate on creationism. And I just found that this channel, you are live there, so that's a bless for me. So thank you very much for there and having me. I do have a question regarding.
Before you ask a question, please tell us where you're calling from.
I'm from United States.
Okay, and you are an atheist, yes?
Kind of. I don't think there is a God, but there might be a God. But if
So
there is
you're
a God,
agnostic?
then, agnostic, yeah. So
Okay, that's better. We just want to know which angle to
say
approach
that
you
there
from.
is no God, because I don't have any evidence. You also don't have any evidence, so we both are in the same position.
You haven't asked us yet.
So,
so you've already concluded before even
talk to
asking
Mansur,
us.
please, if you don't interrupt, and let me talk to him. So, because he is very knowledgeable.
No, wait,
I'm not gonna
Javas.
get
You have already concluded we don't have evidence without even asking us, right?
Both of us don't have any evidence.
No, but you haven't asked us yet.
I'm sorry.
But I came
Speak for
from
yourself.
theoretical physics. I was an atheist studying theoretical physics, and evidence brought me to Islam.
Okay.
I mean, you can assume what you like, but I'll let you talk to Mansur.
That's where I want to understand the creationism. The God created Adam, and from his rib, God created Eve. That's where I have a problem. And I want to know, if you prove your Adam and Eve story, you definitely can disprove evolution without any evidence, hard evidence of, oh, I can disprove by this way. No, that's true. That's what the Quran and Hadith is talking about. So, Mansur, I just want to learn from you. That's why I'm here, and I appreciate that you are giving me time. So my question,
I might not, depending on how you behave. But anyway, continue.
I'm not misbehaving unless someone is trying to trigger me for some reasons. So my question: do you think Adam being created by the dust and Eve created from his ribs? I want to record everything before we go further.
Sure. Anything you ask from the Quran, then that means you're talking about an absolute knowledge from a creator that we believe in.
Yes.
So fundamentally, we have to establish whether the Quran is from God or not, because that's our position. The Quran is an absolute statement about the reality from the creator of reality of our universe. So we have to go to the very foundational question, not the examples here and there what the Quran says. Can the Quran be from any other than God? That should be the question. If you don't believe in God, the question should be.
You are now
let me finish my statement. I didn't interrupt, other than saying, I may not give you time, right? So you need to listen to what I have to say. So because these are statements in the Quran, and our position is Quran is from God. If you doubt that, then you have to now discuss with me whether the Quran is indeed from God or not. One point. Secondly, if you don't believe God exists or not, then we have to settle that first, whether indeed God exists or not. Our fundamentals, the foundation goes a layer up every time, not deeper or up, because we have to start with the foundations, and all the branches in between that will follow evolution, abiogenesis, whatever you want to believe in. These are secondary, tertiary, quaternary, and so on and so forth. So what is your position? You are an agnostic, so you don't know God exists or not. That means possibly God could exist. One second, one moment. Possibly God could exist, and the Quran could possibly be him. So we need to exclude or establish that. Do you understand that? We have to either falsify it or we testify to it. So now I'm going to ask you, do you have any evidence to falsify the Quran? Have you done some falsification tests on it?
Yes, like earth and heaven were joined together. It's a mythology, it's a Greek and ancient story.
So did you witness the creation? Did you witness our universe expanding? Did you witness?
Let me ask you. Can you give me a time so I can say? So end, the God created earth within 2 days. The other verse, it says once he created the earth, then he towards to the sky when it was dukhan, it was smoke, so it wasn't established. So this is clearly a scientific error. And then God created sun.
It's very well aligned with established theory.
Excuse me, let me just finish with him, and I don't want you to interrupt. Unless you want to debate, we can have a set up a time.
Bro, this is not a
do you think you're debating? You're not debating here. You're asking questions. We are answering your questions.
A formal debate here. This is a discussion.
So this is a question and answer from you. If you really feel that you're debating, you're not debating here.
Yeah.
So,
I'm not to debate.
So wait. You said there seems to be a scientific error in the statements of the Quran about the origin of our universe, earth, and anything that exists beyond. So I'm going to ask you as a challenge, first of all, who from the scientists have witnessed what happened during the beginning of our universe? Because that's what the Quran says. We have not made you a witness to your own creation, let alone the creation of this universe. So has anyone witnessed what happened in the very beginning?
Listen, so
I'm listening.
Your Quran says God split from earth and heaven were joined together, and God is split.
Yeah.
The other verse, it says God created earth within 2 days. That's extraordinary claim. And also God says then he moved towards to the sky, and it was smoke. That means the sky was not there. There is bunch of
no. That doesn't mean sky wasn't there. It says the sky was there.
No, so it says
this is a shotgun tactic. Do one at a time.
So what I am saying is the statement that you're referring to. Make it simple. The statement that you're referring to, you're saying it clashes with the current scientific knowledge, right? I am challenging the science that you believe in.
Okay, let's have a
I am
debate.
challenging the science. Let's have a debate. Wait, this guy is a troll, is he?
Yeah,
I am saying, how does science know what was the beginning of the universe? Has anyone been a witness of the creation of our universe? Of course not. So science is coming up with what? Theories, mathematical models, and they keep changing how it was. So you cannot bring with your scientific theories now ever changing with different models of how it could be, Big Bang being one of them. It doesn't mean this is how it happens. We keep changing.
2 days is impossible. So maybe explain that to him.
Yeah. So in the eyes of the Quran, days could mean a long period of time, because Allah says in various places a day is equal to like 50,000 years of your time. So time is quite relative. So here it could mean 2 epochs or 2 ayyam. Okay, 2 days means a long time, and it's divided into several periods. So this is what science is saying, that there has been an evolution of the origination of our universe and how Earth came to be. The Earth isn't, for example, as old as everything else. Earth came much later from the sun and so on. But what I'm saying is, these are our theories. These are our scientific predictions based on our mathematical models and so on. These are not brute facts. They might change tomorrow. With the scientific discovery or something, we might say, actually, the Earth didn't come from the sun. Because have we been in the composition of sun? We are giving mathematical models of what the energy conversion is happening in the sun could be, what matter might sun can be. We can't go inside the sun, can we? You'll be burnt totally before you go inside the core of the sun. But we are giving up mathematical models, predictions of what it could be, the constituents of the sun or any other stars. So the precise information will come later as we develop and so on and so forth. But we have some understanding of how the universe has come through a particular explosion about 14.7 or 6 billion years ago, and the progression or the evolution of our universe. But these are all subject to change and modification, because we were not there at the beginning. We are extrapolating. By looking at the universe expanding, we are saying it must have been contracted in a lesser expanded form in the past, and lesser eventually to a point maybe it was a singularity. We haven't witnessed the singularity. No one has witnessed the singularity, but we are making, based on what we are saying of seeing of our current universe, that this was the case. There are some scientists who don't believe that the universe was like a singularity as such, where different kind of cyclical model of the universe, multiverses, various models. So you come here to start talking about the absolute knowledge the Quran provides with ever-changing knowledge of science and make that into an arbiter. You can't have that standard. Bring a standard which is absolute to compare with the absolute knowledge of the Quran. If you don't consider Quran to be word of God, let's deal with it. Let's then see whether the Quran can be the word of God or not, because it gives you falsification tests. Falsify it. Why are you unable to falsify the Quran? It gives you so many falsification tests. Two of them are very well known: the linguistic imitation of the Quranic chapters, and the other one is bringing an internal contradiction. Why are people failing? Why we are constantly challenging on our online and offline debates, on discussions and interactions. We challenge people, and yet you just hide behind your ignorance, saying, we can't do it, or we don't know, we don't understand the challenge. It's very clear. These are falsification tests to falsify the book of God. If you can bring something like the Quran, then the Quran is falsified. It cannot be from God.
Yeah. Right.
One of the really interesting things about, I think I remember I said before about how when Shaitan has hold of you, you don't realize how arrogant you're being, how misled you're being. I mean, this guy got someone who studied physics here. I can talk to him about this why what the Quran says is very much consistent with modern theory. How, frankly, for me, it's quite miraculous how it's always been consistent, as in it's never been misleading. It's not a science textbook, but what it says has never been misleading. I find its language to be particularly interesting in terms of thinking about cosmology. The way it talks about things being rolled up and unrolled actually matches with what's called topology, which is how we really think about sheets of space-time and membranes and so on. It's fascinating. And when he sort of stands on, oh, well, we know this or that about, the Big Bang in terms of timelines and things, it's like dark matter, for example, is 80% of the mass of the universe. We just no idea, can't even measure, So, subhanAllah, it really sort of shows how people will put so much faith in such a small amount of evidence and such a weak theory. And yet when they have a giant amount of evidence, as there exists throughout the whole story of Muhammad ﷺ being a prophet and the Quran, then they reject that. But they will hang on to this really tenuous line of evidence and think it's so strong. SubhanAllah.
That's right. He came with a huge attitude and debate this and debate that. I mean, come on. If you really was sincere, wanted to seek knowledge, you first thing is drop your attitude. Otherwise, go elsewhere where they'll tolerate you. Right. Monish Khan, you're next. Monish, are you there?
Monish Khan, can you hear us? You've been
We can't hear you, Monish. You need to speak up. Right, I'll put him in the back studio until he's fixed his mic issue. Right, Lilu, you're next.
Yeah, hello. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Walaikum salam.
Where are you calling from?
From US. Like I'm not like from there, but I live in the USA. So
Yeah, that's fine, no problem. You got a question for us?
yeah, I just have a question. Like I had like problem with like most of my atheist friends. They've been asking me about like it's why Allah have the attributes of like humans. Like he gets angry, he gets mad, he gets happy. Is it like he not to be like us, you know? He doesn't supposed to be like us. He's supposed to be like unique, you know what I'm saying? So they have a problem. It's like if you want to describe him, you have to describe him like from humanity. You can't describe him from, you know. Did you get my question or should
Yeah, we got your question. Yeah, you know, Allah says in the Quran, that means there's nothing like unto him, and that includes the attributes which you have defined. So, for example, his kindness, his mercy, his love, even his wrath is not like ours at all. So, for example, if I were to say that Allah has knowledge and human beings have knowledge, am I not allowed to use this term knowledge in the context of Allah? When he says he's Alimul Khabir, you know, he knows everything. Just because the terms are same doesn't mean he's like human. It's just for us to understand through language that these are the attributes of Allah, but no way they are the same in anything, in even the degree.
so it's at his
He's
attributes.
unique. Everything
Yeah.
of him is unique. Even his attributes are unique. But just because we have, like, for example, knowledge, you know, these emotions which you talked about, this is something which is unique to Allah, and his knowledge is different to our knowledge, same as like his mercy is different to our mercy.
Yeah, it's and it's like
It's language, you know. How else will I communicate to you the fact that this is what Allah's attributes are? I mean, who better to describe himself other than Allah himself? But this line, you know, where Allah says there's nothing like unto him, he's unlike anything.
I think
Anything you can even imagine.
if I may suggest something that might work better with your atheist friends, because often I find they really struggle to make the jump all the way to Allah. But just think about some other creature. I love dogs, for example. You can talk about dogs or bears or bees or anything. Any other creature where you say, well, you know, it has something that has some analogy with us. Like dogs have eyes, they can see in some sense, but the way they see can be slightly different. Dogs smell, but dogs actually have 3D smell-o-vision where the smell comes in one nostril and another nostril, and they put together a 3D image from that. So there's similarities and differences, right? Now, obviously, the thing we have to understand is you know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, his attributes are above and beyond. So with anything else on earth or in creation, we can see some similarity that's sort of comparable. But the only thing is to be very careful that with Allah, it's incomparable. It's like a door by which to access him, but it's, you know, to access that attribute of him, to give you some idea. But I'll help explain to them the concept of, you know, similarity, difference, analogy, symmetry and asymmetry that's sort of relevant. But they have to really understand that if they think they've got it, but the idea in their head is not fully consistent with all the named attributes of Allah, then it is not that correct concept. It would be a straw man. That's really important to understand.
Yeah, because see, one thing, brother, you have to keep in mind, because normally when we think of these emotions like love, anger, right, we think of them in a humanistic perspective, right? It's like it's a fluctuating mood, right? But when we talk about these terms for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it's not used in that sense. Like the brother told you, right? You know, the Quranic verse, "Laysa kamithlihi shay," right? Like his expression of his nature. You know, when we actually say God gets angry, what do we mean by that? It's just a response to evil, or when we say his love, right? It's directed towards good, right? It's not a mood that is fluctuating constantly, like in terms of humans. So it's limitation with language. At the same time, we have to remember at the back of our minds that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is a transcendent being. So we can only describe him the way he has described himself. We can affirm those attributes. The modality of them, we don't understand.
Yeah, I see. I see it now. It's like it's a kind of way just to understand like who Allah is, but it's not like what we think as a human is. You know, like we don't apply our humanity to like our feelings to him and stuff. But it's just it's kind of that's really my question. I have a lot, but I don't want to waste a lot of people's time. But
That's
thank you
fine.
so much. Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Let's see who's next.
Monish.
Can you hear us now, Monish Khan?
Yeah. Hello. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
You can hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
I
can.
can hear you now.
Yeah. Thank you
Where
so
are you
much.
calling from, Monish?
I'm calling from Germany. I'm actually from India.
Okay. You have a question for us?
Yeah. First of all, I want to say I'm a big fan of you guys. I watch a lot of your videos, and it's very intellectually stimulating, and I love watching them. Subhanallah, may Allah reward you for your work. So, you guys can still hear me, right?
Alhamdulillah, yeah. Barakallah fiqh. What's your question?
Yeah. So my question is that regarding biology, that I think it is like among the three sciences, I think it is the one that is the least developed and like the least like the one with the least amount of like how do you say, like in physics we have like strong materials, right? Something that has not been changed in like a lot of while, like from Newton we're still following the same laws, and like Michael Faraday and all those scientists. But as we see that biology keeps changing and new theories keep coming. And as a kid I studied evolution, like Darwin's theory of evolution as a kid, and at the same time I was like reading the translation of the Qur'an and the tafsir, subhanallah, and like the theories that Darwin put in front like didn't make any sense. And now I studied random like statistics in my bachelor's, and I got to know about like randomness and all that, and like it just proved to me like how stupid the concept of random mutation is. And so my question is that because in like traditional education we are mostly pushed toward this atheistic view of evolution, what should we do as Muslims, like in our community, like which kind of this, like how should we fill this gap of evolution from like being single-celled organism to human beings? Yeah, like yes, there are miracles, subhanallah, like how Allah created humans, but other things, which evolution should we study, like which would be the best, and like how should we tackle this agenda of atheistic
For me, the
old.
central. Oh, sorry, I thought you'd finished. For me,
Yeah.
the central thing to tackle is this question of randomness, because if you take away randomness, there isn't really an issue with evolution theory as it stands. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can create things as He wills. He can give us intellect to understand the ayat or the signs that He's left behind in the world and so on. But the claim that randomness is sufficient in and of itself to make the changes that are needed and that the result will then be these developing species, that needs to be strongly challenged. There is no good evidence for that. There won't be good evidence for that. And the alternative is that those mutations are in Allah's hands and He controls them and He has developed things in the way we see them. If you get someone who's more advanced and they get to understand information theory and they get to understand, like studying probability, how could we really look at all the different possible mutations there are, look at all the different kind of possible planets you could have in the universe and so on. What really is this probability? Because people often say, oh, isn't this more probable than that? When what they really mean is my gut feeling based on my perception now is this, and they call that a probability. But if you tackle real probabilities, that's really the key thing, because there's no chance involved. Allah knows what's going to happen. He knows what He's doing. And if you have that and you get out in front of that one, I think the rest follows quite easily.
Yep. Yeah, and which books would you recommend, which would lead to like better understanding of evolution theory from the beginning? Like if we take out this random mutations and like everything, so like how should we start from the basics of what could be like an Islamic perspective of how human beings develop, like living things develop on Earth.
When you ask for learning about evolutionary theories and what it entails, you have to read by the experts, the works produced by those who believe in evolution, what they have to say. Otherwise, you'll be strawmanning their position. And that's what happens most of the time. People strawman the position and saying, it's just a theory. No, it's not just a theory, because theory and science can be an established model, okay? Equivalent to a fact, because it doesn't have to say a fact, but theory itself demonstrate that this is what it is, because this is how it explains things. So people often strawman things. So you have to understand and read, on the subject from the practitioners, from the believers of the subject, the scientists themselves who believe in theory of evolution. So that's how you're going to learn about, what it entails. As for what Islamic position is, there are a lot of Muslim scholars who have studied this subject and studying at the same time, and they have their views. So you can study those the works by the Muslim scholars on this subject. But again, remember what Brother Islam Hakim and what we are saying is fundamentally, this is not the subject that we'll be discussing about, because this is just a branch of a bigger problem. The bigger problem is the existence of anything, like something exists. How do you explain that existence? How do you explain the existence of matter? How do you explain the existence of information? Information is not just random thing. Information is really the complex level of all the things that you consider to be randoms and patterns, the highest level of complexity. That's what information is. So you need to learn a bit more about information theories and how science can explain the origin of information or the propagation of information, because it seems like there's a lot of studies that needs to be done on this. So when it comes to biological information within the DNA and so on, we're talking about information again. So the mechanism that is explained that this can happen by, without a mind behind it, without a conscious agency behind it, without a controller, without an intelligent designer behind it, is what we should be dealing with. Can the universe proceed the way it is in the biological world without a conscious intelligence agency? That is the discussion we should be having. Because if things can happen without intelligence, just because it just happens by randomness, coincidences without any specific laws, then anything and everything is possible, right?
Exactly.
But we don't see this. Only this happens in biological evolution. We don't see it anywhere else in any other domain, any other sphere of knowledge. So that needs to be consistently applied.
There is a source of confusion here, which is chaos theory and the emergence of complexity from chaos, or what appears to be emergence of complexity from chaos. And that's really the place where people get most misled and think, oh, no, you can have something that's ordered that comes from randomness. But that's really a dramatic oversimplification of the mathematics of chaos theory. And you'll find a lot of people have this serious Dunning-Kruger effect. They've seen some PBS documentary, or they've read some popular science book, and they think, oh, no, order can come from chaos. So they can just take that as an axiom and just throw it in anywhere that they feel is convenient. So I think that would be something I'd really encourage people to learn and understand better. The connection between complexity theory, entropy, information theory, and order and chaos, how this really works, nonlinearity, and I don't know what your level, I see you do atheism and education, but whatever level you have, try and do your best to really understand those elements. Because I think a key battleground is this emergence of order from chaos. It's so badly understood, it's so badly taught, and people really think it becomes the next sort of magic source that can explain away anything. So that's definitely something I'd recommend learning about, inshallah.
Yeah, inshallah. Yeah, that I think is way above my pay grade. I have not studied chaos theory yet, but inshallah, I will do that. I think it's really interesting what you were.
I'll stick my email in the chat. You can talk to me about it. I've got tons of books on it.
Yeah,
yeah,
please do,
thank-
please do.
yeah, thank you.
Just take his email and have a discussion, inshallah.
Thank you.
Okay, brother. Jazakallah khair for coming to us. Okay, assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Who's next? Is there an order I need to take? Kalam?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How old are you, brother Karam?
I'm 14.
14. We can't have you here. I'm sorry.
No?
No, we cannot.
Is it the same guy or is it different? No man who's trying to get
I
in.
don't know. I don't know.
No. I'm not.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You can write your question on the chat and see whether we can answer it, inshallah. Because we have a policy here. We cannot have young people in the chat in our live stream.
Right. Let's see who's next. Abdi Jabbar.
Hey, assalamu alaikum, guys.
Wa
Wa alaikum salam.
Where are you calling from, Abdi?
I don't want to take your time too much. I just wanted to thank you guys. I really benefit from you guys' live streams, and alhamdulillah, I learned quite a lot. So yeah, I just wanted to say salam to all the brothers over here.
Wa alaikum salam.
Yeah, I don't want to take too much time. Yeah.
All right, no problem.
Yeah,
You don't have any questions for us?
Oh no. I was listening like a bit of the live stream, but I'll rewatch it. And then
Okay,
probably
no
next
problem.
time I'll probably have some questions for you guys.
Okay, inshallah.
Yeah, thank you guys. Hey, take care. Salam.
Salam.
Right. Reza, you're next.
Hello, is my audio okay?
Yep.
Nice. So,
Where are you calling from, Reza?
calling from Iran.
From where?
Iran.
Iran. You are an atheist, Muslim?
Yes.
Which one?
Sorry, what's your position?
Atheist.
Okay.
Atheist. Okay.
Yeah, today's topic is on atheism. So yeah, fire away. What's your question?
Did you watch our stream in the beginning where Sh.Hamzah, he went through some of the strongest arguments against atheism? Did you watch it?
I think yes. I took a part where you guys were talking just about this. Just to contextualize, the part I saw was like talking about secondary terms, which would be like evolution or minor differences between the scientists and the Muslims, interpretation, and the greater, most fundamental disagreement would be on the question of the existence, the reality, the divine creation, and we would need to touch upon these terms. So my question is upon this.
Yeah, the main
my question is basically
today
like,
was about
you're cutting off. Your voice is cutting off. Can you repeat what you just said? Sorry, we missed that.
My internet is glitching.
Yeah, if you can just repeat what you just said in the last 30 seconds. We can't hear you. What we were saying is just repeat what you said in the last 30 seconds. We didn't hear properly.
All right. Is the internet more stable or is it still cutting off?
Yeah, stable. We can hear you now.
Okay. So the part I took was that you guys were talking about minor differences, minor arguments, which would be, for example, evolution as one example. And the fundamental argument against atheism would be of greater things like the reality, the creation, all of those questions, right? And we would need to touch upon those. My question is exactly on this. For example, you guys were saying, having this discussion about, for example, the nature of God. If God have a knowledge, the nature of the knowledge of God is different from the nature of the knowledge of human beings. Is that correct?
Yeah, but before we talk about God, because you're an atheist, and we presented some arguments against atheism, and one of the arguments was presented on contingency, the contingency argument, followed by the design argument. I wasn't in the stream, but I just scanned it. This is what I understood the Sheikh presented. So do you have any counter or pushback on the contingency argument that has been presented today in this stream, or in general that you are familiar with? Because he came up with some certain structure of the argument. So in terms of the argument itself, do you have a counter to that or a pushback?
I don't know those terms. I really
What I
don't
mean
know.
is, do you have anything to say against this argument? Like, do you have something to say, no, this argument is not solid, it's not valid, it's not something that I can accept? So how would you go refuting or answering back that this argument is not something that I can take as a good solid argument?
I don't think he knows the arguments.
I'm sorry, I don't even know.
He doesn't know.
I don't even know which argument you're referring to. I'm
The
not
argument
familiarized.
of the existence of God from contingency. Have you come across this? Because an atheist.
My question.
No, before you ask your question, I'm saying to be an atheist today, it is mandatory for any atheist to claim themselves to be an atheist to know about our arguments for the existence of God, and you should have a good counter to those arguments that an atheist provide, because if you haven't done so, then it's a blind atheist. Okay, we don't want to deal with blind atheism. We want to deal with atheists who are knowledgeable, knows the subject matter, knows the arguments the theist provides, and then they don't strawman our arguments and they come with their best arguments against it. So are you familiar with the arguments for the existence of God in general? What arguments do theists, those who believe in God, those who believe in a creator, they provide in the first place? Are you familiar with it?
Well, they say like logical things. For example, if you have the existence of A, it must have a creator. For example, this sort of things. I just want to touch upon this, but I'm not really familiarized. I'm just questioning upon those arguments theists make.
Yeah, what are the arguments theists make in general? What are the strongest arguments theists make for the existence of God? Because as an atheist, you should know them. If you don't know them, you are a blind atheist, blind follower. Hopefully,
It's not like this. It's not like this. Let me just say.
Could you be an agnostic or an atheist? Can you clarify your position? And an atheist is someone who doesn't believe in the existence of God. Either they reject it or they don't believe in it. An agnostic is someone who's open to the idea, not sure, has not committed themselves to say God exists or God doesn't exist. They're somewhere, in the middle, somewhere, not in the middle, somewhere on the spectrum, but they have not made up their mind. They have a possibility that God possibly could exist. Okay, that's agnosticism. They cannot deny the existence of God. An atheist is atheist. They deny the existence of God. Which one is your stance?
So Mansur, I think it's more complex than this, and to like answer those personal questions, I would need to contextualize a little bit more. I don't see myself fitting any of those.
Okay. Yeah, sure. You can explain.
I just think that what I want to question here is that, for example, a Muslim say that
No. Don't bring what the Muslims believe in. Your position. Clarify your position first. Do you have the possibility that God exists?
If he asked you, why do you reject the existence of God?
Well, no, he may not reject. That's why he's saying it's quite complex. So we need to understand your position first.
There's a possibility.
No, we don't even know that. We need to understand his position because it's a bit complex apparently. So clarify your position, and based on that, our response will be accommodating accordingly. We don't want to just simply answer in a way when we don't need to provide answer in this way, right? So we need to understand your position, and the answer will be based on your position.
Got it. So I believe we have the reality which we see, right? The reality in which we see have a lot of so-called minor contradictions with Islam and with other religions in general. These minor contradictions, what I mean is, for example, the evolution, or that the previous people didn't had like this magical knowledgement to foresee things, and now we are having, for example, they didn't had like magical or supernatural revelations or any kind of this, this is the reality we have, and it contradicts established or standard religions, right? And you have like this greater position of the existence of a creator, of God, and this is about agnosticism, right? And the line between agnosticism and atheism, I feel like I'm more neutral. I cannot answer on this because I feel like it's too much empty. Is too much. It's too little. I can say, for example, that God doesn't exist because this or that, but I don't know. I feel like it's empty. I don't feel like any. Also, this is an important thing to say. I don't feel like any logical argument that I see Muslims making to say that God exists can be necessarily valid. And I mentioned the question of the nature of knowledge between humans and God, just to make an analogy that, for example, if the knowledge of man is different from God, how can you say like we acknowledge we can argument that God exists on the framework of our logic? For example, a cat does mathematics. He will never understand the logic behind mathematics.
Hold on, bud.
So,
hold on.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt too much of your flow. I just don't want there to be too many points that I then drop or misrepresent. Right. I just want to make sure, because a lot of what you're saying resonated with me of how I was before I became Muslim, just 18 years ago or so now, and so there's a lot of familiarity there. But I just wanted to sort of check that when you say the word God, what do you mean? Because we've got to be very careful that you're not accidentally straw manning the position, and it becomes very delicate to talk about what is this thing that we mean when we say God. Because if we're talking past each other and we're playing tennis on different courts, we're not really interacting, even if we think we are. So do you mind if we clarify that before we continue to the other further down the line?
So God would be an entity of creation. When I say God, it can have, for example, I don't know English too much, like a person who intends to do something, like a God have an intention. So this God we are talking about is normally the God I'm referring to.
Okay, but I mean, I have intentions, but I'm not God, right?
Yeah, but you're not a supernatural creature that can create things. You're just
right, okay. So I'm just trying to understand the qualities or attributes that for you make something into God. I'm just trying to make sure I get your position clear so I don't, do the wrong thing. So we've got creative capacity and we've got an active will. Is there anything else you put in this category of things that makes it the supreme being?
No, because we are talking about the God of the agnosticism, right? So I think those two are enough.
The God of
the agnostics. Agnostics, they don't acknowledge like the standard religions like Christianity, Islam, but they have this
I think perhaps you've got the term muddled up. Agnostic is somebody who is not sure whether they believe in no God or a particular God. Although linguistically it comes from this concept of Gnostics, agnostic doesn't mean that as a term now. So perhaps
it's colloquially used, but it doesn't mean that. Yeah.
Got it. All right, I will try to.
But what the brother is saying is like to simplify it, right? I mean, if you look at a delicious, a hamburger in front of you, right? Now, what would be the actual conclusion you would arrive at? Who made that? Let's talk about I'm not talking about the hamburger itself, the person that made it. What are the ingredients that you need for that hamburger to be made?
A bread, tomato.
Those are the ingredients, but I'm talking about the maker. What do we know about him?
What qualities does he have?
What qualities does he have? In green probably was not the best word to use.
Maybe we'll try it another
He
way.
had the
Can I
capacity
throw
of
some
creation,
qualities?
and he sorry,
Okay.
go ahead.
Maybe I can throw some qualities, and you can tell me if you accept or reject those as being part of this concept we call God. All-encompassing, encompassing all that is made. Would you agree that's part of this concept of God we're talking about?
Yeah, sure. He creates, and he has the will to create.
But all-encompassing, so he's not part of his creation. He's outside of, beyond his creation, and completely encompasses it.
Both terms would be valid. He can create outside of himself, or he can create encompassing himself.
Right. Okay. So
I don't think he understood all-encompassing.
No,
let's put it this way: he's transcended. He's transcended from his.
Even
creation.
that word might be difficult to understand. I mean, making a simple language, if you may, please.
Okay, he's not bound by his creation. He's not limited by his creation.
Sure.
He must be outside of his creation.
He has to be outside of it.
Sure, yes.
Okay, so then he can't be in it. He has to be outside of it.
Yeah.
Quite simple.
Okay.
What else? Like, what other qualities can you think of? Because we can feed it to him, but I want him to do a little bit of critical thinking as well.
I agree.
So what other qualities would he need to have? Look, this cell phone. You look at this, right? What can I tell about its maker by looking at it, by observing it? Very simply. Like the brother said, the maker has to, by definition, be outside of it, right? That we've already reached, an agreement on that, right? What else does the maker need to have? What type of qualities, what type of attributes does he need to have?
I'm sorry, I will skip to my question. I will go directly to my question because we are reaching there.
Brother, can you engage, please? This way we can get somewhere. Looking at this cell phone, what can you reach a conclusion about its maker?
We can think on the nature, like on the conclusion about the creation of a cell phone, about a hamburger, about the earth, about nature, about the laws of physics.
Brother, you're not engaging. If you're not going to engage, we're not going to get anywhere. We might as well go to the next caller. Then you're not being sincere, with all due respect, okay? It's a very simple question.
I think I might have caused a confusion here because I stepped in just because he was using this word God when he was setting up his question. And I wasn't trying to, get all the things. I just wanted to get a baseline of, are we talking about the same concept, or to what degree are we talking about the same concept?
Okay, no problem.
If that makes sense. So I apologize for any confusion I introduced.
Maybe we will come to this point. Okay, let's hear your question directly first and see whether it relates to what we. Yeah, go on. Please ask your question.
Thank you. My question is pretty simple. We make those arguments. For example, the origin of the nature, the creator, etc. But I feel like those are encompassing a human-like type of logic. Why God? Why the unseen? Why the greater? Why the divinity can't have a thing that we cannot acknowledge? A logic that is more than we see, in the sense that not necessarily what we see needs to have a creator. Probably something much, much, much complex than this. And it doesn't need to be a God that fits our logic. So that would create more possibilities than this God presented by Muhammad and the prophets.
But God doesn't fit in our logic, but he has given us sufficient logic to be able to connect to him. I don't understand why that doesn't make sense.
I think that's where mashallah, it's a wonderful takeaway, Brother Islam, because I think what you're doing, Reza, is you're thinking that we're placing a limitation on God and binding him by logic. So let me put it to you in a different perspective, right? Is there anything that God cannot do?
If he's the supreme controller of nature, of matter, of everything, no, he can do anything he wants.
Okay, so now I'm gonna press you on that point a little bit. Can he cease to exist?
Yeah, he could cease to exist if he wants
All
to.
right.
What does it mean ceasing to exist? Maybe you didn't understand that question.
So to remove himself from existence, meaning that he is alive, and then he is going to a state of non-existence. I don't know if you're
asking me. Yes.
Yeah, I'm 100%. I'm asking you. Yes. So you think that he can cease to exist?
Yes.
Okay. So he is a necessary being, and by definition, he cannot cease to exist, because if he ceases to exist, then everything else ceases to exist with him. Do you understand? There would be no existence without him.
Period. But this is our logic, you know.
No.
It could be true. It could be false.
No, bro. Okay. Again, what you're doing is you have to look at the, I don't want to use fancy terms because I want to ask him what is his epistemological framework, but I know he's going to get buried in that. Okay, so the way that you're acquiring knowledge is by certain established principles, right? One of the ways that we acquire knowledge about God is what he reveals about himself. Are you following me so far?
Sure.
Okay. If he reveals that he is the one sustaining everything at all times, that means that de facto he cannot cease to exist because everything will cease. Do you understand? So by definition, I'm sorry. So by definition, let's put it another way. Can God stop being God? The answer is no, because by definition, by his nature, he is God. He cannot change. He's immutable. He cannot change his nature to now become something that he is not. So he can't go from like a all-powerful being to a limited being. He can't go from an existent being to a non-existent being. Do you understand?
Okay.
Okay. So because these are universal truths, there's no changing to this, right? So now what you do is you take that as a framework and then you build upon that. Okay? So when you say that we're binding God by logic, he gave us our mind and our reasoning faculties to come to conclusions. If God does something that is illogical, like for example, can he create a squared circle? You may initially think that because he's all powerful, he can do anything, right? Now, the key words is anything. Things have to be logical. So a squared circle is illogical and it is not under the category of a thing. It is not a thing. Do you understand?
So in other words, what you're saying is that can he create nothing? That's basically what you're saying.
What I'm saying here is that, for example, a cat cannot comprehend mathematics. It doesn't matter how much you teach him.
Absolutely.
If the knowledge of God and the knowledge of human beings have different nature.
We agree with you, dude. We agree with you. We're not in disagreement. We agree.
How can we be sure that those universal truths that we perceive are indeed universal truths and maybe more than this?
No problem. So we are not telling you, nor is it a requirement from the Islamic point of view, that you need to comprehend God in his entirety. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible because we, as human beings, are closer to the cat than we are to him. Do you understand? There's a chasm divided by infinity as to how much farther we are from God. Do you understand? We are not telling you that you have to have a full comprehension of God in its entirety in order to believe that he exists. What we are telling you is that you can use your rational faculties and your reason faculties to come to the conclusion that he does exist. And then you can know him by what he has revealed about himself. But we have to take it step by step. So if you are in the position right now of agnosticism, where you say, I don't have sufficient information to make a determination, what we will ask you about are things such as, what are you looking for? What type of information, what is your framework for finding information? What would you accept? What would you reject, right? If you don't know what you're looking for, and this is what the brothers were trying to allude to, if you lost your keys and you don't know what your keys look like, you're never going to find them, okay? So they set certain criteria for you, and they gave you the criteria without you having to critically think. You gave us two pieces of criteria, which was to have a will, and I think the other one was to have power in order to do something. Is that correct?
Yeah, capacity of creation.
Capacity of creation. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Now, there's different understandings as far as what capacity of creation means. So we can now build upon this framework. For example, the brother Islam said that he also has will and he has a capacity of creation, but he does not have the capacity of creation like God. So let me give you an example. You and I can create through recreation. So we can take something like a piece of lumber and we can create a chair from the piece of lumber.
In other words, we can mold it into another form.
Right. We can fashion it into something, and we'll say, hey, this is a new creation, and I dubbed this a table, or I dubbed this a chair. You understand? The creator, in his majesty, has the ability to create beyond that. So he can create from absolute nothing. So there is no requirement for him to have, or material, or essence, or need of any way. So think of it like you would have to go mine the lumber, or you would have to go chop down the lumber, or you'd have to go mine rocks in order to create and fashion something. He does not need to do that. He has the ability to create in a way that is uniquely and exclusively to him. Do you understand?
Guys, Maurice, thank you for your attention, respectfully answering me, everything. But just to point out our main disagreement, we and you, we disagree. And the basic point is to say, when we go down to the fundamental principle that holds the existence of God,
yes,
me and you, we disagree on the necessity of the arguments and the and the truth, of those things need to be correct, because I believe if God is supreme and he have a different nature from ours, even intellectual nature, he could create things such as a round square and we wouldn't understand, but he could create nonsensical things.
Okay, so
our disagreement is this. It doesn't matter how much you argue.
What you're doing now fundamentally is you're saying that it is a thing. You're labeling a square circle as a thing. And I'm trying to tell you that this is not a thing, because contradictions are not things. Okay? So you cannot have something like a man god. You cannot have a married bachelor. You cannot have a squared circle. These are all things that you cannot have because they inherently, in their nature, contradict one another. So let's unpack this. What is the nature of a circle?
Is one face that the distance between the center is equal in all parts.
Right. And it's round, right? Okay, now what is the nature of a square?
It have 4 squared angles on each side.
Right. Okay, so now when we say you cannot have a squared circle, it's because the very nature of a circle would have to change in some way, shape, or form to become something else in order to meet the requirement of becoming also a square. So now what we're doing is we're rooting our conversation in axiomatic truths. So this is how we know, because the words that we use, they have meanings. Okay, if we're talking about a square, you know that I mean a shape that has 4 sides and that has 4 angles. Do you understand? And when I talk about a circle, you know that I mean a shape that has no angles, right? And that it has no sides, and it's just completely round. Do you understand? If we remove the meaning of things, there's no point in having a conversation with anybody. Ever. There's no point in talking. There's no point in learning anything ever at all, because everything has become completely meaningless. You
Sure,
understand?
I agree with you on this. I agree with you on this. Like on our daily life, on our reality, and in general, I believe we follow a pattern of universal truths
Correct.
and basic logic that works.
Correct.
That is the reality, and it is like this. But if we go to the argument, to the so-called supreme argument or fundamental argument to the existence of God, which is to make logical sense, I question this. I question this because a cat doesn't understand mathematics. We understand mathematics. A cat
Sir, I
doesn't
understand, but
understand
what you're
basic
trying to
logics.
do again,
We understand
hold
basic
on one second.
logics.
What
And
you're
the
trying
nature
to
of
do, Reza, what
and
you're
if the
trying to do
nature of
again,
God, the
sir,
nature of the knowledge of God is so
sir,
greater than
sir,
ours, why
sir,
we
with all due respect, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying that you can use logic and rationale to infer the existence of God. I did not say that you can use logic and rationale to know God entirely. Do you understand the difference?
I feel you're talking past each other, honestly, a little bit. The point that you're raising, Brother Morris, is absolutely completely valid, and I can see why it's important to get that across to Reza. But also, the point Reza appears to be trying to raise is that he doesn't follow this idea of universal truths just because stuff appears to be fundamental, logically, immutable to us. He doesn't discount the existence of some completely illogical, irrational universe, as far as we say, and he brings the concept of a cat who can't do maths to try and enforce that. I'll go one better. You have the Piraha people in South America who think that arithmetic is stupid. They call it wrong think, and they fall about laughing when you try and teach them arithmetic. So even they completely discount the idea of numbers and countings. So you can't even say 1 + 1 = 2 is a fundamental in if you include them in humanity. So I think, Reza, what you need to understand is actually the arguments we're giving don't require there to be the whole universe working or everything that God creates or does working according to our intellect or in something that we can process. And that also doesn't negate us being able to use our intellect, i.e. that we have been given sufficient intellect to tackle certain problems and challenges. Now, there's a very important difference between axioms and definitions. So when I talk about, for example, you can't make a square triangle, it's a matter of definitions. The definition of a triangle is something that has 3 sides. If anybody shows you a 4-sided triangle, they have not shown you a triangle. And even if a cat doesn't understand a square from a triangle, doesn't change that fact. And however advanced another future being may be, still could not change that fact, because it's a fact that is contingent upon the definitions. So as long as we're showing the definitions of words, there's no problem. And I think in this particular case, there's a difference in definition of God, which is actually quite subtle, because there's also other names and attributes we didn't get to do with truth, consistency, and fairness and just, and all these other properties that come together to give a more comprehensive understanding of why we can, in fact, legitimately use the kinds of reasoning we're using in this context.
I just want to go and ask you a different question altogether, right? Because you've talked about in terms of how do we understand the reality, whether reality can have real contradictions or not, right? Okay. How do you explain the Quran? Where did the Quran come from? Could it come from a human being or products of a culture, community, multiple people? Because the Quran says it's from God and nothing and no one can produce something like it. So what is your understanding on that? Because the Quran actually challenged the whole of creation, not just humankind. Creation meaning humankind and the jinns. The Quran says, get your helpers and supporters from anyone other than God. That means it's a direct challenge to the whole of creation, that the Quran is actually not from anyone else other than God. Okay, it's from God. So what is your explanation on the Quran? Because now, instead of just talking about like we cannot know who God is, and there could be so many things beyond our universe, you need to now deal with something which is in our creation. The Quran was revealed, it was sent down to our universe. So what is your take on that one? How do you explain it?
Sure. I exhausted my previous argument, so we can move on. It's super okay. About the Quran, I feel like it doesn't have intrinsic magical powers. You know, I read the Quran; it's just a normal poem book. It doesn't
So
have
why
anything.
is it people aren't able
And-
to imitate it? That's the
and
challenge of the Quran.
I will answer you. Sorry. And if we search like the minor errors and contradictions, we can find on them. And you
Give
say,
me an
like,
example of a
people can-
contradiction. Come on.
The evolution as the contradiction that we know, like
No, we're
evolution
talking about an
is scientific.
internal contradictions. First, you need to understand what a contradiction is, because in your definition, contradiction is possible, right? But in the definition that we are operating by, you cannot have two things in a certain scenario saying something totally different. A and not A, that will be a contradiction. You can't be knowledgeable and not knowledgeable. Okay, or the opposite cannot be true. So what I'm asking is, I'm not asking you to find an error or something. I'm starting with the first and the most important falsification test, and a direct challenge is produce a chapter like the Quran. If you want to do 10 chapters, be your guest, or the whole Quran, be your guest, right? You can do that. So why are people unable to do that? I want to hear your explanation. The Quran challenged people from the day one that bring a chapter like unto this Quran if you think it's not from God.
I don't believe in this statement you made. At the time of the revelation of Prophet Muhammad, there were.
That's what it says in the Quran, right? It's there in the Quran. So it's not about your belief or not. No one cares what you believe. The Quran states that categorically, without any ambiguity, produce a chapter like the Quran. Why are people unable to do so? Is my question to you.
Right. I don't believe in this statement you just made. I believe people could make similar. At the time of the revelation of Prophet Muhammad, there were people that questioned him, including the guy who wrote like the poems to him, because Muhammad didn't.
Do you have any
know
example,
this
imitation
early
that
phase
you
of
can share
revelation.
with me right now?
I got lost in time, right? They took power, they burned everything.
So this is now you're talking about an evidence that you don't have. So I am really a person which is really down to earth, practical person. I need and I seek and I demand evidence. Do you have any evidence that you can show to me that yes, here you go, this is an imitation of the Quran? Any evidence from any time period that I can read now with my own eyes and I can examine it?
I can ask ChatGPT, bro. If you look at the hadiths, for example,
I'm
they are
asking you,
recited and
do
the
you
same
have the
thing.
evidence? Do you have the evidence, my friend? Don't ask me, read the hadith, read the biography, read the tafsir. I'm simply asking, does evidence exist in which I can say, there you go, you can read this. Al-fil mal-fil, wama adraka mal-fil, lahu dhanbun tawil, wa khutun tawil, whatever, right? Do you have an evidence of an imitation is what I'm asking, because that's the direct challenge of the Quran. Where is the evidence that people have produced something like it?
All right. I told you the two evidence. First evidence, I read the Quran is just a normal poem book. Second evidence, at the time of the revelation of Prophet Muhammad, there were people who
We are not speaking in English now. I'm asking you, produce an imitation of a surah or like the Quran. It's not whether you believe or not. I need something written which imitates the Quran, any of the chapters or surahs like the Quran. Do you have anything like this? Have you read it yourself? Have you seen it? Have you heard it?
My two arguments were those two I just
I am
made.
not
It's
arguing
necessity
on
to
what
repeat.
your argument. I am now bringing you down to earth to remove the cognitive dissonance that I think people are really immersed in. Cognitive dissonance is a very big thing. In my everyday life, I have to deal with people who have cognitive dissonance. So what I'm saying is, if you don't know, you can search about these two terms, cognitive dissonance, what it is. I'm not going to explain to you right now. What I'm asking you, the Quran has challenged the whole universe and everyone in it. Produce a chapter like the Quran. So if you think people have, where is the evidence? I want to read it myself.
I don't have a compilation of a book which is similar.
I did
but
ask for a book,
historically, there
single
were people
chapter.
that
A small
contributed
chapter
him.
is sufficient. Do you have a small chapter imitated?
I could find on internet, but I don't have in my hands right now.
Right.
Okay.
So why don't you
totally
go,
agree.
why don't you go and find it and come back, right? Because that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Because this is a challenge that I'm giving, Muslims are giving, have been giving for the last 1400 years. If anyone wants to disbelieve in Islam, disbelieve in the creator, then simple, they can just simply debunk and refute and totally say this is what it is. It cannot be true, because that's how you falsify things. Islam has been very merciful on human beings and the whole of creation by giving a falsification test. This is how you can falsify it. Other religions don't do that to you, right? So Islam has been really very fair, merciful, and just to give you the resources of how you can falsify Islam, how you can falsify the existence of God, and so on. So if you don't have it at your hands, no problem. You can go and find out, and then tell me why people are unable to do so. Because what you're going to get is from an atheist or ex-Muslim or a Christian website who have no clue what the imitation should be. If you don't know, we have already lectures on our DawahWise channel, the linguistic miracle of the Qur'an, explained in English what it constitutes, what the stylistics or characteristics of the Quran is that needs to be imitated. So have a look at those first, and then say, okay, fine, I've got a piece which matches your conditions. Yeah, and then we can talk. Other than that, there's no point talking about logical possibilities and impossibilities and so on. This is all mind games, and we have enough of mind games. We need to deal with real facts now, hard facts, hard evidence, and try to deal with that hard evidence. Intellectual speculation have been done by lots of people, but it doesn't help anyone, and it's not going to help you, in my estimation.
Just
I think it'd be interesting.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sam.
I was just going to say very briefly, it's worth considering. Imagine, think about your standards of evidence for your beliefs, because on this side you've come to a fairly clear belief about the imitability of the Quran, and examine the level of evidence you had compared to you having this belief. Imagine the other way around, and we only had that level of, I promise there probably was some evidence, but it's gone now. You wouldn't find this particularly convincing, and if we stated that as a definite belief, you wouldn't, be particularly convinced. So try and be sure that you're applying fair standards, and if you're not, I believe your intentions are not the problem. I believe that's potentially evidence that Shaitan is playing with you.
No. Just let me clarify. Even if I find an equal piece, I say an equal piece to the Quran, I will analyze. I think is of course it will not change my mind, like about the divinity of the stylistic of the Quran. I think it doesn't have divinity. It's just a normal poem. From what I read and from my critical reasoning, that's my main point.
Okay, so here's the confusion, brother. Okay, with all due respect, I think you're confusing two things, or you're conflating it. See, when the brother told you in the Quranic inimitability challenge, right? Have you read the verse for itself? Have you read what it says?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. What does it say? Can you repeat it to me? There are three of them, but you can just mention either one of them, especially the one in the second chapter. Do you recall by any chance? If you don't know, just say you don't know, and I can read it to you. It's okay.
I need to remember the
So it says this, okay? One of them, it says this. And if you are in doubt about what we have sent you, or we have sent upon our servant, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, so obviously pointing towards him, right? Then produce a surah like it. It doesn't just stop there. Okay? Then it continues. And call your witnesses besides Allah if you are truthful. And this part is very important. You know how you pointed out to Brother Mansur that yes, there have been people, at the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, even after him, even today, people are trying, but are they succeeding? Right? For instance, if I put up a challenge to you, right, and you're like, okay, yeah, I'll give it a shot, and then you come back to me, you're like, okay, I did it. Is that sufficient? No. I will say, okay, what was the criteria that I gave you? What are the prerequisites of the challenge? Let me analyze it. Let's observe it. And if you and we cannot agree upon that, we would have to call a witness, a neutral witness that can come and observe, and they'll be like, okay, Fawad, what was your challenge? I'll be like, okay, these were the prerequisites, and he will actually analyze, okay, have you met all of these challenges? Okay, if you met A, B, C, okay, the D one you did not meet. Okay, that's it, khalas. You were not able to meet that challenge. You did not fulfill all the criteria. So first you have to understand, and this is with all due respect, I'm not saying this to demean or anything, okay? But understand what the Quranic challenge is first. Don't just say nonsense like, oh, there have been people that have tried to imitate it and they have been able to imitate it, or it's a poetry. No, understand what the Quran means, what it actually entails to imitate it. It doesn't mean that come up with a surah exactly like it. No, Quran was in its own genre. It came with its own genre. Was anybody able to come up with its own genre? No, they were not able to.
And the fact that you said that it's poetry lets us know that you have no understanding as to what the challenge is, and that you're jumping the gun, because it's not poetry and it's not prose. So, and this is a widely known thing. You don't have to be some top carnivore scholar to know this stuff, right? So when you say that you're reading the Quran, right, or that you've read the Quran, allow me to just humble you for just a moment. Are you reading it in Arabic?
Yes. I know how to read in Arabic. I know the letters. I can read. I can reproduce myself.
Do you understand the Arabic that's being said?
But I see the translation in English.
Hold
Surely,
on,
not even the Arabs nowadays understand the Arabic. Not even Muris, not even the. Let me just say this: not even the Arabs nowadays understand the Arabic of the Quran. It's different. A language is a live thing, and it changes with time. It's no wonder that the Arabs nowadays doesn't know how to speak between each other, because the language transformed.
Brother, oh my God. One of the miraculous things about the Quranic Arabic is that it's still alive till this day, dude. So you really are speaking without knowledge. You're saying a lot of things, and these are all your opinions, and every single one of them has been categorically incorrect. And now you're telling me that you read the Quran without understanding and you rely on a translation in whatever your native tongue is. What's your native tongue, by the way?
Farsi.
Farsi. Okay, thank you. I must have missed that. So now we've established that you don't know Arabic. We've established you don't know Quranic Arabic. You rely on the translations. We've established you don't understand the challenge of the Quran. We've established that you categorically do not understand that it's neither prose nor poetry. Okay. And then we've probed into your logic as to how you're coming to your conclusions, which is also severely, severely lacking. Just out of personal curiosity, because you said that there was contradictions, never mind the internal critique, like Ustad Mansur had asked, but I'm just genuinely curious what contradiction you found from a higher criticism. So go ahead, no holds barred, man. What contradiction did you find?
Surely, if we talk contradictions on the terms of Mansur, which is logic contradictions, even if I found one, which I could, we would end up on the same terms we just discussed when I joined.
So hold on a second. Pause for a second, friend. So you're saying even if you found one, so that means you haven't actually found anything. Now you're just speaking presumptuously and inserting things in there, sir. What's your deal?
Even if I find, which I'm sure there must be, because it's a spiritual book.
There must be. So now you're speaking again. You're saying all these things, man. There must be. Is it? Let me just ask you straightforward, because now you've personally offended me for all the time that I've dedicated to you. Can we just agree that you have no idea what the heck you're talking about? Is that fair to say, sir?
I don't know why you say this. I just presented my argument. It was pretty simple, pretty fast. We discussed. It was a good discussion.
Maybe English language has led to some unintentional rudeness.
Brother Slab, this is a cop-out. He knows the English language perfectly well, man. He's speaking at a very high level.
If I could just, I think, for example, when Reza sees what appears to him to be a contradiction, maybe he lacks the eloquence in English to explain it's an apparent contradiction to his limited capacity and understanding. And so he just blurts out something like, I find a contradiction, and throws it in your face and doesn't realize how rude that is. This is what I'm sort of trying to say, maybe. Is that fair, Reza? Or is that
Reza, you understand contradiction, right?
You're muted, Muris.
Sorry, Reza, is that fair, or did you intend to be as brute as Muris felt you were being?
I just said the contradiction in the sense of logical contradiction, you know, something that is stated on the Quran that logically contradicts. That's what I mean.
But something that apparently appears to be a contradiction to you, or something that as a universal fact is a contradiction. Which are you trying to say?
I'm saying that I'm saying the definition of contradiction that Mansur presented to me, which is the logical contradiction. You know, you say a squared circle, this is a contradiction. Even if it had on the Quran, I would like that that argument wouldn't be sufficient to convince me, just because of the things I presented. If we are talking about the divine, it doesn't need to make logical sense.
Why are you asking in that route? When we ask you what are the criteria that you're actually looking for that you would accept, you see what I'm saying, Brother Simon? You're way too nice of a guy, right? So like you're giving these guys like benefits of the doubt when in reality they don't know, and please forgive my language, their head from their tail end. So at this point, you know, you're stepping on being disingenuous, like big time.
The reason I do that, Muris, honestly, is because I've been the atheist who really, really thought I was being very, very rational and just could not see what I was doing. And just from his voice and the way he's carrying himself, it is still possible to believe that he's doing it with not with bad intentions. I think it's
possible, but I'm losing faith, man. I'm down to like 1%, 99 to 1, baby, 99 to 1. You know what I'm saying?
I understand. That's why I wanted to kind of just take over a little bit and just check with Reza where he's coming from and see where he's at.
That's fine.
I'm not sure there's
just to wrap up then just to wrap up. Okay, we need to go to the next guest just to wrap up. So basically, when the Quran challenges, so take that as your homework. I think we were saying with all respect to you, because that will really perhaps give you some food for thought. I mean, why are people unable to bring something like the Quran? There have been a lot of attempts to the internet. You can Google it and lots of examples comes up. But if you were to examine them, you will find that none of them, none of them can match the conditions of what the Quran is supposed to be imitated like, right? Because imitation should be like it. If I say bring a pen like this and you bring this one, does that look like a pen, my pen? Do you see the similarity? That's what people are doing. They're bringing something like this when I say bring something like that. So if you have a look at it, do examine each one, and then firstly you need to understand what is the Quran like, because the Quran says bring something like it. And we have this lecture on DawahWise channel, the linguistic miracle of the Quran. You can see the 3-part lecture we've given with Brother Muhammad Ali on part 3 from Muslim Lantern. So this is well known from many years now. Okay, so know what this challenge constitutes in terms of how to imitate it, and then look at the imitations, that so-called imitations on the internet. If all of them fail, you should ask yourself, why do they fail? Why are they failing? Why can we not make something like the Quran? What is so special about this book? The only thing the book says is from God. So now maybe you should be asking the second question. Maybe God does exist, because this is is called the product or a handiwork of God, in which you now have a proof for God. This acts as an evidence for God's existence and his continuation of sending guidance to people. So you need to deal with that fact of reality, that you cannot just simply avoid it. Islam is not going to go away anytime soon. With all these people saying, oh, we've dealt with Islam, and you make us physically weak in terms of our nations by dividing our countries and so on. But Islam intellectually is never going to go away. Islam is always going to be there until the end of the world. So you have to deal with it, and you have to have some kind of rational explanation saying this is how we can deal with it, because otherwise you'll be suffering from what we call the inferiority complex, cognitive dissonance. It's never going to give.
I have no problem with Muslims, though. I love the
It's
Muslims.
not about Muslims, it's about Islam. There's a difference between Islam and Muslims. Islam is there, and that needs to be understood or explained. If you are not a Muslim yourself, and Islam is not your religion, you have to deal with it, because Islam challenges everyone that if you don't accept what it says, then these are the consequences. You're going to be in hellfire, torture forever and forever. But if you do acknowledge by your rational thinking, your intellectual reasoning, your contemplation, your critical thinking, then of course belief is going to be solid for you, and you will be part of a community of believers, and you will have the reward, a promise that God has given. Because God wants us to use our brain, our mind, rather than simply be blind followers, just following our emotions and our gut feelings. Islam is different from any other religion that you can think of. It asks you to know that God exists, not just simply believe. It asks you to confirm your belief. It reprimands people who do not use their intellect. It reprimands people who follow their forefathers because they are born in a particular family. This is Islam. It's not like anything that you've seen or heard in any other religion in a religious context. That's why Islam needs to be understood. It's one of those misunderstood religion, even though you come from an area where a lot of Muslims, but you need to deal with it. So let's leave it there, Raza. You have lots of questions, I'm sure. Come back again next time by bringing an imitated chapter, imitated from a chapter of the Quran. First, doing your homework of knowing what it's supposed to be by this 3-part lecture, and then we take it forward. I think
I leave here satisfied. I leave here feeling that I exhausted my arguments. It was a nice discussion.
There wasn't any argument that I can think I need to consider. What argument did you prove that God didn't exist?
No, I presented my arguments. You guys presented yours.
All right, guys.
What argument did you waiting?
Didn't exist.
There was no argument.
We will help you out, dude. There was no premise. There was no conclusion. It was built off false understandings. It's just a disaster, bro.
I think
Reza, why don't you come next time, man? There's a lot of people waiting.
To his position, he's got a lot to go away and think about and learn, and then perhaps, inshallah, Allah will give him hidayah and guidance, and he'll come back with better informed, structured questions, which we can respond to with more clarity and perhaps build a bridge, inshallah.
Yeah. Take care, Reza. It's been a nice discussion with you.
Sure. Thanks.
Thanks. Bye.
Right. We got a Raj here. I don't know if he's a Hindu or an atheist. Raj, you need to unmute yourself.
Jai Shri Ram.
Yeah, where are you calling from?
Whatever that means.
Hello?
He's just praising here God. He's God. That's fine.
Are you a troll? I guess so. Okay. Sister Rajia, you want to keep your video on? Yeah. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. How are you guys?
We're okay, alhamdulillah.
There's a lot of disturbance in your audio, sister.
She's driving. Are you driving?
Yes, I've been trying to get it to my AirPods, but it will not go, so it's going through my car. So that's the
That's fine.
disturbance.
Maybe if you close the windows, maybe that might be better.
They are. It's actually maybe my air conditioner. What about that? Is that a
it's
little
your
better?
conditioner. Okay. Yeah, it's better than my idea.
Sorry. I didn't have an argument against atheism, except I think that maybe it's just my opinion. I don't know from what I'm hearing. It seems that a lot of atheists have an issue with one issue is they don't know how to put themselves back into the mind frame of what people were thinking at the time. Especially when they keep going back to the Arabic. A lot of people don't understand is back then the Quran itself was the basics for the new type of Arabic back then. It changed the language. So you can't say, well, we don't understand the Arabic. They understood it back then, but not to the extent that the Quran came. It came to such an extent that it was like, oh, this is much better than what we have. So now we need to kind of change how we speak a little bit and form our words and how we say things to kind of not match it, because you cannot match it. but you know, it's the basics for it, and that's why we still have it today, because it didn't get lost in the translation of Arabic itself. When it goes to other languages, that's a whole different thing. It will get lost in translation a lot. But, I mean, the Arabic thing is kind of surprising to me, because that was one of the most, once I learned how to read it and try to understand it, that was the most beautiful thing to me. It's so much more complex than any other language. Maybe Turkish is a little harder, but than any other language. And I don't understand where they're coming from with this Arabic thing, or you know, it says this in English. Well, did you check the Arabic? No, it says this, but I don't know how to clearly understand it. Well, if you're going to study something, study it completely. Don't do it halfway. Learn all of it. If it's in Arabic and you pray in Arabic, or you start in English and go to Arabic, learn what the Arabic is actually saying. And when you deep dig down into it, you'll understand it's way more complex than what your translation can ever give you. So that was just pretty much my comment.
I think it's a great comment. This is actually something that really humbled me in the beginning when I realized that the Abrahamic faiths come from the 3 Semitic languages, and how fundamentally different they are from Indo-European languages. You know, when you have a root system and how they develop and evolve, and how we know what the meanings are and how the meanings can be preserved in Semitic languages, Indo-European languages work in an entirely different way. So whereas I can speak French and German and English, say, and translate between them with a similar sized paragraph without much issue, doing the same thing in Arabic, you will lose so much meaning. The brother brought up the verse, you know, sort of Al-Ikhlas, where it's got Allah Samad in it. You know, you can look up As-Samad in E.W. Lane's lexicon and find 25 plus English words, none of which is an ideal approximation. You have to really understand, you know, a lot. And really it means you have to end up going and speaking to Muslims and having an interactive dialogue to really understand. And I think that's just such a beautiful part of the system to kind of enforce. You know, you are necessarily either straw manning it left, right, and center in pure arrogance, or you are humbly going and speaking towards knowledgeable Muslims. SubhanAllah, it's such a beautiful system.
Where was this with the previous caller, my man? Where was this with the previous caller? Why can't you slap him with this?
It took the sister to bring it out of him, you know?
And to add something else, to add something else to how sometimes, you know, they complain about not knowing Arabic, else they would have taken up the challenge, right? I mean, if you really think about it, because like not long ago I was speaking to an atheist and he said the same thing. I don't know if he was a Christian or an atheist, I forgot. And I mean, this applies to everything, every facet of life, right? I mean, it's like if I take up the challenge to be the best tennis player in the world, right? Or football player in the world, basketball player in the world. I can't complain that, oh, I don't have the legs, I don't have the stamina, the skill that they have, else I would have taken up the challenge, you know? Like, I mean, you know, like when you go to school, you learn language. Like English is not my first language. I had to learn it to study the books. Do the same thing. You want to take up the Quranic challenge? Learn Arabic. So many people have. It's a language, you can learn it. Literally within a few months, you should be able to learn it. And you know, develop your skill over time if it takes you 2-3 years. But you're the one that are actually claiming this challenge could be met. So go ahead, equip yourself with the tools, take up the challenge. It's a cop-out. It's a cop-out.
Yeah, I think most of the Christians who come up with this excuse, they think that Jesus actually spoke English.
You know, like I said, a couple of guys know me on here. I've been on DawahWise a couple of times, so I was a Christian. And the thought of what language Jesus spoke never even occurred to me as a Christian. It didn't occur to me until I got into Islam and learned about the Arabic, and then started watching the Dawah channels and like, oh, he spoke Aramaic. Oh, exactly. You know, I never even thought about that as a Christian. I mean, man, Islam has opened my mind up to so many different things at one time that Christianity would have never took me to. Maybe because I didn't believe in the core concept of it to begin with as a kid, but it didn't give me any reason to just learn that kind of depthness into it. But when I came to Islam and started learning more, it was just the bare basics that it went against the Trinity. That's what I wanted. That's all it took for me. When you're sincere, it doesn't take all of this Christian fathers and this where did this come from, and what transcript this says and all of that. It's just the concept of it, the core concept. If it's in your heart and that's what you believe in, then it's gonna resonate with you, and it's that drives you forward. It's not the let me read this first and see if that drives me forward. No, it has to already be there somewhat. You see what I'm saying? So it's a double-edged sword, because a part of it has to be it's there already, and you're open to something else, something that explains God better than what you have heard. But if you're saying, well, Christianity is true, but let me just go dabble over here in a little bit. I'm going to put my toe in here and see how that feels, but I'm going to still have this preconceived notion in my head that Christianity is the truth. I'm just going to look. Then you're not being sincere. It's not in your heart. That's not what you're looking for. You're not looking for truth. You're just looking for something that's going to bring you back to where you were before. So that sincerity. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, sister. I was just gonna say, language. I mean, you touched on the issue of language. It's so important. Whenever we talk to Christians, they're like, "Oh, I don't need the Gospels or the Bible in the original language of Jesus," and it's such an underrated thing. See, this is why. We say and we take pride in the idea that it's preserved in its original language. Why? Because the Quran itself, it actually says, every nation was sent a messenger, and it was sent in their own language. So there is, and they did not speak in riddles. They spoke very clearly their language. It was somebody that they knew was of the utmost character, right? And spoke their language. So there is no confusion, because it's a matter of salvation. So it's very important that we know exactly what the words of our Creator is. It has to be in the language that we understand.
I agree, and words have meaning. You have to know what like I said, I didn't go into this deeply with Christianity because it just didn't lead me to that direction. But once I started going in that through Islam, I realized, oh well, I see why there's a contradiction in between the Greek and the Old English, because I grew up with the Old English Bible, so I was reading thee and thou, and I actually understood that a little better than what they have now. But it made more sense to why there's that doesn't make any sense, and that doesn't really mean that in the original language. So I get what you're saying, but it also goes to intention as well. So. That was just my viewpoint.
The amount of time we have to explain to them the royal plurals, the majestic plurals, like we and us and so on. Every time you explain to them, it just goes over the head, many of them, and they repeat the same thing after some time. So if it's we, then it must be plural. I mean, seriously, it's just mind-boggling. Once you realize how important language is for the preservation of any book, not only religious books, you'll understand that when it changes from one language to another, a lot of things are changed in that process of translation. The vocabulary that English has is minuscule in comparison to Arabic. So how are they going to explain all the words in Arabic, which is something like 17 million words, compared to maybe just like 1% of it or something in English? That's the discrepancy in the number of words in the Arabic dictionary compared to the English one. So it's just so important that we understand how important language is for preservation of any material.
Yeah.
Even the term God, it's used in different ways in the English. Like you can have God, gods, goddess, all these different genders and plural and so on. Take the term Allah. It's beautiful. The only unique word which describes the God who is unique is Allah. It only applies to the all supreme Almighty God. And even the Arabic Jews and the Arab Jews and the Arab Christians understand this. They use terms like inshallah and alhamdulillah and so on. because they know the term Allah only applies to the Almighty God. But you see, when you have terms like Elohim, which can apply to angels and false gods and human beings like Moses, it's confusing. So that's why the term Allah itself, you can understand how important and beautiful it is in terms of its usage throughout the Quran, which doesn't confuse anyone when they read it. Even the Aramaic term for God is Allah or Elah, which is very close to the term Allah. The only difference is maybe the vowels that's used in Aramaic, which is a bit different. But ultimately, it's the same sister language, and it's got very similar wording. The term for God in Aramaic is almost identical to what the Arabs use. And this is the beauty, that Allah is not something new that came in the time of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, or even the time of his father or grandfather. It's been there since the time of, since the language's been there, I guess, long before even Jesus. So alhamdulillah, language is everything. I think it's the key for preservation.
Absolutely.
Right, sister. You got any other questions for us?
I think she dropped out.
Okay, I didn't realize. All right, we got our last caller. I think we're going to end it after that, inshallah. So no more new callers. We're going to end the stream today. Jazakallah khair to our new guest here, Brother Islam Hakim. I hope you enjoyed the stream today, bro.
Alhamdulillah, Jazakallah khair. I'm here much longer than I thought I'd be. I just sort of stayed on after I had the...
That's good. That's good. This is a productive way to spend your time, I guess. So we got the last caller. Let's take him in, inshallah. Fardeen, you need to unmute yourself.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Where are you calling from, bro?
I'm calling from Bangladesh.
Okay, that's good. You've been listening to the stream today?
I've been listening just for 30 minutes, to be honest. Yeah. So,
okay.
As far as I can say, I want to actually talk about the argument that you're just giving a little back to a sister that came here. The argument, from the elegance, the Quran, and infer that the Quran is.
You need to speak up. Come a bit closer to your microphone.
Yeah, I want to. Again, let me clarify. English is not my first language, so I think there's going to have some bearings on our discussion, but I'm going to try my best.
Yeah, you're doing quite well. So go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So I want to discuss about the arguments that you guys were giving a little bit earlier. The argument about, just because the Quran is, unproducible, therefore you can infer that the Quran is from God. So how do you do that? What is the argument?
So you're talking about the inimitability of the Quran, is what you're referring to?
Pretty much, but the whole argument is pretty much, meaning the proposition itself is unclear to me. Because when you say that, let's say the Quran is unimitable, what does it even mean? Which like Quran do?
The challenge is to produce something like it.
Yeah, what does the term like mean? Because
like means like the style of what the Quran is written in. It's been revealed in.
So the grammatical construct that it was revealed in, that was not known before. Okay. Then the tajweed, even the way we actually pronounce, the singy-songy type of, I don't know how else to say it.
He's a Muslim, bro.
Yeah, exactly. No, I said tajweed, but maybe he doesn't know. Do you know what tajweed is?
Yeah, I know that.
Okay, the tajweed. This is not how any literature, any book, any poetry was ever recited, ever in their history before. Okay, the words that it used in each chapter, it has new words that was not known to them, yet they recognized it because of the root word. The way certain terms were used in sentences, so it goes on and on and on. The fact that it created its own genre.
Just to not to prolong this any longer, but the Fardeen, you said you're from Bangladesh. We have explained this in 4 streams in Bangla in the month of Ramadan and ongoing. Okay, so in our DawahWise Bangla stream, we've explained in details what the challenge involves, what are the conditions, what are the prerequisites for imitation, how to imitate it. Is it a condition that is objective or subjective? And we explain how this was totally objective. And this is how it's laid down to show to, because people, like in the past, they have objection to this Quran. They say, oh, this is like the tales of the ancients, okay, stories of the old. So the Quran, at that point, because of these accusations that was been made, said, okay, if this was the case, it's not from God revelation, you think, then you should be able to produce something like it, you know. And that's where the context of the challenge is. If you think it's not from God, not from Allah, then produce something like it. This is a falsification test to demonstrate that if it wasn't from God, then it's human speech. It's either by the Prophet himself or someone else, or collectively, you know, together they've made this book. So human beings should be able to imitate the linguistic structure of this composition. So that is a challenge which is fair, which is objective, and the objective nature is explained in the video that I talked about, 4 live streams that we've done, and one should be able to match it. The question is, why were people unable at that point, unable throughout this history of, you know, humankind, and still today unable to match it? That's the question to tackle, because if it's a human product, it should be imitable. That's the thing.
I mean, let's say, you know, can I talk about the problem that I face with this argument? Because again, even if the argument fails, meaning if the justification for the conclusion fails, meaning the premise doesn't entail the conclusion or implies
It's not an argument. You misunderstood. It's not an argument. It's a falsification test. So you don't look for premise and you don't look for conclusion. It's a falsification test in which a challenge is given. It tells you how to meet that challenge, and then it tells you exactly what to do when you cannot meet it, or what you expect when you cannot meet it. So it's not a logical argument.
Okay, but then how do you know the?
In fact, it's a challenge where you can bring anyone and everyone you can.
Yeah.
To help
So
you.
this is a problem with people who think, oh, there's a it's a logical argument. It's this. No, we're not saying this is a logical argument. You don't need to consider it this way. It's a falsification test. It's a test which you can apply, and you can falsify the book. That's what it is.
Just to clarify, do you have the question? Are you asking why it matters that it can't be falsified? Are you asking why it's important that even if all the mankind and jinn came together, they can't produce something like it? Do you not follow the significance of that?
So yeah, are you asking me?
Yes, yeah, I'm trying to clarify.
Okay. I have many structures of problem with this argument. Again, I don't think if this is my position, I don't think even if the argument fails, I don't think this is in any way a defeater for Islam. Okay, so my main concern here would be that, okay, I like to understand what is the argument. When you're talking about an falsification test, is basically saying that the premise has some implication.
We're losing you. We can't hear you properly.
Can't hear you,
Okay,
bro.
so basically, when you're talking about a falsification test, you're basically saying that let's assume a proposition, and let's say that that proposition has some implication. Can you negate the implication? There are clear-cut possibilities of negating the implications.
Bro,
If we can negate,
the Quran states in it that you will not be able to copy it.
Okay,
So
you do understand how a falsification test works, right? A falsification
Do
test.
you?
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So if
Explain
something
to us
claims to be
how
true-
the nature of falsification test works in science, for example.
Okay, let's say any proposition or hypothesis in science. Let's denote that proposition as P, right? And let's say that proposition P, because that when you're talking about scientific proposition, these propositions are not just atomic ones. They are composed and compound ones, and all of these propositions have some implications, and those implications can be traced by our 5 senses. And if we can see that those implications doesn't follow by an argument structure of modest tolerance, we could say that the premise is false. If P, then Q,
No.
not P. This is the general logical structure
you
of our
completely
argument.
misunderstood what the challenge is.
If you manage to create a validated copy of some or verse like it, then you will have completed the falsification challenge. Then you'll have found your thing that you can consume with your ears or your eyes if you read it, which will backtrack along your system of propositions. But because the Quran says inside it, you will not be able to do that. So if you've done it, then you will have proved the contrary.
Okay, let me ask you a simple question. Do you think if someone is able to imitate the Quran, would that imply that the Quran is not from God?
According to the Quranic
According to the
standards,
Quran,
yes.
it would
The
say-
challenge
According
is
to the Quranic very own
No, no, no.
criteria,
What
it would
is
not be
it?
from God. That's the
It
criteria
would
Quran
falsify
says.
Islam.
Exactly. That's what I was talking about. So it's like a modus ponens argument. The proposition is, if you can, no one can, pretty much no one
Pardon,
can imitate the
sorry to
Quran. That's
interrupt.
what you're
Pardon, sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. Do you know of anyone who've imitated the Quran? Let's go to the very fundamental hard facts. I'm not
yes,
interested in
last
your logical
1400 years.
structure of an argument. I'm
No.
interested in hard facts. Do you know of anyone who's matched it?
No, I will go there. There's no problem with that. I have also problem
There
with
is
the
a huge
proposition.
problem with
Hang on, hang on,
last
hang on.
1400 years.
I'm not
no
interested
one
in
has
your
done it.
critique or explanation about logic and logical structure and premises and how conclusion derives from it. I'm simply saying the challenge is understood. Where is the imitation? Do you know of anyone who's done it?
So isn't there an argument when you're saying that proposition?
I'm not
follows from
interested
another?
in arguments anymore. I'm interested in the product.
Exactly.
Has someone matched it?
When I'm going to give you a product, isn't that an argument on its own? So how are you really escaping
I'm
the
not
argument
interested in an
structure?
argument anymore, Fatin. I'm interested
not-
in the product.
Brother Mansur, you are not going to ever escape the arguments, because when you are saying, has anyone
I'm not
imitated the
interested
Quran?
in your argument. This is
my
all you are
God.
able to do. Look, firstly, are you an atheist or
You realize
just
now,
one
you're
second,
strawmanning
Hashim, one
it.
second, Hashim. Are you a Muslim mu'min? Why do you have a doubt since Islam?
No, I do not think, and I believe this proposition, but I don't think this argument works.
I'm not
That's what
asking you that. I want to clarify whether are you a critique of Islam or are you a Muslim?
I'm a critique of those people who
Good.
think this argument works.
As a critique of Islam, what I am asking you, directly asking you,
strawman.
do you
Don't
have
strawman.
a product? Do you have a product?
Brother, I'm going to go there because you are not letting me go in there.
No, I want you to go there now. I don't want you waffling about arguments and what constitutes an argument. I'm not interested in any of that. The statement is clear on the Quran. If it's not from God, you should be able to imitate it. So, have you got an imitation?
Explain to me the proposition. That
I'm not
the Quran
interested in the propositions.
Oh my
I'm not
God.
interested in your arguments because this is all silly games about what constitutes logical arguments, modus tollens, this and that. I'm simply saying the Quran has made a challenge. Wait, Fadin. I'll give you opportunity to speak, right? Let me clarify one thing. The Quran has given a challenge. Has the challenge been met? What's the answer? Yes or no?
I'm going there. What
No,
does the challenge
I am not
mean?
going to let you speak any further. Has the challenge been met? If the answer is yes, I would like to see the evidence.
Challenge. I want to talk about the challenge. What does it mean?
It is the challenge. The question is about
If you
the
don't know
challenge.
what it means, go and read about it. That's all you're capable of.
As a logical individual,
That's all you're capable of.
As
The-
a-
you
as
know,
an individual
going
who's
round and round and round and round, rather than meeting the challenge. We know the Islamic. Hang on, we know the critics of Islam in Bangladesh, their critical thinking and the lack of it. Rather, instead of saying we are going to meet the challenge, they don't do that. They will ask you, "Oh, I don't understand your criteria. I don't know what mean by challenge. You know this guy who was P.S. Morgan or whoever. Like, what do you mean by mean? What do you mean by what?"
Oh yeah.
Stop all of that. Fadin, I am asking you one more time. Has the challenge been met?
Are you going to let me talk? Us?
I am going to ask you a specific question that requires a specific answer. If I ask you, has the challenge been met? You should be able to answer that question.
Okay, I'm answering.
Oh, so
This is
the
a-
answers are
Yeah.
wait. My question has potential answers. Has the challenge been met? Potential answer A, yes, it's been met. B, it's not been met.
Look, it's a composed question. It's an assertion.
Excuse me, it's A or B. What are you going to answer?
Yes, I have to get to the assertion. What is that proposition itself? Then I can give an answer. Okay,
Has
yes,
the
it has-
challenge been met? Enough of waffling. The Bengali critics of Islam as really, I apologize to my panelist, someone from Bangladesh with such a level or lack of critical thinking. I apologize on their behalf. Bengalis are supposed to be very brilliant and very, critical thinking. I'm asking you again one more chance, Fardeen. Has
brother,
the
look.
challenge been met? The answers are, potential answers are, I'm going to expand it now. Wait, the answers are, yes, it's been met. No, it's not met. I don't know. Maybe. I don't care. 5 potential answers and not outside this 5. You are going to stick to this 5, one of these 5 answers. So, has the challenge been met? Yes, it's been met. No, it's not been met. I don't know. Maybe. I don't care. Which one are you going to take as your answer?
Look, if I'm going to ask you a question, and if that's a composed
then you're
question,
going to have failed understanding what it means to pick one of 5 options.
My mouse is hovering over.
Yes,
Maurice,
I was trying to.
Maurice, take it on, bro. No, I didn't want you to remove him. Bring him back.
Okay.
I want you to continue with him because it's a really a shameful. I'm really, for the whole people who are watching, I apologize on the behalf of the Bengalis. This is not how the Bengalis mindset works. These are people who are lacking critical thinking.
Okay, so here's the challenge basically.
For a second,
Now,
look,
you are really making allegations upon me. I'm a Muslim brother from Bangladesh, but
I asked you, the Muslim. You said you're a critic.
No. I said I'm a critic of those people who make this argument. Yes,
you didn't say that. You said you're a critic.
If you're a Muslim, do you think the Quran can be imitated?
Rewind the video. I have said that.
So maybe, okay, hang on. So maybe I've misunderstood you, right? So if you're a Muslim, I am asking you this direct question, my brother, my Muslim brother. 5 out of these 5 potential answers, which one are you going to take? Challenge is met.
The problem, brother. I don't think there are 5 options. That's the problem. We don't even agree on the foundations. I don't think there are 5 options there are.
Hold on.
Brother.
If you're a Muslim, bro,
10
hold on
seconds,
1 second.
please.
I'm sorry,
10
brother
seconds.
Islam. You're way too nice of a guy.
Look, can I try being nice and see what happens?
Hold on, because I just have to ask him a direct question, which is what Brother Hashim asked. Do you think that the Quran can be imitated, brother?
I don't even know what does it mean. That's why I was asking you what.
Why are you arguing something you don't know, bro? Why are you up here? Hello.
Why don't you ask us what it means?
Wait.
Conclude.
Try to understand what my problem is. I'm saying
I don't diagnose your problem.
Gently.
You need to ask us. You need to explain to us what your problem is, so we can diagnose it. Okay. So what is your problem? You do not understand the challenge. Is that the problem?
No. Okay. Let me clarify. The proposition is no one can imitate the Quran, right? I'm saying, what does it even mean to imitate the Quran? Because when
do you understand the challenge or you don't understand the challenge?
I'm saying the concepts are unclear. That's why I don't understand what does it even mean.
So say like that. You don't understand the challenge. So
it's not unclear. It's not unclear. You are making it unclear deliberately. It's not unclear. Ask the audience, panelists here. Muris, is it unclear? Hashim, is it unclear? Fawad, is it unclear? Brother Islam Hakim, is it unclear?
It's been very, very well clarified to people of knowledge. It may be unclear to people who have not sufficiently looked into it. Brother Fardin, I beg you.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Brother Fardin, please.
Listen to what the brother is saying.
Listen to me for a second. Think about what you're doing. You're coming onto a panel here, right? And you're saying, I don't know what your challenge is, but once you explain it to me, I'm probably going to be able to show why it doesn't make sense.
Yes.
And that just really, brother, please, you've got to think about the possibility that Shaitan may have something to do with getting you to really get fired up on this one. You can't be sure that it is not a valid argument structure and so on and so forth if you don't know what the argument structure is. You can't have both ways.
Fardeen, brother, just 1 second, okay?
Strawmanning me.
If I were you, brother, just 1 second. I'll say one thing and then you come back. Look, if I were you, okay, assuming that, because like about your heart, I can't speak. None of us we can guess that, okay? But if you are a sincere person, or if you were a sincere person, I'm not saying you're not, you would come to the panel and you would say, guys, I actually read these verses. The inimitability challenge. Can you guys explain it to me? That's how the question should have been phrased. That should have been the starting point. Okay? And like the brother told you, watch the 3 or 4 part series that they have done. If you have difficulty understanding English, it's available in your language. Watch it, come back, critique it. Then you can
Brother.
critique it. Right now, you don't even know what the challenge
No,
is.
brother.
Exactly. How
Again,
are
you are
gonna challenge
again
or
and
premise
again
or something when
strawmanning
you don't
me.
even know
You are
what that
again.
thing is?
Let me clarify what I have said just before. You are not letting me clarify. You're assuming what my words mean. That's the problem. You're strawmanning me at every step. I've came here
Actually,
with
Fardin, you're
simple,
not understanding what we're saying, and that's why you feel straw
brother,
man.
with sincere brother, with sincere respect. Let me clarify what I've said.
Don't be mean to my brother
I
Islam.
think,
There's the last warning,
look,
man.
I think when you say a proposition that is unclear, you say that the subjects and the predicates are not really properly defined or described, such that it could be the case that when you're making a proposition, the proposition could overlap into different things which you may not be willing to be asserting about or negating about. I was
Yes.
talking to you. That's where I was talking to you about. What does it even mean? I'm not saying I'm absolutely ignorant about the subject. I'm not saying that okay, I don't understand the subject in any way or sense or form. You're strawmanning me. I know what this challenge is.
In what sense did what I say straw man that position you just gave?
Yes, you have strawmanned me by assuming that I didn't knew, by making an assertion and then trying to negate my idea that somehow the first question that I had to ask you were, okay, what was the challenge about? I do know about the challenge, but I don't know about the specificity of the claims being made. That
And
was the
I
question I
fully
was
understand
asking.
that, and I understand that from your point of view currently, you believe that your issue that you have, and tell me if I'm still manning you wrong, right? But my what I see is somebody who thinks they have a logical issue with the challenge overall, which holds independent of any specific details of that challenge. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't say that. The thing is that I would grant you that the proposition is true. Obviously, I think the proposition is true that the Quran is inimitable. Obviously, I don't think that it can be immutable. But the problem is when you pose that as an argument to, let's say, to the kuffars, there are many friends that I know who are Hindus and of other religions. You have to be clear. You have to be rationally honest. What are you really referring to by the proposition when you say the Quran is inimitable or no one can imitate the Quran?
Okay.
Yeah,
I was
can
asking
I
you
just
the
this for a
but
second
what
here?
you did
Because-
was try to strawman me and ad hominem against me and try to assume a lot of things about
Certainly not me.
Real quick. No, just real quick.
I'm not talking
I think you're just playing the victim card for no reason. I don't think anyone strawmanned you or ad hominem you. The question is, if you don't understand the challenge, then ask. It's simple as that.
Oh, brother, a strawman is when you misrepresent a person's
Let's read the
position.
ayah. Let's read
You
the ayah.
obviously
Tell us which part of this
came here.
you do not understand.
I have
Okay,
to
here
get
it
going
is.
before you get into it.
Read the ayah yourself, and you tell us by yourself which
Before
part
you
of
get
this
into
you
it.
do not understand.
Before you get into it, I have to get going. But I just want to say that it is incredible to me to think that somebody thinks that they could have presented the claim better than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Exactly.
You need to get a reality check. Dead serious. Okay. So how it's presented to the world, to the believing people, the non-believing people, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did it in his majesty and in his infinite wisdom and knowledge best. So I'm going to leave you with that to let that brew in your head. I'm going to say salam alaikum to everybody. I got to get going. And barakallahu feek. Very nice to meet you, brother Islam.
So let's ask Brother Fardeen, how does he understand the Quranic ayah as translated here? What is it saying in your understanding?
Yeah. When we talk about the proposition that then produce a surah like it, what does it even mean? Let's say the details. What does it mean to produce a surah? Does it mean that I have to at least make some verses that are equivalent to some surahs within the Quran? Does it mean that I have to, let's say, construct verses that are equivalent to the words within the surah? Does it mean that we have to address similar topics that are addressed in the surah? What does it even mean? That's the thing that's unclear to me.
It's a literary and linguistic challenge.
That's
what is the evidence from the Quran?
No. Now I understand where your issue is. You think this challenging criteria is very vague, but this one concise statement, "Fa'tu bi suratin mithlihi," is such a concise yet comprehensive, I had to spend 3 lectures on this one and 4 streams on Bangla on this one, just to explain how is it like it. Because if I say bring a pen like it, can you see my pen, which is like this shape in blue color? Yeah, I'm on the top on this screen. So if I say a pen like it, then anyone is not going to think your pen is like this, like a water bottle. People know what it means, like it, like of this nature. Quran explains itself how it's like it. So if you didn't know how the Quran self-explains the likeness that it is in, or the way or the stylistics it is in, then this is our fault. So one needs to understand and read the Quran to see the likeness. The fact that people, the Arabs at that time, they immediately recognized how the Quran is, and that's why they even didn't start to imitate anything, because they knew it's impossible for them to imitate. But because we are away from this time frame and we're not speaking in Arabic, some of us are speaking English now, some of us in Bangla, that's why we misunderstand the likeness of it. So if I showed you this pen, bring a pen, one moment, pen like it, what is your understanding? Like this pen. So how is this like my pen? Can you see the difference?
Somebody could say, it is like it because they both have plastic and metal, but they would have misunderstood the challenge.
Yeah. So it is need to be like this one. So the Quran, how it's like is explained. So I'm asking you kindly and humbly, that you watch the Bangla stream that we did over Ramadan. It's called Bishir Poti Quraner Challenge. We did at least 4 or 5 streams. It's going and going. In fact, this Saturday, we have another challenge of dealing with a contradiction claim in the Quran, that the Quran has contradictions or not, part 2 of it. So we've dealt with the linguistic challenge, 4 or 5 streams on it already, explaining in detail what the likeness constitutes of, right? What exactly is that likeness? Is it like you bring something like in English, as you said, is it like a topic? Is it something, whatever? So we've explained that in detail from the Quran itself. Then your ambiguity will go away.
I don't think, brother, that solves the issue here.
And what is the issue?
Yes, I'm telling you. When you say the Quran, just clarifies the challenge for us. For me, it could be anything. For you, it could be anything. That's the problem. You are not giving me the criteria. If you were to give me the criteria,
what was I saying all along, bro? I mean, what was I saying all along? I am saying the criteria is already explained in the 4 or 5 part series in Bangla. Please watch it, and then next time you come and say I disagree.
Now you're not
sorry.
Now you're not trying to have a discussion right now, right?
No, I am saying I am not going to repeat a 4 part series, hours of discussion, and tell you what it is.
No, you could summarize,
essentially, if I were to summarize it, Quran has a unique stylistics. Just like Shakespeare wrote his sonnet in a specific way, specific pattern, specific rhythm, specific placement of words, or patterns of word, 14 words in a line or something like that. So Arabic language has some stylistics in its diction style, prose, poetry, the sayings of the soothsayers, and so on. The poetry has some categories. The Arabs had 16 different type of categories of poetry. They called it bihar, right? So they have specific ways, rhymes in meters. They're set. You can now write any poem and say, this is in the meter of at-tawil, or this is in the meter of al-basit, or this is in the meter of al-rajas. Yep, very set. Quran is unlike any of the known categories of Arabic language, Arabic poetry. It is not prose and it is not poetry. So it's a unique genre. So we are dealing with something, a language delivery or a composition, which is very unique. It is unique to the Arabs then and even today. How unique it is when we examine itself, the stylistics. So, for example, when I speak, I might speak with a nominal sentence or a verbal sentence, start with a noun or start with a verb. I might have a preposition in the beginning and so on and so forth. You see, these are all grammatical construction or composition of speech. The Quran has, one moment, I'm telling you what this is and you're not concentrating. Please focus, because I'm
You're
summarizing
making a lot of
four-part
point, brother.
series.
I'm
I'm
that misunderstanding
summarizing a
right.
four-part series for you in few minutes. So obviously, it's not going to be done in 1 minute, is it? It's going to take a little bit while, but I'm not going to take any longer. I'm saying the stylistics. Stylistics is a special branch in linguistics in which how certain things are composed or written, in what way, in what form, in a grammatical structure, on a rhyme or a rhythm, and so on and so forth, right? So Quran has its own stylistics, and that stylistics is explained by a scholar called Dr. Bassam Saha, and he has two-part books giving you the fundamental descriptions of what it constitutes, and then he applies those objective criteria and shows where it is. So as an example, every surah of the Quran has such a linguistic novelty or newness that it exceeds the number of words in that particular chapter, in this particular surah. If a surah has 20 words, the linguistic novelty or newness exceeds 20 number of words in the surah. So this is one of the conditions to meet a challenge, imitate the Quran. You have to bring the imitation in Arabic language, in the stylistics, and in those conditions to met. So I've given you three criteria which are very backbone criteria. So it's not vague, it is there if you know, if you were to read it. So when I read something, if I say, oh, bring a composition like Shakespeare, and then I read Madhusudhan Dotto, it might not be the same because in a different language and different categories. So Shakespeare wrote specifically in a particular stylistic, particular genre. That's why textual critics, when they examine certain piece of work, they can say, this is a forgery because it is not in the style of that author. When New Testament scholars say, is this particular letter written by Paul the Apostle, they will say this is a forgery and this is most likely his. Why? Because they look at the stylistics. Just like when I'm speaking, I have a particular way, I have a specific vocabulary that I'm using, particular tone, particular way I'm structuring my language, which is different from Brother Islam Hakim, which is clearly, you've noticed, my tone is aggressive, harsh, loud, but his is not. So stylistics has an element which is objective and an element which is subjective, how it's delivered. We are dealing with objective nature of the stylistics of the Quran. So don't come and say, oh, I don't understand the proposition. Then this is your ignorance. This is your inability to understand the challenge, not the fault of the Quran presenting the challenge itself. Do you understand what I've said so far?
I understand obviously some of it, but not all of it. But I'll try to make a point now, because let's say even if I were to grant you all of your point, let's say I'm granting you that produce a surah like it is very clear, is precisely defined by, let's say, the stylistic, this expressive nature of the Quran and the compositional styles, right? But that still, that you are just saying that there are different literary evaluation techniques for different literary works. As you have already said that when you are talking about composing, let's say, Shakespeare's work, he writes in different ways, right? Obviously, if you go to different languages, they also write in different ways. Not all languages are the same. Like if you go to Bangla, as you know, as you are also a Bengali, as far as I know, that there is no, genitive pronoun in Bangla. You cannot even intelligibly say that, it's a he or she in Bangla, right? The grammatical structure of Bangla is completely opposite of English. When you're talking about subject, verb, predicate, that's not how Bangla works. Bangla works in the opposite. So now all of these are just ways of expressing or describing what reality is. My point is that if you're trying to say that an objective is, and standard is objective, I don't really want to use the term objective because again, there are confusion with the word. I want to use the word real as it corresponds to reality. If I take the definition, then obviously you have to give a standard that actually corresponds to reality. But when you give an analysis of how language works, these are the descriptions of how we express our emotions and facts about the world.
It's not all languages. It's Arabic. It's very clear. The Quran is in Arabic. We are not looking at Bangla language or English language. If it's like,
I'm not doubting that. I'm not making a point against that.
No, if
I'm not
you have
making
to
a point
produce a
against
surah
that.
like it, obviously it has to be in Arabic. The criteria here is very clear.
I'm
if you look
agreeing
at
with
the
you.
genre, wait, the Quran has a special genre. Okay, it has a lot of things which are unique. In Arabic, for example, even the grammar it uses is something that it started before the Quran. Can you produce a book? Can you find a book like the Quran? No, you can't. Nor can you
No,
find it
brother
afterwards.
Hashim, brother Hashim.
No, look,
No,
I think you're making a big fuss out of nothing. First and
no, I'm
foremost,
not.
you don't wait,
I'm not
Fardin,
really.
listen, wait. Do you know Arabic?
No, I don't know Arabic, but
Okay,
I'm
so if
not trying to
somebody
make a
tells
point
you,
about
wait a
language.
minute. If you are a Muslim and do you actually believe in the Quran?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, so when the Quran tells you to produce a surah like it, do you believe that this is a challenge from Allah?
I think this is a rhetorical tool.
No.
This is a
I'm talking about
persuasive
the
technique.
Quran. Is it a challenge from Allah or not?
Yeah. That proposition we're talking
Okay,
about the
hold on.
challenge. That
If
challenge
Allah
is a
tells
persuasive
you,
technique by
wait a
God.
minute. If Allah tells you very clearly in this ayah, in the next ayah, that, but if you fail to do this, that means if you fail to meet the challenge, you will most certainly fail. Allah is telling you now, He's emphasizing this. Not only the fact that He's given you the challenge, but Allah is so certain that He says you will most certainly fail. What does that mean to you when Allah says it?
No, I would agree with you, but brother
No.
Hashim, when
Answer
you're
the
talking
question.
about verses, yes,
What does
I'm
Allah
coming to
mean
that.
when He says
I'm coming to
you?
that.
Hold on. Answer the question, Fardin. What do you
Yes.
understand when Allah tells you and mankind and the jinn, you will most certainly fail? What does it mean by that? What does Allah mean?
Yes. I'm speaking to you. Let me speak, brother. You're not letting me speak.
Yeah, but you
You're
need to
trying to
answer the
suppress the
question. Don't
point.
waffle your way out
Yes,
of it.
I'm trying to answer the question.
Go on.
When you make a tafsir or explanation of the verses, you know about tawil, right? You know about how to explain the different verses according to different, let's say interpretative
I knew
schema
you
that
will
you have.
waffle. Just answer the question.
No, I'm not
What does
waffling.
Allah
That's
mean when He
important. You
says
know
you will
that very well,
certainly
right?
fail?
One of the scholars that you guys follow, even Taimiyya, he also makes this point that when you're trying to talk
I'm
about
not
the
bringing any
Quran,
scholars. I'm just
no,
talking
I
based
am
on
bringing
what the Quran
scholars.
is.
I am bringing scholars to
No,
justify
you're
my
being
point.
difficult. That's what you're being.
No, I'm not, brother. The subject is difficult. Do you think that
It's
God's
not
words
difficult.
are
For
that
you, it's
easy? No.
difficult because you don't know Arabic.
Yes.
And you don't know the logic
I don't
behind
think,
this.
no, brother. I don't think
Actually,
there
I
is any
think to both of
specific
you,
significance
with all
behind the
due
language.
respect to both of you, what part of those statements translated in English is not clear to you?
Yeah, especially this part.
No, right now I'm not making
Do you
that
believe
point.
in this or not? Fardin, do you
Yes,
believe in
but
this
What
ayah?
is unclear to you? What is unclear?
yes. Okay, no. I'm
Let's
saying that.
work on that.
Yes, I'm saying assuming your standards, stylistics, composition, expressiveness.
No. I'm
I'm
not
saying
talking about any of that. I'm sorry. You need to answer this question. The bit that I've highlighted on the screen here. Do you
yes.
think anyone will meet this challenge?
I don't think anyone will make this challenge. I don't believe
That's
that.
it. End of story then. None of your waffling matters.
As a Muslim, I would agree. But when you
As a
present
Muslim,
this
you'll
as
agree.
a challenge to
Look,
non-Muslim,
that's all
that's
it
the problem
matters.
where you face.
You're a critic and you have answered the question that certainly no one will meet the challenge. So whether you understand or not is irrelevant here.
You
because
could
the people who are
I think
taking
the
up the
Bengali
challenge,
atheists
they
and
understand the
Bengali
challenge.
critics have really made you convinced in their thinking. Look, we have dealt over
I don't
1
even know
year.
any
1
Bengali
second.
atheists.
Wait. We have dealt with Bengali atheists
So, brother,
for 1
you
year
are
in
not
DawahWise.
strawmanning.
I'm not strawmanning.
Look,
Listen what I'm saying. We have dealt with the atheist of the Bengali type for 1 year, right? And we've moved on. So if you think that the non-Muslims would have an issue with this, give me a non-Muslim that had an issue.
Brother, that's when I'm talking
give me
about
a
the context
non-Muslim
I'm even
that had an
speaking.
issue.
Okay,
I don't want to strawman anyone.
Yes.
I want hard facts.
Look, I know your
So which
Bangla channel.
non-Muslim?
Yes.
Which?
I'm coming there.
Pardon. Hear my question first, please.
Yes.
Which non-Muslim have you spoken to out of the Hindus and so on?
Some of the people
they have
that I
not
know,
understood.
I can bring them. Some of the
Bring
people
them
of
to
the Hindu
DawahWise
people.
Bangla on Saturdays, right? We have a live stream from Bangladesh time 7 p.m. Okay? On Saturdays, bring them on DawahWise and we can discuss this further. Because you somehow think they have a point. What we will demonstrate is they have some misunderstanding, gross misunderstanding. And that's why they're their stance is like that. When explain what the challenge is, no one should have a difficulty of grasping it. So the way I have explained to you, what part of my explanation is not clear when I talked about this is the nature, the characteristics, or the conditions, or the criteria of meeting the challenge? Which part wasn't clear
Okay,
to you?
you have to at least let me clarify, right? You have to at least let me speak. If you stop me at every moment, then obviously I cannot speak. I
But
cannot
answer
make
the
the point.
question, then it will be fine.
Yes, I'm going to do that. You have given me 3 conditions that are stylistic, composition style, and expressiveness. The problem is that now you are the one who is extrapolating these conditions. Does the Quran talk about this condition?
Okay, that's it. He's a
Even a
troll.
Muslim,
He's a troll. He's a
brother.
troll. You're a troll, Fardin.
No,
I'm
I don't
sorry.
think it's, I don't think
You
he's
are a troll.
He doesn't understand.
Now he is arguing with the conditions that I put. So instead of saying, now I understand the challenge, what it is, he's now going to now challenge. He's moving the goalpost and saying, but I disagree
So what
with
do you
your
mean by
condition.
vagueness and ambiguity? What
Wait,
do you
wait.
mean by vagueness and ambiguity?
Now, instead of saying it's not ambiguous anymore, it's
So,
not vague
brother,
anymore, you
I
are
have to.
simply challenging that these conditions are not the conditions, the criteria are not the criteria. You're disagreeing with them and you're challenging them directly. So watch the stream. I don't think we need to give you any time any further. We're giving you enough time. Watch those streams, then come back and say why you disagree with it. Because without having a detailed explanation, which we have provided already, you will make this mistake. You will come with
Oh, brother, you
your
are at every step you're strawmanning and ad-homing me. I don't think
what?
that's a
How am I
justified
strawmanning you?
Yes,
Can
exactly.
I speak to you?
When I talked
Yes,
about
brother Haq Debate Corner. Yes, let's see what you have to say.
Yeah, Fardin, I've been listening to you last 10 minutes and I could see you are waffling like anything. So let me ask you, Fardin, have you known anyone who has made a challenge like this that creates something like what I have created? Have you met anyone?
What challenge?
The Quranic challenge.
Anyone, does anyone in this world has claimed that I have made something and I challenge the whole humanity to come and bring something
I've
like
not
that?
met someone like that. No, I've not met someone like that. But that's beside the point that I'm trying to make.
No, that is the point. That is the point.
Just
Fardin, that is the point. You have been. That is the point because you have been arguing like without
I answered your question, right? I have not met someone like that, but that's
so Fardin, if the Quran is saying that some bring a verse something like that. So what's the issue? I mean, nobody is able to understand what's your point is. You're just waffling like anything.
with due respect, I have to say we don't even understand my critique. My critique is the propositional terms
Okay,
are
Fardin,
unclear.
do one thing. Okay, Fardin, do one. You know Bangla, right? You know Bangla?
Yeah, I also know Bangla.
No, so do one thing. Write something in Bangla and claim that nobody can bring something like this. Come on, do it.
That's irrelevant. I'm not trying to make a claim. I'm trying to assess some other people's claim.
So what are you?
You don't have to make claim to
what
assess
are
other
you trying
people's
to do
claim.
here?
Anyway, Haq, do you have any other questions? We're going to leave you there. We're going to leave Fardin as well soon because we have to close our
questions,
stream.
no questions from my side.
Okay, thank you, brother. So what we were saying is basically what Fardin is interested in into presenting a critique of the Quranic proposition while there is no one who is coming up with this problem, with the problem of the proposition. So if you have someone, I don't want to play like, for example, my friends were Hindus or whatever that I know, my acquaintances, they have a problem, bring them over and we'll speak to them directly. What problems they have. Because you are strawmanning their position, clearly. I'm going to accuse you.
I'm bringing you their position.
No, Fardin, you're strawmanning their position. I don't think they have a problem with the Quranic challenge at all.
How do you know their position? You don't even know that.
That's why I'm saying to settle this matter, bring them over to DawahWise here or in Bangla, and we will clarify that matter.
Yeah. Why are you arguing on their behalf anyway? What kind of a Muslim are you?
I'm not arguing on their behalf. I'm trying to be clear.
You are some sort of I don't know, a lawyer or solicitor for the disbelievers who are going to meet this challenge, man. Honestly, what kind of a Muslim are you?
Look,
No, I
you
think
always
he's
assume my
trying
position.
to.
That's the problem. You have to
He's
at
No,
least
trying to
I've
say.
understand
heard
the
of the
problem.
phrase
No, no, no,
devil's
no,
advocate. You're
brother.
the
Yes,
ex-Muslims or the atheist
brother.
advocate.
Brother.
Good
He's
boy.
trying to say he struggles to bring the
The guys,
argument to
you're right, Mansur. The
non-Muslims.
guy's a troll.
Yeah,
He's
he's
a
a
troll.
troll. Because
Allahu
see,
A'lam.
the thing is, we need to
What I
point out
understood
that
from him was
people,
that
He just kept repeating the same thing over and over again.
I think
the
he
people
didn't.
at that time, Akhi, they
Yes,
actually understood the challenge.
the
Till
7th
this
century
day,
Arabs were the most well-placed, people to take up the challenge, and
So
they
it
failed.
seems
And
like
they failed.
we are understanding differently what his proposition, what his problem is. Islam Hakim, what do you think that he was having issues with?
So my understanding was that there's one thing, he didn't actually understand the challenge itself, but I think that he felt that he couldn't take that challenge to atheists or explain why it was valuable or useful to atheists or non-Muslims, and that he wanted some kind of support of how he can do that. But instead of doing that in a way that I felt we could work with, he had this one track of he wants to put things
Exactly,
down
yeah.
in this way and this. I've set up this thing, even if it's such and such modus tollens. I can speak language, for pure logic and stuff if he wants, but that wasn't the issue. I don't know. I tried everything I could to connect with him. I think he felt attacked.
but my question is this, Brother Islam. I myself, I'm involved in hands-on dawah online, at least, right? I've spoken to so many non-Muslims regarding this challenge, and 90% of them, they've come back, okay, but it's very subjective. And when I explained it to them, they understood it, alhamdulillah. Not a single person, with the exception of this person and probably one other person that I can think of, that we were just going round in circles with him as well, right? 99% of the people, they understand it. Look, it's a
you must
separate
speak to
genre.
more intelligent people than me. I've spoken to plenty of people who can't understand it, but they're not trying to. They're not really engaging with it.
Yeah.
If people try enough and they're really interested in this challenge, of course they'll be able to understand it. If Allah's given them sufficient tawfiq. But lots and lots of people won't, because you really have to actually understand linguistics, language structure. There's mathematical linguistics that you should really understand if you're going to come from a non-Arab perspective and understand this challenge. Like there's so much to it. You could do a PhD in understanding this challenge if you want to really get down to it.
You could have.
You don't have to. You can
So-
understand enough.
I think we've understood what's going on here. So basically, with all due respect, my brothers Islam and Fawad, here, look, what the critiques of Islam, as I have seen, even in Bangla DawahWise channel, they are trying to say, look, you haven't presented in a formal way, in a formal argument. We need premise, conclusion. And that's why it's not a valid argument. I am not saying that Qur'an has to give you a formal argument. Qur'an is directly challenging you. And it's clear that this is a word of a challenge. And it's clear what the consequences is if you don't meet it. So whether you like it or not, Quran is not going to give you this modus, that on this logical formulation of a challenge. You can make it whatever you like, but it is clear. It's saying if you are someone who doubt it's not from God, then produce something like it. And the Quran explains what this likeness is by the revelation of the Quran. It's not like any of the other literature of Arabic language. It has this unique genre. So that's what you have to do. Bring something like this unique genre of the Quran. That's not difficult to understand, but instead the reason why they do this, and my brother here, Ferdin, was here earlier on, how he has been bullied by the critics, non-Muslims critics, to come up with a formal argument because he didn't understand the challenge, as Brother Islam said, right? And what the other critics are doing, they have understood the challenge. And they know, like their predecessors have failed to meet it. They're trying to find a way of now arguing against the challenge itself. Oh, it's not a good challenge. Oh, it doesn't meet up this criteria. It's vague, it's that and that. So that at least they would not have to attempt it. But we will just ask them, whatever you think it says, produce the product that you've done it. Because you should be able to produce a product like it. Yeah. So that's what we need to do. They will waffle around, just all this semantics and linguistics and gymnastics on language, just not to get involved in actually taking up the challenge. Okay,
It's part of
so
putting
that's
barriers
their
between. Yeah.
what about tree about this is because their inability, knowing that they cannot do it, the only way they save their credibility of what they think is by saying, oh, I don't accept this as to be a valid form of challenge.
Yeah.
That's all they're trying to do.
Right. That was our last guess. There was one question. Maybe, I don't know, you come across it, but I've come across it several times. It's kind of funny as well. So just read it for us, Brother Fawad.
Okay, revise. My existence was imposed without consent. Had I possessed agency over my creation, I would have elected non-existence to avoid both existential suffering, and I might go to hell.
Go to hell.
I recognize this one. Yeah.
We recognize this common thing.
Born.
So yeah, tell us how you would respond to that one by one, inshallah.
Can you keep it up just because I forgot?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, it just comes on your face. That's why.
Yeah. Yeah.
So basically, they want consent before they were created.
Well, which obviously, first thing is this is logically contradictory. You can't give consent unless you've been created in order to give the consent. But also, how can they make the claim that they would rather to have not existed when only an infinitesimal fraction of your life has happened so far?
Exactly.
You can't judge based on that because there's the whole period of Jannah that you have no idea what it's like yet, really. So it's very short-sighted, and for me, it's a very clear sign that Shaitan is playing with someone, and it's very sad, and may Allah guide them.
There's one more. The answer is actually in the Quran, isn't it? The covenant that Allah took from us while we were still souls. Do you remember that, Islam Hakim?
Yeah. When we're all gathered all together, and He asks us, are you, who is your Lord? And we say, of course, you're our Lord. Why would you ask that? It's like, just.
Alasta bi rabbikum, and they say bala.
And there's obviously
So
very
this is,
great.
by the way, this option was given to the mountains, was given to the angels as well, I think. I'm not sure exactly, but everyone refused to take up that challenge of having this free will, because with it comes accountability. So we were the only ones to take up this, covenant, and then we have to run with it. But this kind of question is basically like complaining to your parents. Why didn't you take consent from me before giving birth to me? Is as silly as that.
Yeah.
SubhanAllah. And those are the things, from the Islamic paradigm, we don't believe in an absolute free will for that reason. We do acknowledge that, yes, there are certain things that are, out of our control. For instance, where I was born, the day I was born, the day I will die, etc. These are things that I will not be tested on. What I'll be tested on is the things that are in my control. That's what my salvation is based on, right?
That's an interesting point you raised there, because I find that the philosophers, while they were mangling a bunch of concepts in order to make space for atheism, really mangled this concept of free will. And I find if you talk about freedom of intention, it's very clear. It's clear for people to understand. I am free in my intentions because, Allah controls whether my hand moves from here to there. I don't actually have free will to move my hand. He could stop it at any point, in all sorts of different ways. But I have freedom in my intentions, and that's what's judged. That makes sense, You can also go into then this whole thing about how thermodynamics and the free energy principle and the brain and so on and so forth. It all just makes sense. So free will is just something that's been made so messy, but you can drop in, replace freedom of intention, and like all that mess just goes away.
That's why we have to be careful. Like in Islam, we don't, I used to use this word in the past, and now I don't use the free will anymore. Like colloquially, you can use it.
Yeah.
But free will, it just means that you're free to do anything. No, we in Islam, we don't believe
I think just use the term will instead of free will.
Yeah, will, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But, I personally think the people who ask this question, they need professional help because for some reason, no. Professional help in terms of, look, we have physical health problems and we have mental health problems. So there are people who suffer from mental health, anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts. Many of the things there's a mental disease of the heart is also there, greed, envy, jealousy, hatred, bigotry, and so on. But mental health is recognize, even in UK, in our healthcare systems, as a big part. We're spending millions and millions of pounds on mental health issues. Okay, so those people who say I would rather not want to be born or existed is because they're having some kind of issues, mental health issues, suffering. They're suffering for some kind of, you know, discomfort or uneasiness or pain or whatever it might be, something that they have agony and anxiety and depressed about it. These individuals, I understand why they're saying this. They need to be explained and helped out of this misery and their suffering. This is the professional help they require. It's not a philosophical answer they need for the question. Rather, what is required is supporting them out of this problem that they're in. And then when they're out, they'll realize, why did I even think about this? If people go through these phases, from phase of suffering and happiness and so on, this is always going to be like, you know, how many people do you know of that never had any issues, you know, whether it's some kind of physical or mental health issues? Everyone goes through these phases, but Allah explains in the Quran that from this hardship comes ease, and Allah repeats this ayah in one of the surah. After the hardship there will be ease. So we have to be optimistic in our outlook rather than totally pessimistic or the nihilistic view and so on. So Muslims are people who have optimism that yes, these things are there, maybe it's because it's a test, I'm being tested for something, or maybe my parents are tested, various things, but this will be overcome. I can overcome it by patience and prayer, and I need to show my steadfastness, reliance of myself in God. And if I do that, then God will remove me from this test or this suffering that I'm going, and then He will reward me. So this is the outlook of a Muslim. Muslim is always hopeful, always forward thinking, rather than totally pessimistic and says, that says I'm done and so on. Life is not like this. We're supposed to be strong, and we need to learn strength and resilience and patience, because that's how we can develop ourselves. When you go to the gym, you feel pain. That pain gives you some gain afterwards. So you need to understand that this kind of suffering and so on, it may be a mechanism for us to actually develop ourselves in our psyche, in our behavior, in our attitude, in our mental self, in our personality. How we overcome anger and hatred and jealousy. These are all testing grounds. So think differently in the way that Islam encourages us to think, rather than a secular atheistic mentality, and that's where the problem is. Inshallah, may Allah help those people who are suffering from these kind of conditions.
A whole stream on its own. You put it very, very well. And for me personally, Islam has been my protective factor through some very difficult times, and maybe not appropriate place to go through it, or maybe we can do a dedicated mental health stream in relation to Islam and the values it brings there. It is such an important point. Yeah, no, absolutely. So yeah, I wouldn't take those lightly. If someone has those kind of thoughts and feelings, that could be a step along a way where they should be directed towards professional help. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Jazakallah khair, brothers. Welcome. I mean, thank you also for the audience. MashaAllah, we had good questions today. Some, I don't know, some challenging ones, some trolly ones, but it was fun, alhamdulillah. And I mean, thank you to the Sh.Hamzah as well, Sh.Hamzah Karamali, and he made some really good points with regards to challenging the atheists. I know it was his first appearance on this panel, but inshallah hope to bring him again and discuss some other topics, because we need to deal with this kind of questions. A lot of Muslims are having doubts. A lot of young people in particular, you know, the Gen Z who are basically scrolling like zombies on TikTok, you know, and they get all this information overload and they get confused, which is quite natural. Specifically those youngsters who have no one to mentor them, no one to answer their questions. Where do they go? Again, on the internet. They get all sorts of information from Reddit, you know, because information is free now. And with AI, it's even worse. You don't even need to go to the effort of typing anymore with the answers. You just one line and it gives you like loads of responses. So yeah, I think in this day and age, dawah is more important. It's more and more necessary for Muslims to help the people asking this difficult questions and to respond to them. Otherwise, what will happen is they will be unguided. The only mentor they will have is the shaitan, and obviously that will lead them to the path of destruction and hellfire. And this is why it's very important that in this day and age of information overload, I think more and more people need guidance. That's why we need to make an effort, as many of us with knowledge, to do da'wah in the communities, online, offline, everywhere, inshallah. So yeah, any last words from Islam Hakim before we
one thing I wanted to say very quickly, because actually very much on the topic, I haven't been given my best argument against atheism yet. And actually,
maybe we'll have that special program one day, inshallah.
Yeah, perhaps inshallah. But I would just quickly say, because Brenda Debates put it in the private chat here. In 18 years since I reverted to Islam, I have yet to find a single atheist who can prove the claim that they are an atheist, because on examination, they are all polytheists.
Agnostic.
And never found. No, they don't realize that what they have are gods. This is the thing. You change the name of a cat to a dog, you change the label, it doesn't change the nature of the thing. And there are many things that are gods that they just don't realize are gods. And that's a very,
there's no such thing as an atheist.
Yeah.
I think there is the position of atheism exists on paper, but I don't think any human being can actually
Not in reality. Not the ones who call themselves atheists. I think they're all agnostic to some point, or like you said, they might just be worshipping something else.
Even hard atheists, but there's a lot of things. Even people don't realize that Adam Smith's invisible hand of the market is a clear illah. If you resurrected all the people from before the Enlightenment and asked,
I have to go, brothers. Okay. All the best. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. I think it was a good stream, alhamdulillah. But we need more people to take part in this da'wah, inshallah, because people underestimate the number of people who are really lost, to be honest. Lost touch with the Qur'an, lost touch with Islam, with its teaching, everything. Yeah. Because even the massages nowadays, they are like just a 5 times prayer. They shut the door after they fard and a few, sunnahs. Whereas the massages are supposed to be this spiritual hubs, which kind of not only keeps you firm in the deen, teaches you things, imparts knowledge to you. That's what it should have been. But unfortunately, it's not the case.
Well, that was like to Mansur's point, where the first, the massages were a place of study, but also a place of health, and health included mental health and physical health as one integrated thing. They were so far ahead, light years ahead.
That's right. If you're rooted in your deen, that itself is kind of a panacea to many of the diseases of the heart today.
So, Ibn Taymiyyah has an amazing book on the diseases of the heart.
Yeah, it is, and this is something which we need a cure for more than ever. So anyway, Brother Fawad, any last words before we end the stream?
No, Jazakallah khair, akhi. It was a great stream. Learned a lot as usual. I always learn with you guys, and I think if possible, this would be my personal recommendation to you. We should bring the Sheikh back.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
How long it took me to get him on the stream?
Sorry,
it took me a few months to just convince him of the time, because maybe the time when not be suitable with ours, so it took few months of dedication to bring the Sheikh on. Alhamdulillah, he's
but that's it's such a pity, because he didn't have enough time, else so many people would have benefited from the back and forth with him. Both non-Muslims and Muslims alike, because even Muslims, especially living in the West, they have a lot of doubts. They come across so many people. I myself come across so many atheists, non-Muslims, non-practicing Christians, where they question me, and I have to look for those answers. So individuals like these are very important, because atheism has become a fashion these days. It's like it's a thing in fashion. So it's important.
Yeah, I think two things. One is atheism and New Age spirituality and stuff like that.
Oh yes.
Yeah, because now the New Atheism is dead. It's literally like almost dead. So now they're moving gradually to some sort of spirituality because everybody wants, to fill that void.
Yes,
and they would fill with any nonsense. It doesn't matter what it is.
Very interesting to. We've got to find a way to end the stream at some point, but it was so interesting when you said that with the way physics has found itself sort of having to get in touch with this idea of consciousness, and then more and more theories and approaches starting to look and say, oh, well, what is intelligence and things like that? And it all has to be brought in because you found, for example, the information theory and the black hole horizon principle and so on. They found, actually information and is also as fundamental as energy in terms of physics theories, and the whole thing is it's quite funny how they've sort of getting to this where you can't actually rip apart the material world from the world of knowledge or intelligence and so on. So yeah, and they found themselves either going into spirituality or turning a blind eye. But Islam has been there all along since the beginning, since laying down these perfectly consistent ideas where you only need one axiom, one single axiom, and everything else definitions it follows. SubhanAllah, it's beautiful.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah, inshallah, we would like to hear your story when you became a Muslim as well. That'll be, I think, great in the future. So yeah, Jazakallah khairan, brothers. Until next time, I just want to say thank you very much, and may Allah preserve you and preserve your deen. Want to say thank you to all the moderators as well. I think Sister Iram, Brother Naeem was here as well, and all the other people whom I've not mentioned. I think Brother Gambit was here, mashallah. Yeah, thank you very much for all your help, guys. Really appreciate your moderating, and thank you to all the viewers, all the brothers and sisters, and our friends, and also the people who have been listening intently. Thank you very much, and Jazakallah khair. Until next time, we're going to do a stream on Hinduism next Thursday. So yeah, tune in again, same time, 5 p.m. UK on Thursday, 9:30 p.m. India time, and 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. جزاك خير. نحمد ونصلي على رسول الكريم أما بعد. سبحان اللهم وبحمده سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك نشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت نستغفرك ونتوب إليك. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.